back row and singing off-key, looking for all the world like someone who was above it all. Soames once again acting the maggot. It was all Brennan could do to be civil to him. "Chad Soames, sit up straight, sharpen your tone, and lower the volume, would you?" "Yeah, sure, whatever." "What?" "Okay." They sang it again. Soames clamped his lips together in protest, and that suited Father Burke just fine. Without Chad's flat tenor overriding the others, the sound was exquisite. Chad Soames offended more than the lovely Renaissance music of Giovanni Croce. Brennan heard him when the kids were filing out. "What happened to you, Kimmy? Someone set your head on fire?" "Shut up." Good for her. "Shut up" was a mild version of what Brennan would say to the little gurrier if he heard another nasty word out of his mouth. Brennan caught up with Normie in the hallway and said, "Could you come in and help me with something, Normie?" "Okay." She went ahead of him into the classroom, and he followed and closed the door. "What's the trouble, Normie?" "Nothing," she claimed, avoiding his eyes. "What is it, Akushla? You were in tears in there. You'll tell me if there's anything aggravating you here at school, won't you?" "But I couldn't tell you, even if there was something. I'm not saying there is." "Why couldn't you tell me?" "Because then I'd be a tout." So there it was. Something here in the school, presumably someone, had her agitated. Now how to reassure the child that she wouldn't be a tout, an informer, if she told him about it. It seemed she'd spent too much time in Ireland last year, too much time with the Burke family, the well-known Republican family, for whom there was no form of life lower than someone who would inform on someone else to the authorities. Just when he was about to utter words of reassurance, she made her hand into the shape of a gun and pointed it at her knee. Oh, God! Having herself kneecapped as an informer. The age-old lament of parents came to his mind. Where did we go wrong? He hardly knew where to begin. That is not the situation here, sweetheart. This isn't Belfast, where you'd be in fear of losing your kneecap, or worse. Nobody would ever think of you as a tout, Normie. If there's something wrong, you can tell me. She merely shook her head, then looked fearfully at the door. Brennan decided against keeping her in any longer, lest someone out there think she was telling tales. He opened the door and said, in a voice surplus to requirements, "Thank you, Normie. I'll get that book back to you this week." He had a free hour then, so he took himself off to the auditorium, where he could sit at the piano and pick out a few chords for a piece he was composing. But the music that came to him was much too dark for a hymn of praise. It was more in the line of De profundis disclamave a te Dominum. Out of the depths I have cried to thee, O Lord. So he gave it up for the time being. He was passing by the study room at the back of the choir school when he looked in and saw the least likely person to be found studying. And in fact he wasn't studying at all. Richard Robertson, his class's designated comedian, was standing by the window looking out. It was a warm day and the window was open. Richard turned and gave a little jolt when he saw Father Burke in the doorway. "You're studying for your Air Currents exam, Richard. Bird calls, maybe." Normally Richard would have come back with a quip to top Brennan's lame remarks, but he put his finger to his mouth for silence. He stayed at the window, and Brennan had the impression that Richard was inviting him to look, without saying so. Brennan walked in and joined him. The window looked out over the back of the school, where only 3 students were gathered. "I'm going to beat the shit out of that fucker," Richard said. Then, realizing what he had just said, and to whom, he said, "Shit, sorry about the language, but—" It was Brennan's turn to signal for silence. When he had taken in what was going on, he said, sotto voce, "You won't have to, Richard. I'll deal with him." What he had heard was Chad Soames needling Kim and Normie. "Why did you put that stuff in your hair, Kimmy? You were turning into a real hot blonde. Now you're trying to look like this little dweeb." He pointed at Normie, then put his fingers around his eyes to mimic eyeglasses, and said, "She probably can't even see your hair, so you fucked up your hair for nothing. Go back to blonde, trust me, and by this time next year—" Now he was making a shapely female shape with his hands. "Your phone will be ringing off the wall with guys wanting to, you know what you. And," he said to Normie, "she won't even bother taking any more calls from you. You're going to be left behind in her dust." "Shut up, Chad Dick," Kim responded. "You're such an idiot." Normie loyally echoed, "Yeah." Soames turned to Normie and said, "You won't have to worry about anybody phoning you not normal, unless it's some dork who's only after you for your science notes." And there it was, presumably. Normie was at the top of the class in science and math, and everything else when he thought of it, with the exception of the visual arts. And Chadwick, to put it charitably, and Brennan was in no state to be charitable, was far down in the standings. But somehow Soames thought he had other charms that could compensate for that and win the heart of Kim Kennedy. The little bastard was so deluded that he thought humiliating Kim's friend, driving a wedge between the two girls, would get him time alone with Kim, and perhaps would blunt any critical opinions Normie might be sharing with Kim on the subject of Chadwick L. Soames. The kid was still out there, playing his part to perfection. He leaned into Normie's face and said, "You're going to end up being the skinny old maid like they have in the movies, in your house all alone, eating cans of cat food." "Leave her alone, you moron. She is my best friend, and she's the best person in this whole school," said Kim. "And if I ever find out you rooted through my gym bag again, I'm going to get my father after you, you perv." What was this? What had the little creep been doing? Brennan turned to Richard. "How long has this been going on?" Young Richard looked wretched standing there. He said, "I don't want to be a rat." "You're not a rat. Unless that little scene out there was the first such episode, which apparently it isn't. You didn't tell. And even if you have, I would look upon you as a fella sticking up for his friends, Normie and Kim." The poor kid then said, "I should have said something about it. He's got the hots for Kim, and he always makes fun of Normie to break them up, to break up their friendship. I don't know why. Just because he's a jerk." Brennan didn't want to ask, but had no choice. "What's this about the gym bag?" Richard looked away and said in a voice Brennan could hardly hear, "He went through Kim's stuff and stole a bit of her underwear." "What?" I know. He's a little perv. Kim didn't tell me this. One of the other girls did. She wanted me to beat the shit out of him, and I have to tell you I've been thinking of doing exactly that." He glanced at Brennan and looked away again. "But now I've just—" "This conversation never happened, as they say in the films. And that little gouger," he said, indicating Soames, "is out of here. He's about to become a non-person at this institution." "What? Can you do that? His old man is rolling in money. He donates thousands to the school." "I don't care if his old man is Donald Trump." "Who's Donald Trump?" "He's an arsehole in New York with all kinds of money, and absolutely no taste. Doesn't know how to act." "Oh, never heard of him." "You probably never will." "So you're going to expel Chad Soames?" "Just watch me." Brennan had no doubt whatsoever about Richard Robertson's credibility, but he would prefer to bolster his case against Chadwick Soames with something more than the word of one of the other students, no matter how credible. If Soames had taken something from Kim, Brennan reasoned that the kid might not have run the risk of bringing the item home, where it might be discovered by his parents, or by the maid cleaning his room. Nor was he likely to take the chance of the other kids finding something in his homeroom desk. So what Brennan wanted now was access to Soames's locker. It would be unseemly for a priest and choirmaster to go at the locker with an axe. So he would haul the kid in and have him open it in Brennan's presence. Decision made, he turned and stalked from the room, down the corridor, out the door and into the backyard. The three students turned at the sound of his approach. Normie's eyes were wide with consternation, as were Kim's. Soames tried for insolence, but the fear was there. "You, come with me." "Why should I?" "Because I'm a bigger bully than you are. Now move." "What are you going to do, give me the strap?" "Get into the school." "But move." Chadwick sighed and rolled his eyes at the tedium of it all. But again Brennan could see the fear, could practically smell it on him. When they entered the building, the kid crossed his arms and looked up at Brennan as if to say, "Now what?" Brennan gave him the now what in 2 words: "Your locker." And if Soames had looked fearful before, he was petrified now. "There's nothing in my locker." "Good, that will speed things up. Get moving." "No, Now!" Brennan could see the kid's hands shaking as he walked. When they got to the locker, Brennan said, "Open it." "No, I can't. Forget the combination." "You've remembered it several times a day, every day, and you're going to remember it now." Some other guys got in it." "Sure they did. Now open the locker." "I can have the fellow come up from the maintenance room and take it apart with a crowbar. Either way, I'm going to see what's in it." Soames finally realized he had no choice. With trembling hands, he worked the combination and removed the lock. Brennan looked in and saw the usual jumble of gym clothes, not washed any time recently, he noted with disgust, and notebooks, papers, sports gear. Brennan began pulling the items out, and Soames again said, "Some other guys got in it." Brennan didn't bother to inquire what the other guys had done. He would know soon enough. And he did. There, in a plastic grocery bag, were the underthings, top and bottom, of a young girl. He turned and gave Soames a look that pinned him to the opposite wall and hinted at the imminent arrival of a firing squad. "Those guys put that stuff in there." Brendan ignored that, turned to the locker, and placed the grocery bag, the evidence, on the top shelf. "Then, pack your bag. You and your grubby belongings are out of here." "What do you mean?" The kid's voice was little more than a squeak. "I mean I'm giving you the boot." "What is this? I'm being suspended for a little joke?" "You're not being suspended. You're being expelled. And your behaviour here was not a joke." "You're kicking me out? You can't do that. My old man'll kill—" "Kill who? Me or you?" Brennan moved closer to him, loomed over him, stood there till the bag was packed. "To my office, now." The Soames heir tried again for a pose of indifference, tried to saunter along as if none of this bothered him in the least. When they got to the door of Brennan's office, the outcast turned and said, "This is crazy. My old man's the chairman of the board of this place. That means he's the boss. He gives a lot of money to this school and to your church. Do you think he's going to keep the donations rolling in if his son gets kicked out of here? You'll be begging him to bring me back here." "You don't know me very well, do you, Soames?" Brennan propelled his former student into the office, where Brennan looked up the Soameses' phone number and called to let the mother know that Chad was about to leave the building. As it turned out, the mother wasn't home, and the family's maid took the call. Right. Brennan remembered then. Vivian and Langston Soames had gone away to Florida. Would Father Burke like to leave a message? Oh, he was sure that, directly or indirectly, the parents would get the message. He merely told the maid that Chadwick was on his way home. The little thugger was pretty humble by the time Brennan had loaded him into his car and pulled up in front of the garish suburban home of the family Soames. The attention-craving vulgarity of this place nearly did Brennan's head in, with its pastiche of architectural styles, and its entrance nearly obscured by the triple garage thrust out towards the street. Brennan didn't waste any words on the final parting. Chadwick got out, slammed the door, and was gone. Everyone at the school knew that his parents thought their brat was a gifted student who, if he applied himself, would outshine all the others in the class, and that the advanced, demanding curriculum at St. Bernadette's would put him in a good position when it came time to compete for admission to Harvard or Yale. They were in for what Brennan guessed was probably not their first and would not be their last disappointment in relation to their offspring. When Brennan got back to the parish house, he went up to his room and turned on one of his most beloved CDs, Kiri Te Kanawa singing Mozart. She had just reached the Veritas Domini when the phone rang. "Brennan, it is Fried Hablo calling. I am in Toronto." "Ah, Fried. Guten Tag. Guten Tag, Brennan. I did not know whether it is you I should be calling or the police, but I do not like to involve myself in police business. Must be a hangover. A holdover? From growing up in the East German state. You can pass this information along to the authorities if you think that is best." "What is it, Fried?" "When Edelgard told me about her enthusiasm for seeing Don Giovanni at the Vienna State Opera, I made arrangements for her to have a very good seat, in the second row on the aisle. I told my colleague, Johannes Distel, that she would be there 2 nights in a row. When I spoke to Edelgard, Micah, here in Nova Scotia, she told me she likes to see a performance twice, one for the overall excitement of it, and then again to concentrate more on the details of the music. So I got that seat for her. But she did not use it. She was not there. I know this because Distel called me about another matter. In fact, about his hopes to succeed me at U of T and Dahl when my term is up. We talked about that, about Tristan in Toronto, and about Don Giovanni. And that is when he mentioned to me that nobody turned up for that seat on either night. The reason I think there is something not quite right about this is that I was one of the speakers at a Dalhousie University alumni event a couple of days after she returned from Europe. I had not seen her since she came back. In fact, I never saw her again at all. But I noticed her husband there. He is a graduate of Dalhousie. So I approached him and asked him how his wife enjoyed the opera in Vienna, and he told me she enjoyed it very much. He thanked me for arranging the tickets. But, well, as I say, she told him she enjoyed it, but in fact she wasn't there at all. Correct. Her plan was to go from Vienna to Milan for Traviata at La Scala. Unfortunately, I have no way of finding out whether she went to Milan or not. I appreciate you letting me know, Fried. I realize that you may feel compelled to inform the police about this. If so, do not hesitate to give them my name. Thank you. One way or the other, I'll have to pass this along. Who knows what they'll do about it, now that they have Lieutenant Colonel McNair charged with the killing. Brennan wasn't sure what to do with the news. Go to the police, or go to the lawyer who was representing the local man charged with the murder. Of course, as he had acknowledged to himself all along, with a sense of shame, he hoped McNair was in fact guilty of the crime. But if there was some kind of intrigue surrounding Micah's trip to Europe, some motive on her part for being in one place and pretending to be someplace else, this led some credence to the notion that there was a European angle to the whole affair. A German angle, most likely, in light of the strange postcard she received shortly before the hurried transatlantic flight. Where should he go with the new information? The police had their man, and would not be impressed with the mere fact that she had not been in her seat in the opera house. Monty, on the other hand, would be keen to hear anything that might suggest an alternative to his client as the guilty party. Monty. As much as Monty considered Brennan's notion of a German angle to the killing of Micah Keller a bit too fanciful, and downright strange, coming from a man who was anything but fanciful himself, Monty could not help but be interested in the fact that Micah Keller had lied about her time in Europe. The decision to take the trip was abrupt. When she returned, she was preoccupied about something, and told her husband it was that her pictures had not turned out, when in fact she may not have taken any pictures at all. Now, in a brief but most welcome phone call from Brennan, Monty had heard that she had not shown up to take her reserved seat at the Mozart Opera in Vienna. She had lied about that too. Monty gave some thought again to the postcard. The sender of the card wrote a seemingly innocuous message saying, "Good for you," and expressing envy of Micah's talents. The photo on the card was far from innocuous, the former headquarters of the much-feared secret police, the Stasi. How to account for the difference in mood between the message and the image? The fact that she took off to Europe, to Germany, soon after receiving the card was surely significant. What, Monty wondered, if the card was not meant to be creepy or threatening at all? What if it was from an old friend or lover in the spirit of, "Remember what we had to put up with? That's over now." Did Micah take it as an invitation? Or even if it was not an invitation, did it prompt in her the desire to see someone there again? Whatever was going on, it presented Monty with a good handful of dust to throw in the eyes of the judge and jury to raise a reasonable doubt about the guilt of Alban McNair. Now, as a matter of strategy, where should he go from here? He was not under any duty to disclose the details of his defence to the Crown. The Crown was obliged to disclose its evidence to the defence, but there was no equal reciprocal obligation. This was an example of the law acknowledging the overwhelming power of the state, and the presumption of innocence for the individual facing that power as a defendant. If Monty did disclose the new information, he ran the risk of finding out, and having the Crown find out, that there was a perfectly good explanation, that there was nothing in Europe that had a bearing on the death of Micah Keller, and his reasonable doubt arguments would thus be destroyed. But if there was something to it, and an investigation turned up somebody from Europe as a plausible suspect, this could mean the charges against McNair would be dismissed. So in the end, he decided to hand the information over to the Crown, to Bill McEwen, and let him provide it to the police. McEwen did not sound overly impressed or overly concerned about the vacant opera seats, except, as a good Scotsman, "I deplore the idea of expensive seats going unoccupied." But he assured Monty he would look into it. Her passport will show which countries she visited on the trip. Chapter 18. Monty. The month of March started off with a massive snowstorm. By the time Monty's street was ploughed and he made it into the office, he had missed 2 phone calls from clients who could not get into the centre of the city in the snow. But he had an insurance investigator waiting for him with a report about a plaintiff in a motor vehicle accident case. Monty was representing the insurer for the defendant. The plaintiff claimed that he could not return to work because he couldn't sit, stand, bend, or lift. Now here was the investigator with a surveillance video showing the plaintiff bending over the left rear wheel of his truck, removing it, hefting it up, biffing it into the bed of the truck, and then replacing it with another wheel. Monty took the videotape, thanked the investigator, and went into his office. The same old stories over and over. Enough to induce a coma in a lawyer who'd seen it all 1,000 times before. What pissed him off more than the dishonesty was the contrast between the malingerers and the people who had suffered real and devastating injuries, people who deserved to be handsomely compensated. He swept the faker's file aside and turned to R. V. McNair. The discovery that Hubert Rendell had lied to the police when he claimed he had slept through the night of his wife's death, that he had made at least one angry call trying to crack her down, made Monty curious, to say the least, about Rendell. Monty knew very little about the naval commander, and what little he had heard was the stuff of hagiography. The bereaved husband was nothing short of a saint. Well, now it sounded as if he had a temper, and wasn't above embarrassing himself by phoning another man, demanding to know whether his wife was with him. It was time to learn a bit more about Rendell. Monty could go to Rendell's fellow officers looking for dirt, or even make inquiries about him. It would hardly enhance the reputation of the legal profession to have a lawyer defending the accused killer of a man's wife going about with the obvious intention of casting suspicion on the bereaved husband. But was there a more subtle way he could ferret out some information? You couldn't spend your entire life in a big navy town like Halifax without making the acquaintance of a few naval officers and men. And women. In fact, a few years ago, one of Monty's old girlfriends had gone out in a ship, Nipigon, which was the first warship to take part in NATO exercises with a mixed crew of women and men. But although Monty was on cordial terms with her, he couldn't quite see himself taking advantage of their relationship in this way. Asking someone to snoop around above and below decks for information on a high-ranking officer could bring grief upon the head of the person doing the snooping. The client list at Stratton Somers, of course, contained the names of several members of the military as well. And then there were Monty's dad's old buddies on land, at sea, and in the air. He couldn't think of anyone who, as far as he knew, worked in any kind of records office. No such luck. He'd have to settle for someone who would be willing to ask around, without drawing attention to himself or herself. The name he came up with was Doug Sawyer. Monty was a bluesman, a member of a group called Functus. Doug had started out with the blues in another band, but later went country. He still played steel guitar with the Darn Barn Doors now and then, when he wasn't out on patrol duty with the Navy. He and Monty had known each other for decades, and Monty decided to give him a call. It was a delicate matter, and Monty explained it as best he could over the phone. In order to give his client the best representation possible, he had to know if there was anything about the victim's husband that might be related to the case. Sawyer could read through the lines, but he said he'd be willing to help. As long as it doesn't require me to sneak in under the radar and break into anybody's purse files. Monty assured him that he didn't expect anything of that nature, while at the same time saying to himself that he wished such a thing were possible. It shouldn't be hard to get a casual conversation going these days about Commodore Hubert Rendell, Sawyer said. True enough, Monty agreed. It goes without saying, Doug, but I can't stop myself from saying it anyway. This little project is utterly confidential. Doug laughed, as well he might. You're telling me? You think I want anyone to know I've been working undercover for the lawyer representing the man charged with killing the wife of the Commodore? Doug Sawyer had never been shy about speaking his mind. I take your point, Doug, and I'm very grateful for your help. Sawyer was sitting in Monty's office 3 days later, his coat dusted white from another snowfall. Well, as you might imagine, Monty, Commodore Hubert Rendell has an exemplary record. Well, that's pretty well what we'd have expected. Yes. Sawyer was quiet for a moment, and then said, There was one thing. Oh? Old complaint 9 years ago. What was the complaint? It was filed by a woman, a lieutenant. We have something called a redress of grievance procedure, but I'm not sure that it went that far, you know, whether the process was actually started, or she let it be known that she had a grievance and she might go forward with it. I didn't want to grill the person who mentioned this to me. Monty tried not to look too keen. No, I understand. What did she say happened? Said he acted inappropriately towards her. In what way? My informant didn't have the details. Just that she felt his behavior, or his attitude, might be holding her back from promotion. I see. And that's all she wrote. Do you have her name for me? Sawyer hesitated, and Monty was loath to try and drag it from him. But eventually it came out. Lieutenant Diane Borowitz. Where could I find Lieutenant Borowitz these days? Jesus, whatever you do, don't tell her you got this from me. No, of course I won't. You'll find her at the dockyard. She's task group staff. Where was this incident or behaviour supposed to have happened? Here in Halifax, summer of 1987. So it must have been just after the Commodore got back from Europe. Oh, he was in Europe? Well, the North Sea. He was serving in HMCS Algonquin when she took part in NATO exercises there. Sawyer laughed. Maybe the boys enjoyed some time in the ports of Northern Europe, and old Hubert was still a little wound up when he got home. Brennan. It was rare for Brennan to receive a personal letter in the mail, unless it was from his family in New York. But on Monday, March 4th, he found an envelope with his name and address handwritten, and a post office box shown as the return address. He took the envelope upstairs to his room and opened it. Mail delivery must have been delayed by the weather, because by the time the letter reached Brennan, he barely had time to do what was asked of him. The message was brief. Father Burke, could you meet me at Perks at 1:30 p.m. on Monday? There is something I would like to discuss with you. It was signed Lieutenant Colonel A.J. McNair. Today was Monday. Why in the world would McNair want to see Father Burke? Brennan felt like a spook in a John le Carré novel, all the more because his identity was all but obscured by a high collar and scarf and a peaked tweed cap pulled down over his eyes to keep out the blowing snow. He slipped and slid his way to the coffee shop on Lower Water Street, arriving 10 minutes before the appointed time. McNair was in place ahead of him. Brennan stamped his feet to get the snow off and walked to meet his contact. He recognized him from his newspaper photo, although today he was in civvies, jeans and a sweater, with a heavy winter parka hanging on the back of his chair. Brennan joined McNair at the table, did not call him by name. Coffee for you, Father? I'll have a cup of tea. Thank you. McNair ordered the tea and coffee, paid for them, and brought them to the table. Brennan made no attempt at small talk. Whatever this was about, idle chatter was not the order of the day. McNair was of the same mind. I have, of course, heard the talk about Micah asking to see you the night of her death. As you can imagine, in the situation I'm in, I have searched out every detail, every rumour relating to this tragedy. I did not kill her, Father. It is important for you to understand that. Brennan merely nodded, said nothing. I believe, and perhaps you do as well, that she took her own life. Brennan did not express what should have been obvious, that the last thing he wanted to consider was that the woman had taken her own life. The grim possibility that she was murdered by the man sitting across from him in the coffee shop was Brennan's selfish, shameful, unconscionable hope. So, McNair continued, as a man facing life imprisonment for a murder I did not commit, I wonder if you have any information that might help me. Well, you seem to be in the know about the fact that I failed to meet her as I had promised to do. A failure I will regret to the end of my days. I do know that something was troubling her, but I have no idea at all what it was. What he did know now, or at least suspected, was that McNair's motive in seeing him was to suss out whether Micah had said anything to Brennan that might be incriminating for McNair. Was Brennan sitting across from a killer who hoped to use the priest's relationship with the victim in his defense? Brennan was on his guard, but he would see the meeting through. You say she was troubled. That makes it even more imperative that I hear about any little detail, McNair said, no matter how trifling it might seem, about Micah's conversation or demeanour that night, or any other time you saw her at the university or at the church. I realized that if it was a confession you wouldn't be able to tell me, according to Catholic doctrine. But some other conversation? That's right. But I can tell you this much. There was no confession, or even a request for a confession. If she was seeking the sacrament of reconciliation, she did not tip her hand to me about that when we had our brief encounter at St. Mary's. If I've heard about your encounter with her, you've no doubt heard about mine. Brennan had read and heard about the voices raised outside the Atlantic School of Theology the night before the body was found. I can't emphasize this enough, Father Burke. I had an argument with Micah that night, but when I left her she was alive and well. Not happy, but not injured in any way. Why was she unhappy, Lieutenant Colonel? You have asked me that question, but it seems to me that you have the answer. I know something she was upset about, yes. I don't know whether this is what she hoped to confide in you. McNair took a sip of black coffee and looked around the room. He drew out a pack of smokes and offered the pack to Brennan. Brennan thanked him, took a cigarette, and they both lit up. McNair inhaled, waited a few seconds, turned his head, and blew out the smoke. When Brennan remained silent, McNair said, "We had an argument. It was just a personal matter." That was stating the obvious, Brennan thought. What else could it be but personal? The sort of thing that can develop between people who have known each other a long time. We raised our voices, made fools of ourselves, I guess, if any of the good citizens of Franklin Street heard us. But she walked away under her own steam. I didn't hurt her. Brennan, like the police, found it hard to see the combination of events that night as coincidental. A shouting match near the shore, a big emotional row between the two of them, and Micah found dead in the water hours later. But the army officer was hardly going to cop to that. What do you think happened to her then? You know what I think, Father Burke. She killed herself over you. This brought McNair forward in his seat. He mashed his cigarette in the ashtray and said, "No. She killed herself because of her own unhappiness. It was her own state of mind that drove her into the water." The man was overwrought. Little wonder. But Brennan decided to use that if he could. The news reports about you said you served in Germany with the military. Did you ever meet her over there? East is east and west is west, Father Burke, and never the twain shall meet. Do you know that expression? Kipling. I believe it goes on to say, "Till earth and sky stand presently at God's great judgment seat." Brennan had not expected McNair to be rattled by his recitation, but something about it hit a nerve, because McNair shot back, "Leave it to the priest to spin this around to Judgment Day. Well, I'll have you know that I have nothing to answer for on that day or any other day. Forget about Germany. Forget about murder. I am not responsible for the actions of a woman unhinged by whatever was going on in her own head. I was hoping you might have something that could shed some more light on that, but apparently you don't. I'm sorry to have wasted your time, Father Burke." And with that, he got up and walked out into the blinding snow. Monty. Lieutenant Borowitz, thank you for agreeing to speak with me. You may want to put the run on me when you hear what I have to say, but I'll give it a try. That doesn't inspire a great deal of confidence, Mr. Collins. Diane Borowitz was a tall, fit-looking woman in her late 30s, with short, dark curls under a grey woolen toque. She had agreed to meet him, but far from her place of work in the dockyard on Halifax Harbour. She suggested the Chicken Burger, a popular eatery in Bedford. It was about a 15-minute drive from the city if you took the scenic route along the Bedford Highway, and Monty drove out there at lunchtime on Wednesday. No. Well, as I said to you on the phone, I'm a lawyer working on a case here in Halifax. I am, in fact, representing the man who is charged in the death of Micah Keller. The Navy lieutenant stiffened, and she looked wary, as well she might. She didn't speak. Lieutenant Colonel McNair, as I'm sure you know, is the man who's been arrested. Right. But I don't know McNair, except to say hello in passing, and I did not know Commodore Rendell's wife at all. Saw her, but I don't recall ever being introduced. I have spent much of my career on the West Coast, at Esquimalt, so I'm not as plugged into the social scene here as others would be. I understand. So I don't see how I can be of any help to you. Well, I'll explain. First of all, what can I get you? He looked over at the counter. I was thinking of sushi with a spinach and goat cheese salad on the side. Monty laughed. Would you like fries with your chicken burger? Naturally. And a large glass of orange pop. I'll have the same. He returned with their orders, and they took their first bites. After what he hoped was a decent interval, he got to the point. What I'm hoping, Lieutenant, is that you'll tell me something about Hubert Rendell. That wary look again. On his way out to Bedford in the car, Monty had tried to come up with a cover story that would disguise the true reason for his interest. That is, his interest in trying to cast suspicion on the bereaved husband of the victim. He tried out his story on Lieutenant Borowitz. In putting together a defence for my client, I am trying to find out as much as I can about the backgrounds of the key people in Miss Keller's life. Any conflict she might have had, her husband might have had, any history she had with other people in her time in Halifax. The lieutenant didn't look any more convinced than Monty himself would have looked upon hearing such a yarn. How is it you think I can help you, since I had only a passing acquaintance with the people involved? Well, I know you worked with the Commodore. Worked with him would not be an accurate description. He was, and is, senior to me in rank. I'll be open with you. Yes, I'd appreciate that. In my conversations over the past few days, I heard there was an incident, or a complaint, that you filed against the Commodore. You're fishing around to see if he's the type who would kill his wife. I don't know if I'd go as far as that. She gave him a look that said she'd been around the block, around the world in a series of Iroquois-class destroyers, more likely, and knew exactly how far the accused man's lawyer would go in cobbling together a defence. Finally, she said, I'm not going to get up on the stand and say Rendell strikes me as a killer. No, I'd hardly expect that. Wouldn't do much for my career. It could be a black mark against you, for sure. I'm no fan of Hubert Rendell, but if you repeat that, I'll deny it. Fair enough. Can you tell me what the complaint was about? Again, I have no intention of testifying or giving a statement. All right, I understand. This was years ago, back in 1987. I think he had just returned from the operation off the coast of Europe, the North Sea. I ended up alone with him outside the Fleet Club, or he contrived to get me alone. Here it comes, thought Monty. Now it was Rendell's turn to get a woman alone and show himself to be less than an officer and a gentleman. I had to be really careful how I handled it. Couldn't just walk away from him or tell him to F off, because he'd use it against me whenever I came up for promotion. Right, so what did he do? He had obviously been listening to wardroom gossip about me. If he thought I would... Let's just say he had the wrong idea about me. And? What did he do, or try to do? He accused me of behaving inappropriately. He accused her? Really? In what way? He said I'd been flirting with, or coming on to, or however he put it, one of our men here, the commander of one of our ships. I won't name the man, and I hadn't been flirting with him. Rendell got it into his head that I was some kind of home-wrecker, and he would not stand for that sort of behaviour on his watch. It was bullshit. Me and this man, we were friendly, that was all. In fact, I was just as friendly with his wife as I was with him. His wife was great fun, and we used to joke around together. Rendell was way off base, making an accusation like that. He's a bit of a stick in the mud, bit of a prude. I was offended by the accusation, and on the spur of the moment I made the complaint about him and his inappropriate slander against me. When I cooled off, I wished I hadn't bothered to make a report. It's the kind of thing that happens, and you just let it roll off your back, which I should have done. She folded her arms and gave Monty a tight little smile. So there you have it. Not much there to blacken his character, if that's what you were hoping to do. Not much indeed. He thanked Lieutenant Borowitz, apologized for taking up her time, and stood when she rose to leave. He went back to the counter and ordered a bag full of chicken burgers for the family and drove around the Bedford Basin to the centre of the city. What had he gained from that encounter? Only more evidence that Commodore Hubert Rendell was a straight arrow. He expected those under his command to live up to the same standards. But what, Monty wondered, what might he do if someone close to him fell below those standards? What if he thought there was a home-wrecker operating on his own patch? Chapter 19. Brennan. I'm thinking the answer to all this lies in Germany. Brennan was on the phone to his brother Terry after another night haunted by Micah Keller. It wasn't that Brennan was hearing voices from the grave, not even Micah Keller's. What he was seeing over and over was her blanched face, her lightless eyes staring up at him from the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. And it was driving him to go to whatever lengths he had to in order to assuage his guilt, to solve the question of her death. The postcard, Terry said. Right, Patrick filled you in. Micah got that card, and then only a few days later she took off for Europe. Now I hear from Friedhabler that she didn't show up 2 nights in a row for a Mozart opera in Vienna, yet her husband told Fried that she had enjoyed the opera. And? Why do I get the feeling you've got a scheme in the works? Long association with me makes you suspicious. Rightly so. But it's hard not to see the significance in a homemade postcard showing the headquarters of the secret state police, and an unplanned trip right after she gets it. But what if it was a threat of some kind? Why would...
Let's take a brief moment to rest. Enjoy this melody while your mind takes a gentle walk, and we'll soon return to our journey. Thank you for watching this video.
She'd drop everything and head over there. On the surface it doesn't make sense, but we don't know what might have been going on beneath the surface. Back in 1974 she made her escape at a checkpoint and she was shot at. They fired on everybody who tried to flee, didn't they? But I have an idea, and don't make me regret this, Bren. If you think there was something from her East German past that came back to haunt her, something or someone, there's a guy I could talk to over there. Oh? Old Air Force buddy of mine, fellow by the name of Ross. We flew together during my time in the service. Now he's stationed in Germany. I see him once in a while when I have a layover. I'm flying to Zurich tomorrow night. That doesn't give you much time for planning. My next flight to Frankfurt is Monday of next week. Ross is still at the old U.S. Embassy in Bonn. With the move of the capital from Bonn to Berlin, the U.S. has 2 operations going, one still in Bonn, the other in Berlin. The German Ministry of Defense is in Bonn, and so is Ross. Coincidence? You don't have to be James Bond to suspect a military intelligence angle to his assignment. And he'll talk to you. Maybe, as long as we don't tag-team him. If he's going to say anything, it will be to me. 2 of us will make him twitchy. Understandably. So, if you're thinking of a road trip or a sky trip or a space trip for the pair of us, you'll have to keep yourself entertained in a beer garden or a cathedral while I meet with him. Now, obviously, he's not going to know anything specific about Micah Keller, or Edelgard, whoever she was. But he may be able to tell me where to look for information. General info about people who escaped, or, well, I don't know what. But I can try. Brennan was anxious to get over to Germany, anxious to try to unearth the origins of the Stasi postcard. He would be more than happy to get a flight for tomorrow night and meet up with Terry this week. But the coming week was his school's March break, so the later timing would be good. And he thought it would be more practical, more politic, to coordinate his excursion with Bishop Cronin's trip to Toronto for meetings with the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops. He would be leaving this weekend and would be away for several days. With Cronin out of the way when Brennan left town, the only person he had to provide with notice was his beloved pastor, Monsignor Michael O'Flaherty. "Father Drone and I will cover for you, lad," O'Flaherty assured him. "Sure, it's only an extension of your pastoral duties." "God love you, Michael." And then Brennan thought of Friedhabler again. Was there any bit of information he could offer to an amateur spy going over to the newly unified Germany in search of clues to a mysterious death in Halifax? Stated that way, it seemed unlikely that Habler could assist. But Brennan had never been to the eastern, formerly walled-off part of Germany, so even the most basic information would be helpful. He called Habler and received a cordial invitation to drop by the house. So Brennan stopped in at the Clyde Street liquor store and got a 6-pack, 3 German and 3 Irish, and knocked on the door of the little shingled house up the street. "Welcome, Brennan, welcome, and God bless you for thinking of a singer all alone in his house with a parched throat. This is exactly what the conductor ordered." Brennan went inside, and they cracked open their choice of cans, Habler's Irish and Brennan's German, and Habler poured them into steins. They chattered about an upcoming opera recital by the music students at Dalhousie University. Then Brennan said, "I have an excursion planned." "Oh? Where are you going?" "Berlin." "Oh?" "I know I may regret it. I know I may come away no wiser than I am now, and I admit wisdom is not my strong suit these days. But that postcard suggests a German angle to this whole affair. And if that is the case, I want to know what the angle is. Of course, I'm not daft enough to believe the answer will fall into my lap, but I won't rest until I've at least made the effort." Habler was sitting back, nodding his head. Nodding in agreement, or in an effort to humour a man with a balmy scheme that would almost certainly go kaput? "What do you think, Fried?" "Brennan, I don't know what to say. I understand completely your suspicion that the card is significant. A card showing the headquarters of the Stasi, the secret police who spied on everyone and kept millions of records. You may be interested to hear that the old records have been preserved, or many of them anyway. Back in 1989, during the dying days of the East German regime, some women in the city of Erfurt noticed dark smoke coming from the Stasi building in that city. The women knew the place was heated with gas, which makes white smoke. They concluded that the Stasi were burning papers in there. So a bunch of citizens got together and occupied the building to prevent destruction of any more records. The military prosecutor was called in, and it all ended up with committees being formed, buildings being occupied in other cities, including Berlin, and records being preserved. After reunification, the government created the BSTU, the Stasi Records Agency, and the position of Federal Commissioner for the Stasi Records. 4 years ago, the files were opened to the public, and the Records Agency administers this process, so people can see what the former government kept on file about them. Harbler leaned forward with an amused look on his face. That is not even to mention the samples they kept of people's sweat and body odors. Ah, I see that makes you, what is the word? Not sleazy. Queasy may be the word you're searching for, Fried, and you were absolutely correct. What kind of world are we living in when government authorities— Harbler was shaking his head. You have no idea what things were like, Brennan. Here, we both need another beer. He got up, refilled the glasses, and handed one to his guest. There were files on some 6 million people, over 1/3 of the population of East Germany. Brennan, you may be amused to hear what they're doing now. There was much shredding of records, as you might imagine, and here is an example of our famed German efficiency. Bags of shredded documents are being painstakingly reassembled. This will take years, as there are thousands of these bags and tens of millions of pages. My God, you couldn't make this stuff up, and if you did, nobody would believe you. Hard not to see a message of some kind in the choice of building on the card. Have you any idea, Fried, why someone would send a message like this to Micah Keller? I have no idea at all. I'm sorry. I suspect I won't know any more after travelling to Berlin than I do now, but I feel compelled to make the effort. Well, if you do go, I know a family that has a small hotel. It's in the Alexanderplatz part of the city, which was, of course, formerly in East Berlin. Not far from the BSTU office building, as a matter of fact, which is on Karl-Liebknecht-Strasse. This is not the Stasi headquarters itself, of course. The old headquarters block is where the actual records are kept in the archive. If you wish to see that frightening complex of buildings, you would take the U-Bahn, the underground train, to Magdalenenstrasse station. The hotel is the Gasthaus Pfeiffer. Shall I write all of that out for you? No, just say it all again. I'll remember. So Harbler repeated the information, and Brennan thanked him. They talked about travel and history, and then Brennan brought the conversation back, rather abruptly, he knew, to the death of Micah Keller. The night she died. You weren't home that night when the phone rang, were you, Fried? I was. There's no harm in admitting you were out. The police are hardly going to be looking at you for the killing, and neither am I. I can think of someone who would like to blame me. Well, I don't mean to make him sound No. What is the word? A man who will do anything to achieve his goal. Unscrupulous? That is the word. Who do you have in mind? I'm talking about the lawyer, Monty Collins. He would be happy to find another suspect, someone else besides this man McNair. But I know Mr. Collins is not unscrupulous. Still, if it is believed that I was out, and yet I told the police I was in, it would look as if you had something to hide. Yes, it would. But I was here at home, I really was. So how did you miss the telephone jingle-jangling beside your head while you were in bed? I was afraid it was my wife. But the timing of the call, it was around midnight. Would your wife be calling at 5 a.m. German time? She was in Toronto. There was a shamefaced look about him now. What is it, Fried? Why did you not want to speak to your wife? Maybe you weren't the only one reclining in your bed when the phone started clanging in your ears. No, I was not in bed. Go on. Harbler sighed, polished off his beer, and put the stein on the coffee table. I was not the only man that night who did not want a call from a wife. I was out at the Split Crow. Do you know that bar? I learned the history of it when I was there. Sailors have been drinking in that place for more than 200 years. It may have started out in a different location, but I do know this. It was originally named the Spread Eagle, named after the double eagle symbol from Germany, and people looked at the image and began calling it the Split Crow. I met up with a group of people and drank rum with them, and then it turned into a crazy party. And, well, I invited them all back here. And there were a couple of women. So if I picked up the phone and my wife heard the voices— Does your wife tend to doubt you? Well, no, not usually. But if she found out I lied to the police— I am often away from home, and she makes jokes about opera divas and fans and all of that, but she is not entirely joking. She knows I work very closely with beautiful and talented women. And then this, with the ladies and the sailors and— Sailors? Let's back up here, Fred. Why don't you start at the beginning? Yes, all right. I was in the Split Crow. I'd been passing by and heard music, rock music being played, and I felt tempted to go in for a drink and for some company, some entertainment. And the place was crowded, no seat for me at a table, so I stood at the bar and ordered a drink. I heard someone speaking Dutch, which I understand, so I turned around and saw a group at a table. There were a couple of girls there, and I realized some sailors from the Netherlands. There was a Dutch Navy ship in the harbour visiting for official business of some kind, NATO or whatever it might have been, so the sailors were drinking with the girls, who gave me the impression they were, well, prostitutes. And the men were telling jokes that went over the girls' heads because they could not understand the language. So I joined in and translated, but just made up most of the translations in what I thought was a humorous way. The sailors obviously thought so too, because they invited me to join them. We all had some drinks, and then, feeling grand about myself, I invited everyone back here to my house, where I would be the host of the party. And the Dutchmen brought bottles of liquor, and the girls came with them. Someone had a red kerchief and put it around one of my lights, and there were jokes about this being Amsterdam jurisdiction, so everything was tolerated. And all this foolishness. I launched into the score of Così fan tutte. You know what that means. Brennan did. The title of the opera meant Thus Do They All, or They're All Like That. They meaning women. So I did a very opera bouffe version of some of the selections, and then I began composing, and— Habler stopped speaking and appeared to be a bit flustered. And? Is something the matter, Fried? No, it's just that there was something about composing. Did someone say Edelgard herself, Micah, had been composing? What? No, it was Mr. Collins, I remember now. When he was here, he asked if there had been some composing going on, and he meant Micah. But I thought at first he knew about the night of drunkenness here that night, and— Micah composing? No, never mind. It was something Mr. Collins had heard, but I don't know any more. Anyway, as I was telling you, I began composing magnificent operatic works on the spot. Correction. Make that schlock. I grabbed one of the girls by the hand and made up an aria about her. I think I called it Lady of the Fleet, or maybe it was Beauty Below the Decks or something. And there was some off-color lines, terribly schmaltzy melodies, and bad vocalizing on my part. I was in fact bellowing like a fourth-rate opera wannabe type of person. I pity my poor neighbors if they could hear me. My guests were nearly losing control of themselves. They were laughing so much. I made a complete fool of myself. I was a drunken, pathetic buffoon. One of the sailors took one of the women into the other bedroom here. I myself would have been too drunk to perform as a man in a bedroom. I don't know if you have ever been in that embarrassing situation yourself, Father Burke. Don't ask. Right. So unable to do anything else. Not that I would. My dear wife need not fear on that score. Right. But still and all, to tell the police, I was not about to tell the police what really went on here that night, or get the Dutch sailors or the women in trouble. So that is why I claimed I was home drinking all alone and then passing out and sleeping all through that outrageous night. Still, being unmasked as a bit of a buffoon beats being suspected of murder now freed. But I am not suspected. I'm sure you're right. But, Brennan, if the Polizei are suspicious of me, I will certainly admit making a jackass of myself and being unable to misbehave with the women. Chapter 20. Brennan. Terry Burke departed New York for Frankfurt the night of Monday, March 11th, and took a connecting flight to Bonn. The following night Brennan flew from Halifax to London and got a connecting flight in the morning from Heathrow to Berlin. He arrived in time to get settled in at the Gasthaus Pfeiffer. He was exhausted from the long flight over the Atlantic. He had never been able to sleep on a plane, so he lay down on his hotel bed and debated whether to sleep or go out. It was raining quite heavily, so that offered an incentive to lose part of the day sleeping. He awoke refreshed, had a quick shower and a sandwich, and he made it to the late afternoon mass at St. Hedwig's Cathedral. The hotel and the cathedral were located in what had been for over 40 years East Berlin. The plan was for Terry to see his pal in Bonn, then fly to Berlin and meet Brennan at the church. St. Hedwig's was modelled on the Pantheon in Rome, and after the Mass, Brennan had an opportunity to read the history of its martyred priest, Father Bernhard Lichtenberg. After Kristallnacht, the pogrom unleashed against Jewish synagogues and businesses in 1938, Lichtenberg began praying regularly for the Jews of Germany. He protested directly to Hermann Goering about the concentration camps and took various Nazi officials to task over the persecution of the Jews and the killing of the sick and the mentally ill. Eventually he was arrested by the Nazis and sent to the concentration camp at Dachau. He died on the way there. Brennan was on his knees in prayer and contemplation when Terry arrived with his carry-on bag in tow. Brennan handed him a brochure about the church and about Father Lichtenberg and whispered, "There is history in every paving stone in this country." I never doubted it, and I suspect the fella Russ has lined up for us has had some tense moments during that history. We're meeting him at 1:30 tomorrow at a cafe on the river. Good plan. We'll see a bit of the city today. It was grey and cool, but the rain had stopped. Not a bad day for walking about. You're not a regular visitor to Berlin, as far as I know. No, my German flights are generally to Frankfurt and Munich. They left the cathedral and walked to Alexanderplatz, so Terry could drop off his suitcase at their hotel. On the way, Brennan pointed to the most obvious landmark, the Berlin Television Tower. Brennan had heard it described as the tallest structure in all of Germany, but he had heard something else about it as well. Keep an eye on the silver globe at the top of the tower. It has a nickname or two. Ulbricht Cathedral, named after the former party leader and head of state Walter Ulbricht, or something that would resonate more with the likes of us, the Pope's Revenge. When the sun shines on it a certain way, the reflection takes the shape of a cross. That must have gone down well with the non-believers running things here. They wrote it off as a plus sign for their version of hard-ass socialism. But we know different. They stopped in at the hotel and then headed out for a stroll about the city. They noticed that every time they stopped at an intersection, nobody, young, old, male, female, crossed against a red light, even if there was no traffic in sight. So the Burkes decided to blend in with the custom and mores of the city and stood with unaccustomed patience until the light turned and gave them permission to cross. Berlin was the loophole through which people had escaped from the East German state, because Berlin was within and surrounded by the East German territory. Brennan had seen varying figures for the number of people who had in the early years fled the People's Republic for the West, figures ranging from 2 million to over 3 million. Something had to be done to close that loophole, hence Die Berliner Mauer, the Berlin Wall, built in 1961. West Berlin was separated from East Berlin and was blocked off entirely from the rest of East Germany by a wall of concrete blocks, wire mesh fencing and anti-vehicle trenches, with machine gun posts and searchlights. There were more than 300 watchtowers. The wall was patrolled by East German border guards day and night. Several thousand people managed to escape, but several thousand others were captured. Well over 100 were either shot to death or died in other ways while trying to escape. But the wall came down in 1989, and the Berlin through which Brennan and Terry strolled was one undivided city, but a city of many styles. Intimidation architecture at its height, Brennan observed, as they came upon the edifice that had been home to Hermann Göring's air ministry during the days of the Nazi regime. The structure epitomized the fascist style, massive and symmetrical, with sharp square edges and row upon row of windows. Like other buildings constructed during the Third Reich, it was designed to impress and intimidate the masses. It was so enormous that Göring could have landed his airplanes on it. Little wonder it was a comfortable fit for the Soviet administration after the war, and subsequently for the East German regime. There were a great many square modern buildings, but also examples of the older styles, like the domed and elaborately decorated Berlin Cathedral and the Greek classical Brandenburg Gate. Brennan and Terry also saw the ruins of the Imperial Church of Kaiser Wilhelm II, with its bomb-damaged tower still standing as a reminder of the destruction of war. Given the impetus for the trip to Berlin, Brennan intended to take a look at the office building Friedhabler had told him about, which was located close to their hotel. So when he and Terry made their way back to Alexanderplatz, they walked the short distance to Karl-Liebknecht-Strasse and stood before the large modern rectangle of a building that was home to the Stasi Records Agency. Must be quite the operation in a big building like this. I would think so, given that the state was spying on millions of its citizens. Habler said the original records are still kept in archives in the old Stasi headquarters, which of course is the building shown on the postcard sent to Micah. We'll make a point of going to see that before we leave town. So, Bren, was that postcard sent to Micah to say they have a file on you? Or was it, we have a file on you? Someone from the old Stasi days tormenting her, you mean? Could be. We just don't know. If she saw the postcard as a threat of some kind, why would she hop on a plane and fly over here? Or maybe it was from an old friend, and the image was meant to say, look what we went through together, but that's over and done now. Though if that was the case, why would she lie about coming here to Berlin? Where was it she claimed she went? Milan and Vienna. And she didn't show up for the opera in Vienna. And you think she came here? I imagine so, in reaction to whatever message she read into that card. They stood looking at the building, and then Terry moved a little closer to his brother. He spoke in a quiet voice. Brennan, don't turn your head. Stand the way you are now. But I was looking in the glass here, and I saw the reflection of a man I think I spotted earlier near the hotel. Didn't think anything of it at the time, but you're not telling me we're being followed? Probably not. Who over here would know about us? Well, your pal Russ, for one. Terry laughed. It's not Russ. And the fellow he has us meeting at the cafe? Jaeger. He'd have no reason to follow us. He'll be seeing us tomorrow. It may be just my old military training, seeing enemies all around me. Maybe so. But take a casual look in the window. See if there's a man wearing a short grey coat and a dark wool cap, black-framed eyeglasses. And if you see him walking, he has a bit of a lurch to the right side. Brennan turned nonchalantly towards the glass and looked in the reflection. "I don't see anybody like that." "No? He's gone." "All right, let's get on with our sightseeing." They walked all over the city, stopping for a stein of pils or kolsch from time to time. They had supper at a lively beer garden, suitably closed in for the season, where Brennan had a selection of meeresfrüchte, seafood, and Terry had the hackefleisch, ground meat. They hit the sack early to make up for all the travelling. They wanted to be sharp for the next day's assignation. The next morning, Thursday, Brennan took the opportunity to attend another Mass in German, so he donned his clerical collar and headed out. After that, he and Terry took in a couple of museums offering a painfully honest take on German history, and then it was time to meet their contact, one Jäger, after what was traditionally the main meal of the day, Mittagessen, lunch. Terry followed the directions he had been given to a cafe on the banks of the river Spree, and they seated themselves by the window. The sun was shining off the river, and the view was lovely. Terry said, "This guy Russ has arranged for us to meet. He's German, but he was in the thick of things in the American sector in West Berlin during much of the Cold War. Sounded to me as if he was a spook of some kind, working for the U.S., though Russ didn't spell it out. Well, let's hope he can give us some idea where to start. In the meantime, let's eat." Terry ordered schnitzel with a serving of German potato salad to start things off. Brennan started with Bavarian potato soup with bacon and pretzel croutons in it. He looked across at his brother and laughed. "You can take the lads out of Ireland, but you can't take Ireland out of the lads. Sure, what would we do without our spuds? Sheila gave me hell on a trip to Italy one time. I ordered potato pizza. You're in Italy, for the love of God, Terry. Can't you order something besides potatoes?" Affecting the attitude of a sophisticate, I told her I wanted to see how they did them in Italy. Did them to perfection, needless to say. When Brennan's main course arrived, there was another story. The Maultaschen was a serving of dumplings stuffed with sausage, bread, onions, and herbs. Putting the plate down and eyeing Brennan's collar, the waitress said, "I don't know if I should tell you this, Father, but it was always a favourite during Lent. People could keep eating meat because it was hidden in the pasta dough." Brennan laughed and said he was doing the same thing, given that they were in the midst of Lent now. He savoured his first bite and called across to her that it was köstlich, which didn't mean costly, but delicious, as was the Bavarian beer that accompanied the meal. Brennan noticed a distinguished-looking grey-haired man in a suit and tie coming in the door and looking around. Brennan stood, and the man noted his clerical attire and approached the table. "I am Jäger." Terry rose then, and they all shook hands. "What can we get for you, Herr Jäger?" "I have had lunch with my wife, but I would certainly enjoy a beer, a Helles, and a Donauwelle." "Please order whatever you like," Terry said. "We really appreciate your meeting us here." "Here, in the former Deutsche Demokratische Republik." They engaged in small talk about the city until the waitress brought Jäger his beer and Donauwelle. It had layers of cake, white and chocolate, with cherries stuffed in it and chocolate glaze over the top. Brennan made a mental note to have a taste of this before he left the city, but business first. After taking a bite of his dessert and a sip of beer, Jäger got to the purpose of the encounter. "The facts, as they have been given to me, are these. A woman named Micah Keller, originally called Adelverd Vogt Becker, got out of this country in 1974, lately lived in Canada, received a postcard from this city depicting the headquarters of the Stasi. Shortly after receiving this postcard, she embarked on an unscheduled trip to Europe. She stated that she would be attending the opera in Vienna, but she did not attend. She died in suspicious circumstances shortly after her return to Canada. There is a question whether her death was a suicide or a homicide." "That sums it up, yes," Brennan agreed. "There are two men who would have some knowledge for you. Knowledge at the ground level, you might say. The man I recommend is Gerhard Fischer. How many days are you in Berlin? Only 2 more days after this. That is a pity. This contact who would be most useful is away in Den Haag right now on business. I doubt Fischer will return before your departure. That leaves us only Willi Horst Lehmann. I almost hesitate to recommend him to you. He is a low sort of person. But he has the advantage of being available. He is a humble waiter, or more accurately, I suppose, a bartender. But he poses as a man of mystery, trying to create an air of intrigue about himself. It is true that he does have a past. He has not always been pouring whiskey down the throats of the alcoholics 6 nights a week. How could we get close to him and induce him to talk to us? Get him out from behind the bar, I mean. Are you Scottish? No. I thought from your voice, perhaps. He directed his question to Brennan. No, Brennan replied. But why are you asking? Jaeger laughed and said, Willi is fascinated with Scotland, the bagpipes, all the music, and the bonny lassies with red hair, and he has always nurtured an ambition to travel there. We used to make jokes that he would have served Erich Mielke on a platter with an apple in his mouth if the Scots had wanted him. Mielke, head of the Stasi, for more than 30 terrifying years, famed for many things. With regard to those who attempted to flee the Republic, he instructed his men in this way. When you shoot, you must shoot so that the guy you hit doesn't get away but stays here with us. And so indeed many stayed, dead or alive. Even now, here in Berlin, the reference to certain streets will have people twitching. Magdalenenstrasse, Normannenstrasse, Ruschestrasse. That is where the enormous complex is located, the Stasi headquarters and associated buildings. Something like 1 million square feet of office space. Perhaps you have not seen it? Not yet, but we intend to go and have a look. As for Willi Lehmann, you will find him at a very different place of employment, a bar called the Gegi. The street is Schiffbauer Dam. There is usually a band that plays Irish and Scottish music, but I warn you, Willi drinks a good part of the profits there, at least on the nights when the owner of the place is not present, and Willi cannot hold his liquor. His capacity is 2 glasses of beer, that is all. After that he is of no good to anyone. Brennan could see the ghost of a smile on his brother's face as Terry contemplated the advantage of this weakness in their target. How will we recognize him? Another laugh from Jaeger. He will be the only large, blond-haired German man behind the bar wearing a tam o'shanter on his head. They were all laughing then. You said he's a bit of a low character, and a drinker. Brennan didn't look at Terry when he said it. Would a person like that have been given information, trusted with it? In other words, would he know anything? He has some knowledge. A totalitarian state needs people on the ground. It is estimated that at the time the regime collapsed, there were nearly 190,000 people working not as employees of the secret police, but as unofficial informers. They were called the IMs, Inoffizielle Mitarbeiters. These were civilians, regular people. Over all the years of the East German state, there may have been over 500,000 snitches in that category. And there was another whole world of informers, even less official than the unofficials. People in factories, universities, political organizations, cultural institutions, giving information on their co-workers. Superintendents in apartment buildings keeping records of who came in to see whom. So everywhere you had people informing on their close friends, family members, lovers, neighbors, school children informing on classmates. These ordinary citizens would report on anyone who said anything that offended the party line, or who spoke of escaping to the West, and those people were imprisoned or had their lives or careers destroyed. Do not forget the Volkspolizei as well, the national police force. Anyone walking the streets of Eastern Germany today wonders about every person he meets. Was she one of the spies? And this Willi was one of them. He was one of those assigned to keep an eye on East German citizens who, for whatever reason, were in West Berlin. He was at this work in the 1970s. Find a way to make him speak to you. You might tell him we have ways of making you talk." Jaeger smiled and said, "I have seen those movies too." Brennan and Terry laughed along with him. Then Jaeger rose, thanked them for their hospitality, wished them luck, and said, "See what Lehman has to say." Chapter 21. Pete. On Thursday, March 14th, Detective Sergeants Vandenbrink and Young drove the roughly 260 kilometres from Halifax, Nova Scotia, to Moncton, New Brunswick. They pulled up at the Moncton Flight Centre on the outskirts of the city, in Dieppe. Ailsa's friend Shauna had arranged for a Moncton police officer, who was a neighbour of Shauna and her husband, to meet them outside the club. Constable Ray Comeau introduced himself, and they had a quick look at the cluster of light aircraft gleaming in the sun. "Makes you want to take to the skies, eh?" said a man behind them. They turned, and Albert Glendenning introduced himself as the man who had the day-to-day running of the centre. He invited them inside and offered them seats in a large meeting room. "Thanks for seeing us, Albert," Ailsa said. "As Ray explained to you, we are interested in an incident that occurred here in 1985. Your flights were grounded for a day, as we understand it." "Right. What happened?" "First of all, let me make it clear that there was nothing wrong with any of our planes, or with our facility or any of our personnel. We run a tight ship here, if I may mix my metaphors a bit. Safety is our priority. What happened was we had a little reception for some of the people who'd attended the big do in Moncton with the Chief of the Defence Staff. Some of those guys came out here, and we had snacks and soft drinks, tea and coffee for them. And a few of the people, those with accreditation to fly, were going to take up a Cessna or a Piper Malibu and have a little short flight over the city. Out to the beach, that sort of thing. These were, of course, civilian airplanes. This isn't an Air Force base. Not anymore." "It used to be a base?" Pete asked. "You wouldn't know it to look around now," Albert said. "But this was a big RCAF operation during the Second World War, and for years afterwards. There were dozens of buildings, including a hospital, barracks, mess halls, a training centre for flyers from all over the Commonwealth." "I never heard about all this." "That's because you've never chatted with the old ladies here who were young during the war. Brings a smile to my mother's face every time it comes up in conversation. She has fond memories of the men in uniform who thronged the city streets in wartime. She calls them the dashing airmen, and they came from England, Australia, all over. The Moncton Flying Club, that's what we used to be called, was a big part of it. Flight training school. But those days are long gone. So when the brass came down from Ottawa, they didn't come out here for the main event. The ceremony was in the city, and they dropped into number 5 and the wing." Pete's face must again have betrayed his confusion. "Number 5 Supply Depot and the Air Force Association wing. You know, chapter of the association. But they honoured us with a visit afterwards, and we put on a little reception for them. And as I say, a few of our planes, 2 or 3 of them, were reserved for later that afternoon, early evening. There were a couple of the men who had been hitting the sauce earlier. You can be sure they weren't getting anywhere close to an airplane." "Do you have any names for us? People who attended, the guys who were drunk?" Glendenning shook his head. "No idea." "All right. So then what happened?" "This is going to sound weird, because it may have been entirely harmless. You're going to laugh. But we found a mug of tea with cold medicine, allergy medicine, in it. Not exactly Baron von Richthofen buzzing our airfield or shooting down our planes." "No, not exactly," Pete laughed. "We didn't know whether somebody just had a cold, and this is the way he takes his medication, or whether, well, that particular medication put you to sleep. You know the old warning, do not operate heavy machinery while using this product. There's a good reason for that. We could not let anyone take a plane up if he was under the influence of a drug that would make him drowsy, or even fall asleep while he was up there. How did you discover the drug in the tea? One of our staff was cleaning the glasses and mugs off the table and noticed the powder from a capsule not completely absorbed in the tea. The club did not use coffee whiteners, the powdered stuff, so that wasn't it. And it looked as if whoever had the tea drank only a couple of sips from it, changed his mind about taking the medication in the middle of the day, or it was somebody else who slipped the capsule or capsules into the tea, and it didn't taste right to the tea drinker. Was there anything to point to that scenario? I wasn't working here at the time. I only started here 2 years ago. But what I was told was that our people went outside and asked everyone whether he had left a cup of tea unfinished. It sounded like a stupid question, I'm sure, but nobody owned up. Nobody said, "Yeah, I have a cold," or "I'm allergic and I put a bit of medicine in my tea and decided not to finish it." Or some of the people out there didn't hear the question. Who knows? Anyway, out of what must have been an excess of caution, our people made up a story about bad weather coming in and ordered that all planes be grounded for the day. Glendenning looked a little sheepish, telling the story, but then he said, "We had Department of National Defense officials here, and we had a couple of drunks who got a little belligerent about politics, defense policy, or whatever it was. It made one of our management people nervous enough that he kept the tea and had it taken somewhere to be analyzed. He didn't tell anybody till the analysis was completed some time later. And if it had turned out to be a fairly harmless dose, he likely would never have mentioned it again, would have felt foolish about doing it. But it turned out he was right to be concerned. There was the equivalent of nearly 3 capsules of the medication in the tea. So whether it was somebody being careless with his own meds or, one guy doctoring another guy's tea, it was a good thing that we did not permit any flights that day." Pete and Ailsa were silent for a moment, taking this in. Then Ailsa said, "So, to ask the obvious questions, any idea who did it, and who was meant to drink it?" Glendenning shook his head. "Is there a log or a register showing who was to take out which planes?" "Nothing from back that far." And then the Moncton cop, making no attempt to hide his displeasure, asked, "But the records existed at the time. Did anybody remember who was to take the planes up? It must have been a topic of conversation, surely." "As I said, I wasn't here then. The man who was in charge then died a few years ago, of natural causes." Glendenning looked embarrassed. The way things were organized then, the manager at the time, the man who has since died, would have been in charge of the records. I think he may have done a clean-up job. From what I heard, he made it clear that nobody was to mention the incident. Constable Comeau asked, "Was this reported to us, this incident, which could have been attempted murder?" Again, the former manager. It would have been his decision to, inform the authorities or not. But the flight center did the right thing, kept everybody out of the cockpits and all the planes on the ground. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Then Ailsa said, "As Ray told you, we have a man charged with murder in Halifax." "Yes, I know." "Does that name mean anything to you? Lieutenant Colonel Alban McNair?" "Never heard of him until I read about the charges in the paper. And then Ray told me McNair had been posted to Gagetown at the time of the D&D visit, and that he'd been stopped by the Mounties west of the city. Other than that, I don't know anything. I wish I could be more helpful." "No need to apologize, Albert," Ailsa assured him. "We wanted to check just in case." Ailsa had arranged for them to meet her friend Shauna for a fast-food lunch. The local copper came along with them. They talked about the bizarre event at the flying club and then moved on to other subjects of conversation. Constable Comeau asked after Shauna's husband, the Mountie, and they chattered about other people they knew. Comeau said the Moncton City Police were on edge because they'd been hearing rumours that the force was going to be disbanded and replaced by the RCMP. "So put in a good word with Keith for me and maybe they'll take me on." Shauna tried to maintain the light-hearted tone, and assured Ray Comeau that he'd look wonderful in the Mounties' red dress uniform. They all said goodbye shortly after that, and Pete and Ailsa got into their car for the drive home to Halifax. As soon as they were on the road, Ailsa said, "So, was somebody targeted for murder? Or was somebody innocently taking too strong a dose of medication? A person who had no intention of getting into the cockpit of a plane that day?" "That's the sanest way to look at it. But let's look at the most extreme case. If somebody had a grudge against the military, the unification of the forces, for instance, would he go so far as to murder a high-ranking officer or defense official? And if he did, wouldn't there be a more efficient way to do it? Soldiers are trained in the art of killing, after all. Which may be exactly why he tried it this way instead of shooting the man in the heart with an army-issue weapon. This could look like an accident, carelessness on the part of the victim himself. And who knows? Maybe it wasn't even planned. McNair sees Colonel Blimp there, and McNair's out of his mind on booze, and he's got some cold medication on him and does something really stupid on the spur of the moment. All we have relating to McNair, Ailsa, is a roadside stop half an hour from here late that night. And he was taken to the RCMP detachment, and he blew under .08, so he wasn't pissed drunk. Of course, that could have been the amount left in his system after being on a bender earlier in the day, and maybe the night before. Could have been. We just don't know. He did have a souvenir of some kind in his car, a keepsake given out to those who attended the event at the club. Ailsa looked over at her partner. "I wouldn't like to trot this case out in front of a prosecutor, but what we may have here, is one death and one intended death that were meant to look like suicide." Monty was sitting in his office on Thursday morning, staring in disbelief at the file on his desk. After more than 2 decades as a criminal lawyer, he should have been beyond surprise by now. But this guy... The client was charged with stealing a car. He and 2 women had just been in the office. It went like this. Client: "I don't know nothing about it." Monty: "But a witness named Josephine and another named Phyllis say they saw you with the car." "Who is Josephine?" One of the women put up her hand. "I'm Josephine." The client's mother. "I'm Phyllis," said the other, his grandmother. Still the client would not admit he had the car. Monty: "If they testify against you, it won't go well for you." Client: "What if they don't testify?" Monty: "The Crown will subpoena them." Client: "So what if they don't testify?" Monty: "They could be put in jail." Client: "How long would they have to stay in jail?" His own mother and grandmother. But that wasn't the only charge against this client. He was also charged with a stabbing. Client: "I wasn't there." Monty: "Where were you?" Client: "Home." Monty to client's mother: "Was he home?" Mother: "Yeah, except when he went out." Monty: "What time did he go out?" Mother: What time did the guy get stabbed?" So it was with relief that Monty took a call from Bill McEwen from the Crown's office about the Keller case. "Morning, Bill." "Morning, Monty. I spoke with Hubert Rendell about Micah not attending the opera in Vienna. Poor devil wasn't too happy hearing that, I'm sure, after everything else he's had to deal with. Now another deception. Right, and now it's worse. Her passport is missing." This was getting better all the time, for Alban McNair, not for the dead woman's husband. McEwen continued, "Hubert said she always kept the passport with her other papers in a desk drawer in her study, and the way he said it I had no doubt that she always kept her papers in order in the same place. It's not there, and it's not anywhere else in the house either, or in her car or her office. I don't even like to think of the poor guy's increasingly frantic search for the damn thing. No, He's had a rough go of it, and now the case has opened up. The implication is that wherever she went, and I think we can assume for now it was Germany, she didn't want anyone to know about it. The question is why. She wasn't killed in Germany, Monty, or Austria or Italy, if she even went to those latter two places. It happened here. All right. Thanks, Bill. Talk later. Getting rid of a passport. That spoke volumes to Monty. She wanted to hide whatever information the passport contained about her travels, and she wasn't planning to travel again any time soon. Wasn't planning to go on living? Was that too much of a stretch in favor of Monty's theory of the case? Chapter 22. Brennan. The massive state security complex in Berlin-Lichtenberg would have been overwhelming if it had not housed such a sinister organization as the Ministerium für Staatssicherheit. There were more than 30 buildings that made up the Stasi headquarters, big, ugly concrete blocks with long rows of windows that had looked out upon the terrified population. Walking around the enormous square in this eastern borough of the city, Brennan could well believe that the Stasi had over 1 million square feet of office space here. Gives you a whole new perspective, eh, Terry, seeing this in person, and knowing that this is what Elle, the sender of the postcard, wanted Micah to see. Christ, I'd give the secret police whatever they wanted, confess to anything and everything, just to stay out of there, Terry said. True enough. I need architectural therapy of a quite different kind. I hear you. So Brennan spent the rest of Thursday afternoon visiting various historic churches in Berlin, and Terry went off to the Luftwaffe Museum, which, as its name indicated, was devoted to German aircraft. When they met up again, they had a fine supper at their hotel. Terry was bubbling over like a little boy about the planes he had seen, and he showed Brennan a sheaf of postcards depicting Messerschmitts and Junkers and Heinkels, and Terry's new favourite, the Focke-Wulf 190, nicknamed the Würger, or Butcher Bird. Brennan caught the enthusiasm. His enthusiasm, like his brother's, was for the planes themselves, and not the use to which they had been put, and hoped he might have time to go out there himself before he left the city. At supper they limited themselves to 1 glass of wine each, in order to stay sharp for their assignation with the informer and spy, Willi Horst Lehmann. When should we head over to the bar to meet Willi, Brennan? We'll leave it till later. We want him when his tongue's been loosened a bit by drink. In the meantime, let's go out for a nighttime walkabout. Berlin by night. Sounds good. They left the hotel and were immediately enveloped in a thick, chilling fog. Undeterred, they headed roughly west. They passed a brutal-looking rectangle of a building, tall, awkward, and featureless except for a colourful mosaic of socialist life, which banded the structure at the 3rd and 4th floors. But there was much more to behold of an architectural nature on Karl Marx Allee. Designed as the socialist showpiece of Berlin, the wide, impressive boulevard was originally named for Stalin. Lining the avenue were luxurious apartment buildings in the socialist wedding cake style, with columns, balustrades, and recessed balconies. Workers' living quarters, Brennan said to Terry, pointing at the magnificent houses. Somehow I suspect some were more equal than others, and only the most elevated of the equal got to live in there. Terry affected a Hogan's Heroes accent. Only those in favour with the party were permitted to party there. I suspect you're right, but pleasing to the eye for those of us outside. They walked the entire length of Karl Marx Allee to the square known as Frankfurter Tor, then turned back. After a few minutes, Brennan looked behind him and saw a car some distance away down the avenue, parked at the side of the street with its lights extinguished. It was a taxi, and it seemed to him he had seen the same car near Alexanderplatz when they started out, a light-coloured Mercedes with a slight crumple in the roof, as if something had fallen on it. But there were thousands of taxis in Berlin, and many of them looked alike, and many no doubt got battered in the line of duty. So he chided himself for conjuring up images reminiscent of the East Berlin he imagined from the recent past. He said nothing to Terry, and they continued on their way. They turned into Lichtenberger Strasse and found themselves on a street called Singerstrasse, which delighted Brennan with his love of music. It was in that leafy little neighbourhood with its warren of crisscrossing streets that Brennan noticed Terry glancing in the direction of the car. It was idling at the curb, lights out, and it was partly hidden by a delivery van parked on the street. Or was Terry just looking around like any visitor to the city? Was Brennan the victim of his own overactive imagination? He made a point of looking all about him, trying to get a good view of the car while he did so. Yes, the same cream-coloured old-model Mercedes. The angle did not permit him to see the flaw in the roof, if it was there, but it appeared to be the same car. "Eyeing that cab, are you, Bren?" So maybe he wasn't alone in his fantasies. "I noticed it. What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that taxi has been on the same zigzagging trail you and I have been on for the better part of an hour. Now that we're off the main drag, do you see a line of taxis or other traffic following this same route through the city?" "You're right. It's not exactly a high-traffic area. But nothing. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put on a little pantomime, as if we're going to split up for now, and I'll point you up the street. Then I'll turn around. Play along with me." "I will. See if it has a dent in the roof. Note it." With that, Terry made a show of looking at his watch under a streetlight. Then he raised his arm and pointed in the direction opposite to where the taxi was sitting, directing Brennan to some destination ahead of them. Terry then turned and started walking towards the block where the car sat idling. He gave Brennan a little goodbye wave as he did so. Brennan commenced walking towards the imaginary point indicated by his brother. A few seconds later he heard an engine rev up, and he turned to see the taxi, lights now on, reversing around the corner into a side street, and then pulling out and taking off, leaving Terry in its smoky wake. "The plot thickens," Brennan said when Terry was at his side again. "Did you get a look at him? Was he alone, or was there a passenger?" "Passenger in the back seat, but all I saw was the shape of a man. Didn't catch any details, unfortunately. Well, no details of the cabby or his passenger, but I was able to see that it was a Freundlich taxi car, and he had the number 17 in his windshield. Information I can use later when I hire a Freundlich taxi on a pretext. Or when I do. Ich spreche Deutsch, after all. I imagine many of the taxi drivers here have some English. Roma locuta est, causa finita est. I may not know any German beyond noch ein Bier, bitte, Fräulein, but you can't fool an old order boy with that famous bit of Latin. Rome has spoken, the case is closed. Very well, Father, I defer to a higher power. And rightly so. But for now our mission is to get to the Gege Bar and meet our man Willy. They found their way to Schiffbauer Damm, which was a long street running alongside the river Spree, and there was the Gege. They went inside. It wasn't half bad as a pub. The wallpaper was tartan, and there were portraits of Robbie Burns, William Wallace, and Robert the Bruce on the walls, and a set of bagpipes hanging over the bar. But the place wasn't overly tatty, and it had a fine selection of whiskies and German beers, and Guinness on tap as well. Terry and Brennan ordered pints of stout and glasses of whisky from a lovely young dark-haired woman, and stood at the bar surveying the room for their target. No sign of a large Teutonic man in Scottish headgear, but they would wait and hope that the man was working his regular shift. Jaeger said he worked 6 nights a week, so there was hope. And it wasn't long before their man emerged from a room behind the long mahogany bar and began pouring beer from the taps. And bless him, he was instantly recognizable with a red and green tartan tam on his big blonde head. When the beer had settled, he hoisted his tray and carried the 8 large steins to a table at the back of the room. Back there were microphone stands and an assortment of musical instruments propped up on shelves or hanging on hooks on the wall, including a couple of bodhráns, tin whistles, and a mandolin. Then came the bad news. One of the barmen walked over to the performance area and made an announcement. Brennan translated the news for Terry. "I am sorry to announce to you that the old Reekie Rockers, the band for this evening, will not be coming." There were groans and protests throughout the crowd. "We are told that they have been detained at Heathrow Airport for reasons nobody has explained, and they will not be here. But we will play for you many recordings of Irish and Scottish music, so drink up and enjoy your evening." He raised an imaginary glass and toasted the crowd. "Prost und Slánta." Nobody was more despondent than Villy in the Tam, and Brennan was alarmed to hear him say to the young woman behind the bar, "What a shitty night for me. I worked the early shift precisely so I could stop working and sit and listen to the band. Now they are not coming." He looked at his watch. Brennan thought fast. He didn't want to lose his quarry because of a lack of musical entertainment. He looked to his brother and translated what he had just heard from Villy. Then, "You've always been the barroom bon vivant of the family. Get up off your arse and earn yourself a pint of porter. Tell him a tale. Make something up to keep him here." "Thy will be done, father." Terry caught the eye of the young one at the bar, leaned over, and tried to communicate with her by way of sign language. He pointed to himself in the stage area, and the barman laughed and said, "I speak English." So Terry repeated his story, and the young woman's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Really," Terry assured him. "And my brother too," he said, pointing his glass at Brennan. Terry got up, walked to the end of the room, and took one of the tin whistles down off the wall. He grabbed a napkin off a table and gave the instrument a thorough wipe, Burkean fastidiousness coming through, and tested it for tuning. He put it back and tried another, repeated the process, and was obviously satisfied. He had the attention of everyone in the room. "Guten Abend, everyone. Unfortunately, that's the extent of my German," he said in a conveniently acquired North-Side Dublin accent. "My name is Terry Burke. I can't possibly replace the band you were hoping to hear, but I can play a few tunes for yous if you'd like." And he played a few jigs and reels on the whistle. The punters were delighted, Brennan saw, Villy Horst Lehman among them, and they demanded more. Lehman poured himself a beer and plunked himself down at a table with several people he obviously knew, and turned his attention to Terry's performance. "Now, I'll sing yous a song that's well loved in Ireland, though I think it came originally from Scotland. My wife Heather from Inverness insists that it's all about her." He did a lovely rendition of "Will You Go, Lassie Go," with its lines about the bloomin' heather. A young woman at Lehman's table asked if he would sing it again, so she and her man could dance. Terry obliged them, and several couples got up and waltzed. "I need to sit and wet my throat now," he said after the song, "but my brother will be happy to take over. Haven't I right, Brennan?" Lehman and his companions offered Terry a seat at their table, introduced themselves and ordered a round. Good. The Burkes wanted Lehman on the batter and loosened up. Brennan tapped a finger on one of the bodhráns and announced that he would be singing "Foggy Dew." Terry got up and whispered in his ear, "Are you going to say Huns or change the words?" "Feck, I don't know." He'd heard a more sensitive version of the song in which Britannia's Huns became Britannia's sons. But he wasn't one for softening lyrics or passages of literature, or scripture for that matter. He would go with the original. Taking the bodhrán in his hands, he beat the rhythm to the old song about Ireland's 1916 rising against the British Empire, and sang it as if Britannia's Huns had just sailed in through the Dublin fog the week before. He too was treated to enthusiastic applause. After a sappy rendition of Auld Lang Syne, Brennan insinuated himself at the table with his brother and the betammed Villy, and he listened as Terry boasted about the fact that the checkpoint scenes in the great 1965 film The Spy Who Came In From the Cold were filmed in a cobblestone square in Dublin, across from his favourite bar. Terry ordered a round, and then went on to recount blood-curdling tales of the bold IRA in Ireland, and Terry's own not entirely fictional role in the Troubles some years before. He was the family Shanachie, storyteller, and he had a rapt audience in the Gege Bar, Berlin. Most of the audience seemed to understand, so Brennan concluded that they had enough English to follow along. Either that or they were doing a good job of bluffing. Terry wound up with some colourful fictions about Heather, his fictional wife from the Highlands. Once the Burke brothers were in like Flynn with the crowd at the table, and after they had rebuffed the barmaid's offer of payment for their melodic services, it was time to get their intelligence source on track and quieten down. So Brennan gave Terry the eye. Get to work was the message. How was he going to introduce the subject of Micah Keller if this visit to the Gege was just a happy coincidence? Brennan was confident that his brother was up to the job, and he hoped the rising level of alcohol in Billy's blood would do the rest. After some inconsequential chatting about Germany, Terry said, "You know, Billy, my brother here is not very happy with me." "Not happy?" The big blonde Scotophile glanced at Brennan. "Why?" "Because we're supposed to be in Leipzig now. Brennan is a priest, Father Burke, though you might not know it to look at him now." Terry pointed to Brennan's stein of beer, and Billy gave a little laugh. Brennan said, "It's so good, how can I resist?" He had decided early in the evening not to speak any German. You learn much more from people if you don't let on how much you already know. "So," Terry improvised, "Brennan called me in Dublin and said he wanted to take a trip over from Canada to Leipzig, and not for a happy occasion, I'm sorry to say. One of the people in his parish died. She was originally from Leipzig. She left there many years ago and married a Canadian. Her family in Canada know very little, well, they know nothing at all, about whatever members of her family might still be here in Germany. The woman died in what we will call mysterious circumstances. Nobody knows whether it was an accident or something else." Terry had succeeded in capturing Billy's interest, and then he strayed a bit from the main narrative. "I jumped at the chance to come over here and meet my brother, so I flew into Berlin and we met here. And we will be going to Leipzig. But call me an old Gael, I guess. Whenever I see a bar with a Guinness sign or a notice that there is going to be Irish or Scottish music, I can't help myself. I just have to come in and have a pint. Or two. And a wee dram of scotch. If there's a session on, music that is, all the better. And if there's no music, well, as you've seen, I'll make my own." "And that's a good thing," Billy said, his words a bit slurred. "Your music was excellent." "Thank you. And I'll also tell you that this is not the first bar I have been in today. I was surprised to find that there are several Irish bars here, as well as this wee bit of Scotland." "Oh, yes, I can tell you all of them. And one can hear Irish and Scottish music very often." "Great. So what are the names of some of the others? I've been to Finnegan's." Father Burke butted in then. "Terry, the crack is mighty in this bar, and in the others too, I'm sure, and I appreciate being able to raise a jar or two with you. But we have to get to Leipzig and try to find Eldegard's family and give them the sad news." I know, Brennan. I understand. "And maybe if we are able to track them down, they'll be able to tell us whether they know anything about her that might, well, explain her death." "But how could they know that if they haven't seen her for years, Brennan?" "Now, we don't know that for sure. She had a trip to Germany not long ago. Why would she not have visited some family members while she was here? And if she did, maybe they know if something was troubling her, something that might have caused her to take her own life." Brennan turned his attention to Billy then, as if he had momentarily forgotten him. "I'm sorry to bring this kind of unhappiness to the table here, Billy. It's just that it's on my mind. Hildegard was a wonderful woman. She and I had some lovely conversations about music at my church, and for her to die so suddenly. This woman, Edelgard, she was from Leipzig, you say? Yes, Edelgard Vogt-Becker. Unfortunately, we don't know any more than that about her past life here in Germany. But Willi did, if Jaeger's information was correct. We may have to start with the telephone directory once we get to Leipzig. I know something about Edelgard Vogt-Becker, Willi said, leaning towards the Burks and speaking in a quiet voice. Really? Brennan said. Are you from Leipzig? No, I have lived all my life here in Berlin. But sometimes when people come from the East, Let me tell you something confidential. His voice was even softer now, a blurred baritone. I played what you might call a double game here in the days of the Democratic Republic. In other words, the undemocratic Republic of East Germany. Terry, for his part, played to perfection the role of a mind-boggled tourist. We have to hear this. Willi took a big gulp of beer and said, I led the authorities of the DDR, in English for you, the GDR, to believe I was working for them, even though I was living in the French sector of the city. What they never knew was that I was using my skills to assist the West. A dangerous game you were playing, said a breathless Terry. Oh, yes. What kind of work were you doing? My official role was to meet or to watch those who crossed into West Berlin, to make sure they returned to the East when their time was up or their task completed. And, of course, I was required to carry out this work to the best of my ability. But sometimes I found ways to help a person stay over longer, or I could arrange for them to get some welcome money, some extra Deutschmarks. People coming to the West were restricted in how much currency they were permitted to bring with them. It's great that you were able to help people in that way. I did what I could. Of course, I was living in the West with the permission of the DDR authorities because I was working for them. Undercover, naturally. But being in the West meant I had contacts with important persons who were grateful for information I was able to provide about important officials in the East. It's a wonder you weren't caught and thrown into prison. Oh, yes, I lived in fear. So what years were you doing this work? Long time, from the late 1960s all through the 70s. We know Edelgard crossed over in 1974. Yes, it would have been in one of the years around then. And you knew of her? Did you meet her? I did. She was one of many, but I remember her. Brennan thought of another name then. How about Rolf Antonio Baumann? Who is Baumann? Lehman asked. Just another name that came up in this. Sorry to interrupt, Willi. Please tell us what you remember about Edelgard. Edelgard, yes. She came over, and I turned a blind eye when she did not go back. Did not go back to the East? No wonder, Terry said. She would have been shot at, again. Shot? Well, they fired at her, just missed her. She barely got out alive. Willi stared at Terry, then said, When was this shooting? What was this? Brennan wondered. How did this fellow miss the shooting? But of course he may not have literally watched every person who came over. He couldn't be at every possible crossing point. Terry replied to his question. I'm talking about her escape across the border, when she was fired on by the guards. Willi was shaking his head by this time. There were no bullets flying when she came across the border. The only time she would have been shot at was if they caught her after she failed to return. Wait a minute. What was going on here? Brennan got into the conversation. She escaped. She was able to evade the gunfire. She fell and hurt herself, but kept running. This we know. Then, after that, when did you come into contact with her? There were no shots fired. Why would there be? She had permission to cross over. She was to meet someone, receive information from him, and take it back to the east. I was supposed to make sure she returned. She crossed with permission? She had not in fact escaped? Is that what they were hearing? How would she have received permission? I told you. She was to cross over at the Bochumer Strasse checkpoint, the most northerly of the crossings in the city, to meet someone from the west. From America, I believe, even though where she crossed would bring her into the French sector. She was to get certain information from this man, important, secret information, and bring it back to the DDR. Brennan avoided looking at his brother. To Willy he said, "And did she get the information?" "Yes, she did." "How do you know?" "Because I was very good at my work. I knew where the meeting place was, in a church over in the wedding district of the city. I waited there and I followed her after she met with him. The contact took place during a funeral at the church. The man who died was a well-known musician, so it would be crowded, not just a family event, and it would not look out of place to have strangers there. I was instructed to go to the churchyard to wait and follow her when she came out. When she appeared, she was carrying an envelope. She stopped to put it in her bag. It was a large envelope and did not fit in, so it stuck up out of the top of the bag. She walked away, and I followed. Who was this man from the west that she met? Willy put his hands up in a do-not-ask-me gesture. I cannot say. Could not, or would not. Perhaps this was an instance of the legend-building that Herr Jaeger had described as part of Willy Horst Lehmann's character. Willy was making it sound as if he knew who this mystery man was, when in fact perhaps he hadn't a clue. "All right," Brennan said. "Now, about the child." "Child?" "Was her daughter with her at the church?" Willy looked momentarily confused. Then he said, as if to himself, "That must be what she did." "What?" "She must have handed the child over to her contact." "Why do you say that?" "Is it not obvious? I did not see her until she was coming out of the funeral, so I did not see a child. But if she arrived with a child and left without one, that must mean she had a plan for the American to take over the sheltering of the daughter. She would have wanted the girl to be safe for the new life in the West, and, I suppose, safe while she completed her assignment." Brennan tried to picture the young mother handing over her little girl to someone after crossing the border. When did she see her again? How much time did Micah have with Helga? Brennan knew the child had survived the crossing into West Berlin, but died before the two of them could make it out of Germany for North America. So she left the church with an envelope in her bag. Then what happened? Then she was supposed to return to the bridge, the Börsebrücke, and cross back into the east, and take the envelope to certain parties who were waiting for it. Can you tell us who she was supposed to deliver it to? Official persons. That's all I will say. What did she look like back then? I'm trying to picture the scene. That was Terry. Good thinking on his part, trying to determine whether Willy had really seen her. If Lehmann was put out by the question, he didn't let on, just launched into a description of Edelgard as she had been 22 years before. And the description matched closely enough to the woman Brennan had known that he was confident that they were talking about the same person. What happened after the funeral? She walked to the post office, which was a few blocks from the church, and she went inside. She came out a few minutes after that, without the envelope. What did she do? Mail it? Drop it in a box? Terry laughed as he said it. I cannot imagine that she would have done that. The post office officials would have seen the address in the DDR, so they would have opened it. And if it contained sensitive information for the East, it would have been turned over to the authorities here in the West. She may have had a contact waiting for her in the post office. Good place to pass an envelope from one hand to another without raising suspicions. All I know is that she emerged from the post office without the envelope. Then I walked away. I turned a blind eye to where she went after. If she did not return as she was supposed to, I would tell my superiors that I was distracted by an emergency and lost sight of Miss Vogt-Becker. You let her stay in the West, if that's what she had it in mind to do. That is correct. So much for the story that Edelgard Vogt-Becker, a.k.a. Micah Keller, had escaped from East Berlin in a hail of gunfire. Chapter 23. Brennan. First thing Friday morning, Brennan and Terry went to see the famed Checkpoint Charlie, the Allied sentry post at the edge of the wall in the American sector of Berlin, the scene of a tense 16-hour standoff between American and Soviet tanks, and so many other momentous events of the Cold War. From there they walked west to near the Kirchnerstrasse, where they'd made arrangements to meet up again with the man known to them only as Jaeger. Jaeger had suggested this spot, where they could view one of the remaining portions of Die Mauer, the wall. It was about 3.5 meters high, with a large pipe running along the top of it. Jaeger was there waiting, and he explained that this was a late 1970s modification of the earlier construction. Much of the concrete was covered with graffiti now. Brennan lit up a cigarette, offered one to Jaeger, and lit that for him too. "Did you find Lehman at the Gegenbar?" "We did," Terry said. "Was he able to provide you with any information?" "He told us a story. Here's what he said, and you can tell us what you make of it." He recounted the version of events relayed by Willi, and waited for Jaeger's critique. "Willi Horst Lehmann no more turned a blind eye to refugees from the East than I would turn a blind eye to, well, that lovely Fräulein walking along the wall there." They turned to see an attractive young woman passing by in a stylish black hat and coat. Jaeger took a deep drag of his cigarette and expelled the smoke. Hat keine Eier in der Hose." Brennan had to laugh. The phrase meant he has no eggs in his trousers. Jaeger continued on the theme. "He does not have the balls to play a double game. Anyone who did that was risking torture and death. Willi was not up to that standard. His work for the Stasi was to spy on those few East German citizens who had been allowed to go to the West temporarily for some permissible reason. If it looked as if the person was going to try to defect to the West, Willi was either to corral the person back across the border or report all the details to the Stasi. If your friend vanished from sight, it was because she outwitted him. It was a failure on his part. I can just see him now, facing the prospect of facing his superiors. Nun ist die Kacke am Dampfen. The shit is steaming now." Brennan spoke up then. "And if our friend crossed the border from east to west with permission?" "Yes. That meant she was in favor with the East German authorities." "Absolutely. Otherwise she would never have been allowed to cross over. Whatever she was going to do in the West, it was with the blessing or at the instigation of those in power in the Soviet sector." Brennan and his brother exchanged a look. The image they had of Micah Keller, the former Edelgard Vogt-Becker, was crumbling bit, like the Berliner Mauer itself. "I made some inquiries after our meeting yesterday, and I was given the name of a man in Leipzig. I am told that he works 14 hours a day, going through the old Stasi records. His name is Manfred Peter Steif. I will be doing some business there next week, and I could speak to him if you wish. in case there is any more useful information about Edelgard Becker of Leipzig.
Sure, Mr. Jaeger, Terry said. Thanks.
Steiff may be willing to search through the indexes and see what is there. She existed, Jaeger said, smiling, so there will be a record of her. This is Germany, after all. Even records that were shredded in the days of the collapse of the old regime are being painstakingly reassembled. He inhaled one last breath of nicotine, then threw his cigarette onto the pavement, crushed it with his shoe, and then bent over and picked it up. He took it to a trash bin on the side of the street. Brennan made a mental note to do the same. "Gentlemen, I must leave you now. I wish you the best for your search."
The Burkes expressed their thanks and watched as their Berlin contact walk away along the remnant of the wall that had exemplified and caused so much grief in this country. Now the brothers had somebody else they wanted to track down, the mysterious taxi driver who, with a lone passenger in his back seat, had followed Brennan and Terry through the dimly lit streets of nighttime Berlin. "God go with you, Father."
"Thank you, brother."
So Brennan made some inquiries and found out where the Freundlich Taxi Company had its stand, close to the Schönhauser Allee railway station. In civilian dress, he caught a bus to the station in the Prenzlauer Berg area of the city. He found the taxi stand easily enough and walked into the shabby little building with the company name above the door. He waited until the dispatcher looked up and noted his presence. In German he said to the man, "Excuse me, I was a passenger in one of your cars last night, and I think I dropped a little gold pendant I bought for my daughter. It was loose in my pocket, and I've been unable to find it. I'm thinking perhaps it slipped out and fell on the floor, or between the cushions of the seats. I really don't know. All I know is that I was in cab number 17. If you could call that cab for me, I would be most grateful, and I am in no hurry at all." The man at the desk said, "There is nothing to say you lost this item of jewellery in one of our cabs. You may have lost it elsewhere." Unstated but obvious was, "Since you are obviously a careless man." Brennan smiled the smile of one who has been careless before and doubtless will be again. "It's worth a try, if you would be so kind." So the man put out a call to number 17, and Brennan thanked him and said he'd wait outside. About 20 minutes passed before the cab pulled in. As soon as Brennan saw it, he turned so his face would not be visible to the driver. When the car drew even with him, he opened the passenger side back door and got in. The driver looked in the rearview mirror, and the recognition was instant. The man lowered his head so they were no longer facing each other via the mirror. There was no point in pussyfooting around. Brennan said, "I am here for some information, and I will be happy to compensate you for your time and assistance." "I have no information." "How do you know that, when I haven't asked my question yet?" "Here it is. You had a passenger last night, and you were stopped on Karl Marx Allee, and then on Singerstrasse at 8:25. I want to know who that passenger was, and why you and he were following me and the man I was with." "I do not ask my passengers why they are going here or there, doing this or that. I drive them where they ask me to go, and they get out and pay the fare and goodbye." The man must have come up with some kind of story. He had you creeping along and then stopping at the side of the street. And then when my friend started walking in your direction, your passenger instructed you to reverse and get away from there. You must have asked him why he was acting so strangely." "I don't know." At that point, Brennan put on a B-movie act and opened his wallet, revealing a wad of Deutschmark notes inside, from blue-violet 10s to blue-green 20s to brown-yellow 50s. He said, "It is important to me to know who has been following me." The driver's eyes were on the money, but all he said was, "I don't know who the man was. He did not give me a name." That had the ring of truth. Whatever the man's motive, it was not a noble one, and he would hardly have revealed his identity to the cab driver. "What were his instructions to you?" This time Brennan pulled two 20-mark notes from his wallet and held them in his hand.
Again the driver's eyes followed the money. "He asked me to take him to Alexanderplatz and park down the block from the hotel called Gasthaus Pfeiffer and wait for 2 men to come out. It was more than 40 minutes before the men came out. The meter was running all this time, of course, but he was not concerned about that. I demanded payment for my time up to that point, and he paid without argument. He told me to stay back until the men were almost out of sight, and then to move forward while he kept them in view. And that is how it went, creep ahead, pulling over, turning into side streets. He did not tell me where he thought the men were going, just to keep following and stay out of sight. That is all." Brennan said thank you and handed him the banknotes. The driver eyed the door in the obvious hope that Brennan would get out and leave him in peace, but Brennan had not finished. What did the man look like? Another note made its way halfway out of the wallet. Big, rather old, I think, but it was dark, and he had a wool hat pulled down over his forehead and his ears. I cannot do any better in describing him. Was he German? You know, it was strange. He spoke German to me, but badly. So not a German, then. That's what was odd. His German was bad in a way that sounded as if he wanted it to sound bad, as if he was trying to pass as a foreigner. Oh? Yes, speaking with a strong accent, so I would think he was English or something like that. English? That's how he sounded. From England or... From England, yes, but only pretending. I have had English people in my cab, and this man did not pull it off successfully. And now I must return to work. One more bit of information. Do you know where he is staying? He did not call me to come to his... any place. He came to the taxi stand. If I were a taxi driver and a passenger put me in a strange situation like that, I would be curious, worried even. I might try to do some more following to see where he went. Once again Brennan pulled some banknotes from his wallet. His conscience pricked him at that point, using the man's obvious need for additional income for Brennan's own needs. But the show must go on. I saw him walk down Peter Braunstrasse and turn and stop. That is a dead-end street, and I did not see him come out from there again. There are hotels in Peter Braunstrasse, 3 of them. He may have been staying in one of them. I do not know. Very well, thank you. Brennan gave him a 10 and got out of the car. It pulled away even faster than it had the night before. Brennan briefed Terry on the conversation when he returned to their hotel room. So what do you think, Bren? Is it a German who's been tailing us, or is it a Brit? Can't imagine what interest an Englishman would have in us. Unless we were in, say, Belfast or Derry in an entirely different context. But not here in Berlin, surely. So it looks as if we have a German spy to contend with. And the fellow tried to ham it up in order to sound as if he was an Auslander, a foreigner. Well, we've all heard people putting on accents of one kind or another. Somebody trying to sound like an English toff. Or walk into a bar in the United States of America on St. Patrick's Day and hear the excruciating efforts to imitate our native speech, begob and begorra. Gives me a thirst for a drop of the crater, so it does. Sure, we'll have time for a drop, but not until we have completed our mission. A mission for which we have had no training. To unmask a spy in post-communist East Berlin. So, Brennan, how does a citizen of this country know we're here, and why is he tailing us? Who knows we're here? Who tipped off a local and hired him to spy on us? I'm sure we can leave out anyone on my end. Nobody in New York knows anything about the imbroglio in Halifax and our efforts to straighten it out. So how many of your acquaintances in Halifax are in the know about your mission here? It's not exactly classified information. Michael O'Flaherty knows about it, of course, and there'd be no way he could avoid telling Mrs. Kelly. So a well-known fact around the church. I told Fried Habler. Word could certainly get around. Chapter 24. Brennan. It was just past 11 o'clock in the morning when the brothers selected their watching post at the dead end of Peterbraunstrasse. They stood in the shadows of a tall, featureless office block, a place that afforded them a view of the 3 small hotels that fronted on the street. According to the Freundlich taxi driver, the man who hired him was likely staying in one of those hotels. There was a small, grassy park at the top of Peterbraunstrasse. "Don't you feel a right gobshite, Brennan?" "I do, Ter. But what else can we do but lurk in the shadows and see if our spy emerges into the light? And us playing at being spies ourselves." "Right." By the time they'd been in place for half an hour, they were feeling the chill of the clear mid-March day, and the boredom was weighing heavily on them both. And of course they had no idea when or even if their man would come out of the hotel, or return to it if he was elsewhere. Terry offered to make a run for snacks and cold drinks, and Brennan saw no reason not to let him go, even though he would want any confrontation to involve the 2 of them against the one dubious individual whose motives they intended to uncover. But when Terry came back, he hadn't missed a thing. A few tourists had come and gone, but not the target of their investigation. "It's nearly noon, Brennan. He may have checked out already." "He may have. Let's eat." They ate their snacks, consumed their beverages, and Brennan had a smoke. The time dragged on. Another hour passed. Terry expressed his restlessness again. Maybe he had lunch in the hotel and went down for a nap, exhausted from the stress of all the spying he did yesterday and last night. Or he's out somewhere for the day and won't be back until dark. The pair of us will fall asleep on our feet, or we'll freeze our bollocks off before he comes in or goes out. I know. This is probably a complete waste of time that we'll never get back again, but it's the only lead we have. There's no plan B, so if... Brennan's attention was caught by a middle-aged woman and a man coming out of the hotel farthest from them. The man reached over and took the handle of her suitcase and began walking down the street with a bag in each hand. "No, not our man. There's nothing off about his gait. He's walking perfectly." A taxi drove up and the couple got in. The car reversed and headed off. Brennan turned away and started to speak again when Terry's gaze sharpened. He spoke in a low voice. "Bren, look." Brennan turned his attention to the same hotel and saw a white-haired man come out, pulling a wheeled bag behind him. He looked at his watch and peered down the street where the taxi had just driven away. "Our man had glasses on him," Brennan whispered. "Yeah, he had a hat and glasses, but he was stout like that. The fellow we saw walking in the afternoon. And look at that, the way he's walking. It's him." The man had started off in the direction of the busier streets. "He's got his bag. Looks as if he's going to the airport. Maybe planning to hail a taxi. It's now or never, Brennan." "Let's go." They took off at a clip and did not slow down until they were a few feet behind their target, Brennan on the left, Terry on the right. Brennan reached out for the handle of the suitcase, then realized the man would think he was being robbed and he might shout for the police. So he walked up beside him and said to him in German, "Keep walking to the end of this street and turn into that little park on the left." The man whipped around and looked at him, and the recognition was instant. "That's right. This is no street mugging. You're going to answer our questions." The man let go of the handle and brought his right fist around to hit Brennan. Brennan drew back, and Terry grabbed the man from the other side and said, "You're coming with us." Brennan took up the conversation in German. "Don't even think about drawing attention to yourself. Take hold of the bag again and keep pulling it. You can't get away, so keep moving." Up close, it was obvious that the man was muscular and strong, but well into old age, with his white hair and a face lined as if he had spent a lot of time in the sun. He must have been 75 at least. Brennan slowed the pace to accommodate the man's pained walking. Not another word was spoken until they got him into the little park with a few tall trees, empty garden plots, and benches. Brennan brought the three of them to a bench that was nearly hidden behind some thick tree trunks. It was barely visible from the street. "Sit," he commanded, and the man let go of his suitcase and dropped onto the bench with a muffled cry of pain. Terry sat on one side and twisted around to prevent their captive from getting away. Brennan adopted the same posture on the other side. "All right, you obviously know who we are. So who are you? Explain yourself." When the words came, they were not German, nor were they British accented English. It was a Canadian voice, and Brennan thought then that he looked vaguely familiar. The man tried to bluff them by saying he had no idea what they were talking about, or why they had waylaid him. But his heart wasn't in it. The threat to bring the law down on them sounded hollow, Brennan suspected, even to the man himself. "What is your name?" The man merely shook his head. "We'll know everything we need to know about you before this is over, so get on with it. Why were you following us? Don't waste our time denying it." "I have a plane to catch. Terry said, "The sooner you come clean with this, the quicker you get to the airport, and the cheaper it is for you to get out of Germany without having to pay for a missed flight and whatever you can scrabble together to replace it." The prisoner seemed to relax into his seat, and Brennan made the mistake of relaxing in sync with him. Instantly the man was on his feet, suitcase forgotten. He was surprisingly fast for a man with a limp, and he headed for the edge of the park. But he was no match for his captors. Brennan caught up and shoved him to the ground, pinning him there with both arms. Terry stood over him, hands out, ready for whatever move the man might make next. "The Ides of March have come," Terry told him. "Is that a threat? Or are you merely giving me the date?" "It was your destiny to meet with us. You have no options here." Reality set in at last. Brennan could tell from the hopeless expression on the fellow's face that he had surrendered to the inevitable. That was borne out when a young couple came by, jogging through the park. "Help you there." That much German he understood, or intuited. This was his chance, but he didn't take it. In English he said, "I'm all right, thank you." Terry smiled at them. "Thanks, we'll get him sorted." And the couple went on their way. Brennan helped the man to his feet and over to the bench again. He grimaced with pain as he dropped onto the bench. "Twisted my knee getting off the plane," he said. Making conversation now, or making them think he wasn't mobile enough to risk another attempt to flee? Terry and Brennan sat even closer to him this time, making another attempt next to impossible. By this time there was no belligerence left. The man seemed to have collapsed in on himself. His demeanour was one of sadness, even despair. "I'll talk to him," the man said to Terry, while pointing at Brennan. "You'll talk to both of us. If you think you can take us on separately—" "No, I'll talk to him because I know who he is. He's a priest, Father Burke, and I have a confession to make." "What?" "This is a bit sudden, isn't it?" Brennan asked him. "Seconds ago you were denying you knew us. Now you want to make a confession?" "I've been living with this far too long. Being here in Germany again, I'm a Catholic. Not a very faithful one for much of my life, but it's never gone away. So, if I can speak to you alone—" "I'll go off over there," Terry said. "Speak quietly and I won't be able to hear. But I can get to you in seconds flat." So Terry moved off and leaned against a tree, ready to spring at a moment's notice. Brennan sat on the bench, waiting for whatever was to come. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." "Do they still say that?" Brennan nodded. "Sometimes they do." "And is it still the case that the priest can't repeat anything he hears in a confession?" "Of course. Anything you say to me is covered by the seal of the confessional." The man stared into Brennan's eyes, searching for a sign, something that would give him confidence in Brennan's word. He seemed to find it, because he nodded and took a deep breath. "Take your time and get it out," Brennan said. "My brother there is a pilot. He can smooth things over for you at the airport." "All right, then. This isn't easy. It all arises out of my own guilt, something I've been living with ever since it happened. I've never told a soul, and it's eating away at me. My wife thinks I'm sick. I'm not. I'm guilty, and I have to get it off my chest. I doubt I can ever get it off my conscience." The story had an unexpected beginning. It was 1943. I was flying bombers out of England during the war. I was a bomb aimer, part of those 1,000-bomber night raids over Germany when we blasted the hell out of German cities. We were fighting Hitler. Our cause was honourable. The courage I witnessed in our men was almost indescribable, especially in the early years when we were losing men and aircraft at a horrifying rate. We had young men who had been shot down, managed to escape, some of them badly injured, and made their way back to England against incredible odds. And what did they do? Sit around at the base or in the bars and tell their war stories and thank the heavens above that they wouldn't have to do that again? No, they climbed aboard their planes and set out again and again. Some of these fellows were 21, 22 years of age. That's what our boys were made of. And that's what we were, just boys. Ireland had been neutral during the war. Not surprising, perhaps, given that the country had just emerged from its war of independence against Britain 18 years before. The Second World War was known in Ireland as the Emergency, but Brennan, like so many of his young friends in Dublin, had heard the stories about the airmen of World War II, and was in awe of their courage and daring exploits. And he had always cringed when their children, growing up in peace and prosperity, got into typical parent-child disputes and sneered at them. "What do you know, old man?" Here was one of those men who had lived it, and was now reliving it more than 50 years later. Brennan heard footsteps and turned in their direction. 2 young businessmen were cutting through the park, one of them showing a sheaf of papers to the other and explaining their contents. When they had gone by, Brennan's captive returned to the story. "My luck ran out over northern Germany in July of 1943. I was part of 6th Group of RAF Bomber Command. You may know about our airmen flying with the Brits." Brennan nodded, but did not want to interrupt the flow. "I remember this as if it was yesterday. That warm summer night, being transported out to the airfield, to our Lancaster, having one last cigarette with the other 6 crewmen before we boarded. Our tail gunner Mackie pissed on the tail wheel. They all did that before a raid. Good luck somehow. Never quite figured that out. Then we got on board and lumbered along the runway and up into the sky with our 100-foot wingspan and 4 big Merlin engines and our thousands of pounds of bombs. Imagine that we were just one of hundreds of bombers making their way across the channel in the night sky. You've seen the newsreels, the war movies, but you probably can't really picture what it would look like to look up and see waves of massive bomber aircraft flying over your city. Brennan couldn't help but think how much Terry would appreciate hearing this story, but he never would. Seal of the confessional. Brennan could not so much as hint at it. On this particular night, I was dropping our bombs on the city of Hamburg. We knew we were targeting densely populated areas. Of course we knew. The objective was to destroy the German workforce and to destroy the people's morale. To make Hitler's war so cataclysmic that the Germans would give up and surrender. So it was us and the Brits, the Commonwealth, bombing them by night, and the Yanks by day. Shortly after dumping our load, we turned and commenced our return flight to England. But a German fighter got us. Ironic, isn't it? We gave the Luftwaffe something honourable to fight for. Not Hitler now, not glory, but their cities, their homes, their families. Anyway, we were hit, we were on fire, and I managed to be the first to parachute out. I was one of only 2 of our crew who survived. The other fellow jumped later. That was Mackie. He spent the rest of the war in a POW camp. I landed with nothing more than a few scrapes and bruises. I thought, how in the hell am I going to get out of here? I was in the countryside, fields and pastures. I started walking. Of course, I was in Air Force kit, what else? So nobody was going to take me for a local. But after I'd been out there for an hour or so, I saw a farmer. He was outside, staring at the smoke coming from the burning city. I figured he'd kill me, but I had to take the risk. I couldn't survive without food and shelter, and God bless him, he took me in. Got the wife out of bed. He and the wife were terrified. They weren't unsympathetic, it was clear. Of course, they wouldn't yet have known just how much destruction had been visited that night on Hamburg. Anyway, there were no swastikas or anything in the house, so I figured they might not have been fans of the Fuhrer. And it turns out they weren't. They fed me and stashed me in the cellar of the farmhouse, gave me shelter for 3 days. Then early one morning my heart nearly stopped. There was a strange man standing at the foot of the cellar stairs. But he was a friend of the family, a member of the underground, a communist. His name was Dieter. He had been in the resistance against Hitler since the 1930s. The farmer's wife gave me civilian clothing to wear, typical work clothes for a farmer, and my resistance man said he'd try to get me out. Brennan marvelled as the storyteller's voice grew younger and stronger as he told his painful tale. Stronger, in spite of the circumstances he was in, here in a Berlin park 53 years later. But there was something Dieter wanted me to see. He took me into what was left of Hamburg, an old city, a trading centre since the time of Charlemagne in the early 9th century. Huge swaths of it were now just rubble. What I saw that day has seared itself into my memory and my conscience, and will haunt me until the day I die. You know what we called it? Operation Gomorrah. This was beyond destruction of ports or shipbuilding facilities. This was firebombing of the centre of the city, heavily populated working-class areas. Many people had come into the area after the previous night's bombing raids by our boys. More than 40,000 people were killed in the bombings. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps 1 million survivors fled, leaving the city to the rats and the flies. The man's voice was tinged with bitterness now. This wasn't a case of some civilian casualties as collateral damage and attacks on military targets. This was the deliberate, strategic bombing of cities, where the population was clustered. Terrorism, wouldn't you say? Hamburg, of course, was one of the many places destroyed by our campaign. Dresden, Lübeck, Cologne. Our cause was just, yes. We were fighting Hitler. We were fighting a fascist, racist dictator, a mass murderer who had started the war and overrun much of Europe. But this was the mass murder of civilians by the Allies, including Canada, and I had been a part of it. My contact, my rescuer, wanted me to see it, smell it, feel it. We walked through the devastated streets, still smoking from the inferno, some fires still blazing, and saw human beings who had been roasted, turned brown and shrunken to only 1/3 of their size. And Dieter would point to each of the grotesque remains, saying, "Not Hitler, not Hitler." Then it seemed like a lifetime later, and in a sense it was. He took me to a safe house out on the coast. After some terrifying moments, including another bombing raid from across the channel, he put me in touch with another man, another member of the resistance, and he arranged for me to go to Denmark, and I was eventually able to get to neutral Sweden. And then, long story, I made it to England. So, Father Burke, I never got over my guilt about the firebombing of Hamburg. Never got over. Do you know what I saw, Father? I saw a puddle of greenish, brownish liquid on the ground with bones sticking out of it, large bones, and a set of smaller ones up next to it. A child with its mother, or father, impossible to tell. These were human beings who had melted. This is what happened in the firestorm that raged through the city of Hamburg. Brennan struggled to take in what he had just heard. Finally, he managed to say, "I can hardly imagine what you witnessed there. But there is no question in my mind that you are remorseful, and you are carrying out the orders, the policy, of the commanders back in London. So your confession here today—" "Oh, you haven't heard anything yet. My confession goes way beyond what I did in 43. What on earth was Father Burke going to hear next? All right, take your time." Brennan glanced over at Terry. He was still leaning against the tree, his arms crossed over his chest. Brennan knew that his brother was practically vibrating with impatience. He was not a man to be standing still. After all, he spent much of his time flying through the sky at 500 miles per hour, and not a man to be missing out on the conversation. But he would have to wait until the scene played itself out. The elder airman peered about him, at the park, the trees, the buildings beyond, as if fearing that even today it would not do to be overheard. "I owe my life to the man who led me to safety in 1943, Dieter. And he tried to save other lives, countless lives, through his resistance to the Nazis. Probably didn't succeed. Futile resistance, you might say, but he tried. Sure, he was a communist, but so were a lot of people in the underground. I told Dieter that someday, somehow, I would repay him for what he had done for me. And that someday came in 1974. Brennan gave a start at the reference to the date. It was, of course, the year Michael Keller had crossed over from East Berlin to the west. The Canadian military had bases here in Germany, as you probably know, at Lahr and Baden-Sullingen. It wasn't unusual to be posted over here to the Air Force base at Baden. If I hadn't been given the posting, I may have requested it. I don't know. But when I got here, I made a point of following up snatches of information I'd heard over the years about Dieter. Intelligence reports, briefings we were given about the East German regime. He had worked his way up to a fairly powerful position in military intelligence. But by the 1970s it sounded as if he was falling out of favor. I thought maybe because he was too much of a humanitarian, too soft for the regime. Or at least that's what I wanted to think. And that inspired me again to try to repay him for saving me from torture and death at the hands of the Nazis. And perhaps, at the same time, boost the fortunes of a decent man in the East German regime. So I decided to pass some information across the border. Information I knew would reach him as an intelligence officer working in Berlin. And with it, I inserted a little memento he would recognize. Nothing that identified me to anyone else, God knows, but a photo I found of a street corner in Hamburg, where we saw some of those roasted human bodies. That, and the fact that the information came from Canada, would telegraph to him that it was from me. In spite of himself, Brennan interrupted the confession and started to ask, What sort of information? The man leaned in and said in a voice Brennan could barely hear, I handed over information about Canada's war-fighting capabilities at that time, specifically our nuclear capabilities. There was no screen separating priest from penitent here on a park bench in Berlin, and no filter that could have hidden the priest's shock at the penitent's revelation. Yes, you may well be jolted by that news, Father. We tend to forget that good old Canada had nukes on our soil for 20 years. Of course, we were deploying them for the Yanks, at home and in West Germany. And I can understand your dismay upon hearing that a loyal Canadian would give up such sensitive information to the other side. A cloud passed over the sun then, and Brennan heard a clacking noise above the place where they were seated. Their heads jerked up at the sound, but it was merely the bare branches of the trees rattling in the wind. The man resumed speaking. I was able to obtain and compile classified information about our Voodoo jet fighters and the Genie rockets they would carry, rockets armed with nuclear warheads. You know where they were stored, don't you? Brennan, of course, had no idea. He was far out of his depth here. No, you didn't grow up in the Maritimes, did you? Brennan shook his head. Next province over from Nova Scotia. Well, I'm sure you know the provinces. We had American nuclear weapons at the base in Chatham, New Brunswick, for years. So I gave over a bit of information about that, and about the arrangement Canada had with the U.S. about this whole system. I eased my conscience somewhat by telling myself that the Soviets would have had much of this information already, maybe all of it, but I could still make a gift of it to Dieter. Can't remember now whether I included the information about the bomb the Yanks blew up over the St. Lawrence River. Brennan couldn't help himself. They what? As if this confession wasn't already overwhelming, what was he hearing now? The Americans detonated a bomb in Canada? You heard me correctly, Father. It was in 1950. One of the B-50 bombers developed engine trouble while the American crew was flying one of the bombs from Goose Bay, Labrador, back to the States. Standard procedure in a case like that was to release the bomb, having set it to airburst. So that's what they did. Middle of the afternoon, the thing blew up in the air over the river, not far from the town of Rivière-du-Loup in Quebec. I can't believe I've never heard of this. Did Terry know, he wondered. But he couldn't ask him, at least not in connection with this man's confession. There was no plutonium core in it, so it was not a nuclear explosion as such, but it scattered uranium all over the place. Here we are, 46 years later, and our government has never admitted it happened. That kind of thing stretched my loyalty to my country and to our closest ally, let me tell you. So I provided bits of intelligence to my East German rescuer, and he would have passed the stuff along to his Soviet masters. The man looked Brennan in the eye and said, Doesn't get any worse than that, does it, Father? Bet you never heard a confession like this one before, eh? Passing nuclear secrets to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, one of two superpowers that had stockpiles of weapons nobody should ever have had. Brennan almost felt he should be groping beneath the park bench for listening devices. But you know what would have been worse? The man said, and Brennan shook his head. Something on a much smaller, more human scale. Information about spies, agents in the field, individuals working on the ground to gather intelligence from the Warsaw Pact countries. I may strike you as a man who would do absolutely anything, but I would never have done that. In my view at the time, the more knowledge that could be shared about the kind of weapons that threatened life on this planet, the more they knew about us and the more we knew about them, the safer we would be. I wasn't in Japan when the U.S. unleashed the world's first and so far only atomic strikes, setting those two cities ablaze. But I saw what our bombs and incendiary devices did to the people in the city of Hamburg. I knew all about the death and destruction we rained down upon Dresden, a city that was called the Florence of the Elbe for its beauty and culture. All right, I've been sitting here justifying what I did, explaining why I did it. But of course it was wrong, immoral, illegal, and treacherous. I was a traitor to my service, to my country, the country I love. I'm a traitor to some of the great airmen, the true heroes I served with or met during the war, all of whom risked their lives over and over for the Allied cause and ended up prisoners of war in Stalag Luft III, the POW camp that was the scene of the Great Escape. I betrayed men of that caliber. I betrayed the men in my crew, Mackie and the 5 who died. But I felt that I owed my life to Dieter, and I convinced myself that the decency he showed me in 1943 might work to influence the regime he worked for, to become more humane and less totalitarian. And if receiving secret information might raise his profile, so to speak, well, you wouldn't expect such naivety from a man who had seen what I had seen in the Second World War, would you? You've left me nearly speechless here. I don't know who you are, but you do look familiar. The man shook his head. That was not to be part of the confession. Here I sit, the unnamed traitor. I could be shot for this. Shot? People don't get shot in Canada, Brennan protested. There's no death penalty there. It's still on the books for military crimes, Father. You never hear about it. There hasn't been a military execution since 1945, and I took some comfort from that when I hatched this plot in 74. But the death penalty is still on the books in the National Defense Act. Even if they didn't take me before a firing squad, I could spend the remaining years of my life in prison. I would not be able to bear that. He looked utterly exhausted, as if he had lived the whole thing all over again, and had begun a life sentence in prison. Brennan stayed quiet, letting him collect his thoughts. And, of course, you're wondering how all this brought me to Germany now. I came all the way over here to spy on you, because... and I think you know where this is going. Brennan thought back to what he had heard from Willi Horst Lehmann, and he knew exactly where his, Brennan's, investigation and the park bench penitent story coincided, at a border crossing between East and West Berlin in 1974. He said to the man beside him, the person who carried your secrets across the border, Edelgard Vogtbecker, known to you as Micah Keller. Edelgard, agent of the totalitarian regime in Germany. The word was out in Halifax that there was a missed meeting or something between you and Micah Keller the night she died, and then I heard that you were coming here. I didn't have to be a detective or an intelligence officer to figure out that you were here to find out what had led to her death. I was petrified that you might find out what I had done. Then I had my work cut out for me, calling hotels in the city asking for Father Burke. In the midst of all my terror and nerves, I also felt like a fool. He pointed to his eyes. I wear contact lenses. I'd never meet the vision requirement for the Air Force now. So I went to a pharmacy here and purchased a cheap pair of reading glasses. I put those on and dragged a hat down over my head, trying to alter my appearance in case you had seen me around Halifax. But it soon became clear, as it should have been from the outset, that I wasn't going to be able to find out anything you had discovered. Stupid plan, irrational. So I gave it up, checked out, and started for the airport. And here we are. Anyway, now you know. Last thing I expected to do was confess the very things I was terrified that you'd uncover. It wasn't often that Brennan was left without words, but he had no idea what to say. He looked across the way to Terry, whose eyes were fixed on him. He was out of earshot, but he wouldn't have missed the fact that something extraordinary was happening. Brennan and the airman sat in silence for a few minutes. Then Brennan asked, "How did you meet Edelgard in the first place?" The man shook his head. "It doesn't really matter, does it? But as you can imagine, I've been following the news about her death. I did not kill her. Considering what I just confessed, Father, you may be sure I would have confessed to that if I had done it." Brennan had a gut feeling that the man was telling the truth. So, in spite of all that had happened, he was no further ahead with respect to the woman's death. But given the life she had been leading here in Germany, there may have been more than one person who would have benefited from her death. Or had her guilt driven her to suicide after all? The man beside him slumped down on the bench, as if depleted of all form and substance. Brennan had not scanned his mind for theology fitting the kinds of matters this man had confessed, for where his actions would fit, if at all, in the catalogue of sins recognized by the Church. But no matter. "Are you sorry for the things you did?" The question was banal, rhetorical. Brennan knew the man was filled with remorse. "Oh, yes. The guilt has been eating away at me. Not just the fear of being found out, but the immorality of it all." Brennan made the sign of the cross over him, and then pronounced the words of absolution. "Ego te absolvo a peccatus tuis, in nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen." It was obvious, from the man's haunted face, that he had taken very little consolation from the sacrament. Chapter 25. Brennan landed back in Halifax on Sunday afternoon, and his only desire was to push from his mind all the disturbing information he had collected in Germany. He longed to collapse in bed and catch up on his sleep. But he had reckoned without Sunday being the 17th of March, St. Patrick's Day. The calls came in from various devotees of the great saint, and Brennan's half-hearted pleas that he was shattered after his travels met with, "Sure you're shattered, but you've the rest of the week to sleep, so you'll be joining us in lifting a glass or two to our patron saint." What else could he do? He went out sculling pints with the lads. Again. It was another excruciating Monday morning, for the usual reason, combined with the effects of jet lag, and the fact that in spite of all the unwelcome news he had received in Germany about Micah Keller, and the unsettling confession in the park in Berlin, Brennan had not solved the question of Micah's death. But he dragged himself out of bed, had a shower and a shave, and managed to have a quick breakfast downstairs without being annoyed by any other resident of the building. He felt as if he might be able to keep the breakfast down and not hurl it up 20 minutes later, as had so often happened in the past. He returned to his room and made an effort to concentrate on his choir school and his music. He sat listening to a recording of the magnificent 8-part Tulerunt Dominum Meum by Josquin des Prés. "They have taken my Lord away." He was making notations, and trying to scope out how to get his choir of students to master the 8-part harmony. Well, the answer was obvious. Bring in the choir of men and boys from the church and combine forces. That decided, he let himself be subsumed by the music of the starry heavens. If he lost everything else in life but was left the music of the Renaissance, he would be at peace. He could feel all his cares floating away on the tide of the ethereal harmonies. A knock at the door. Go away, whoever you are. Father, are you in there? Oh, Christ, that one pestering him. He got up and snapped off the music, lest it be compromised by her very presence. He opened the door. Good. I thought you were in here when I heard all that noise. Noise? You consider Renaissance polyphony noise, Mrs. Kelly? I may not know music, but I know what I like. And I know what I don't like. But Brennan, striving however unsuccessfully to imitate Patience on a monument, remained silent and waited to learn the reason for this interruption. And it wasn't long in coming. His Grace is here, and he looks like he's on the warpath. Oh, well, we'd best let him alone then. Don't want to add to his troubles. He made to shut the door, and he could see the panic in her eyes. She didn't want to miss this. No, wait. Yes, he said, all innocence. He wants to see you. Oh, why didn't you say so? Should I send him up here? Why not? Why keep the poor man waiting downstairs? I just wanted to make sure. Yes, I'm sure you did. She turned and flapped away down the hall, and Brennan waited for yet another visit from his bishop. And here he was. Brennan. Come in, Bishop. Have a seat. Will you have a cup of tea? No. When they were seated across from one another at the table, Bishop Cronin said, You don't look all that well, Brennan. I could be better, Your Grace. There is more than one way to interpret that statement. True. Brennan waited for him to start giving out about Brennan being away from the parish for 4 days. But no, it was something else that had brought the bishop to his door. I just had Vivian and Langston Soames running up one side of me and down the other. Yes, I suppose you did. Ranting and roaring that this church and this diocese would never see another cent of their money unless you apologize and readmit young Soames to the school. You know, they gave us a donation of $25,000 this year. I don't do the accounts here, Dennis, obviously. But now that you know... Now that I know what? How generous the Soames family has been. And now they won't be. Amn't I just saying that? They could hand me $1 million a year, and I still like to think I wouldn't, to quote Yeats, fumble in a greasy till and add the halfpence to the pence. I wouldn't take that little prick Soames back into the school. As you said, you don't do the accounts here, Brennan. I am not amenable to bribes. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. That remark wasn't directed at you, Dennis. It was directed at the Soames family, if they think they can use their cash to buy their way into our good graces. As far as I'm concerned, Chadwick Soames is a product, like all of us, of his upbringing. Langston and Vivian Soames have a lot to answer for, having raised an arrogant, heartless bully like young Chadwick, and expecting the rest of us to put up with him. Or maybe he has a personality disorder that can't be attributed to his upbringing. I don't know what accounts for his behaviour, but I know this much. Our other students should not have to put up with the likes of him. What is he supposed to have done? What he did was bully 2 of the other students in the school. Is this something the 2 students told you? I saw it with my own eyes. But if the 2 girls had told me about it, I would have taken their word for it without question. Who are the girls? Kim Kennedy and Normie Collins. The bishop nodded. He knew both families, and was obviously satisfied that neither girl was a spinner of tales. And I know that wasn't the first instance. I think, looking back at Normie being upset on a number of occasions, that it had been going on for quite some time. And I don't think Kim Kennedy dyeing her hair red was just a coincidence. I'm not following you there, Brennan. Wouldn't expect you to. The way I see it, Chadwick Soames was fixated on Kim. He was, in his own awkward way, making a play for her, sexually. And there was also an incidence of theft. Articles of clothing stolen from Kim's gym bag. He gave the bishop what he hoped was a significant look. The bishop caught it and said, "Oh God, do I want to hear this?" I'd say not. But I saw the personal items myself in his locker. As for Kim, she is very attached to her friendship with Normie, and I have little doubt that Normie has made it clear exactly what she thinks of Chadwick Soames. And Normie outperforms Chadwick by a mile on all their schoolwork. She's brilliant. The Soames kid isn't. So the whole thing works itself out with Soames trying to hurt and belittle Normie to make Kim look down on her. Of course, part of the attraction of Kim is her lovely golden hair, and Chadwick mocks Normie about her red curls. And that's why Kim coloured her hair red, to be in solidarity with her best friend. At least, that's what I make of it. Any point in talking to the kid? Nope. Though I'm sure there are some who would say that if he's made to understand how hurtful his behaviour is, he'll stop. He'll stop in your hole. A lecture, a sensitivity session, would only cause him to take revenge on the girls later on. I think he's capable of much worse. That's the feeling I get of him. Brennan waited to see how quickly the bishop would dismiss his analysis, but Dennis Cronin surprised him. Yes, unfortunately, I think you're right. He's a nasty piece of work. Even the few times I've seen him, I've had that impression. These two young girls probably aren't his first or only victims. Let his parents take him off somewhere else. Get him off our turf. Them and their money. Feck 'em. You're a mensch, Dennis. I've always known it. When Cronin had departed, Brennan sent up a prayer of thanks for the gift of a man the calibre of Dennis Cronin as Archbishop of Halifax. He listened to the 8-part Renaissance masterpiece with even more reverence than before. A few minutes after the last exquisite note, the telephone rang. "Brennan, a belated Bannockty na Féile Pádraig Ort." It was Terry on the line from his home in New York. "Same to you. Have you been taking lessons in the old tongue?" "Only what I heard from the lads at O'Malley's." "It's a start. And now some news." "Do I want to hear any more news?" "That remains to be seen, I suppose, depending on whatever the news was that you gathered in that park in Berlin." Brennan had, of course, maintained the secret of the confessional. All he had told Terry as they walked back to their hotel was that he had heard something that might be connected with Micah Keller's death, and that Brennan was 99% certain that the man in the park had not killed her. Brennan didn't say that if in fact the man was the killer, the matter would likely never be resolved for the police, the public, or most painfully for Commodore Rendell and his family. Now Terry said, "I heard from Jaeger in Berlin. I now know his first name is Erich, and he heard from his man in Leipzig." "Steif? I think that was the name he gave us." "Right. Apparently he has some information about Edelgard's family." Brennan felt a stab of anxiety. None of the unwelcome information he had gathered so far had furthered his stated goal of finding out what happened to Edelgard Vogt Becker, a.k.a. Micah Keller, let alone his shameful goal of relieving himself of guilt. Did he want to know whatever it was that this man had to say about the dead woman's family? But of course he had to know. Did Jaeger give any hints about what this fellow has to say? Nope. Either he doesn't know, or from long practice, he's not giving details over the phone. I suspect it's the first. His contact probably didn't go on about it. Likely just said, I have some information if your friends want to get in touch, which I'm assuming you do. Have to see it through now that we've started. So I'd better get over there. Again. We've all heard of the Flying Nun. I guess you're the priestly equivalent. Soon you'll have your own TV show. I can't think of anything worse. This from a man who preaches on the scorching fires of hell. Terence, have you ever heard me preach about hell? Well, no, now that I think of it. But if I did, I might use having my own TV show as a particularly ghastly version of hell. Now back to the subject at hand. I look into flight connections from here to Leipzig. Sooner the better. I'm not scheduled for Germany this week at all, but if you can wait, I'm flying to Zurich a week from tomorrow. Brennan didn't want to wait. He was anxious to find out whatever was in the Vogt-Becker family file in Leipzig. But that impatience was outweighed by the idea of his brother as his pilot, and as a convivial presence during the visit. Sure, I'll wait for you. Pete Vandenbrink was just about to make a Tim Hortons coffee run on Monday morning when a call came in from a man named Darren Fullerton. Fullerton had something to tell him about the Keller case, and Pete arranged to see him at his home on the Herring Cove Road. Pete gave the word to Ailsa, and they headed out along the suburban road until they came to the given address, a small bungalow clad in green vinyl siding. A black Chevy Blazer sat in the driveway, new bodywork on the rear left fender. Fullerton met them at the door and invited them to have a seat in the living room. The place was filled with overstuffed chairs. Everything was shabby and worn, but clean. Darren Fullerton was in his early 20s, with a pale complexion and longish light brown hair. He looked as if he'd had a rough night. He said, "My mother's over at my aunt's, and there's nobody else here, so I thought this would be a good time to, give you the information." "Right," Pete said. "What have you got to tell us, Mr. Fullerton?" "I go out with Lauren Rendell." "Oh, yes." "And this one night I I had a few too many and I passed out at Lauren's. In her room, like." "When was this?" "Would have been the first week of February, a couple of days before her mum died. It was one of the days Lauren had to get up early because they were doing some renovations at the bar where she works, and she was helping them out. And I was still there, and I wasn't supposed to be there." "Weren't supposed to be there?" "They didn't like her going out with me." "Oh? Why's that?" Fullerton jerked his head from side to side, apparently to indicate his modest surroundings. "He's a Commodore. My old man wasn't. I don't know where my father is, but wherever he is, he's not top brass in the Navy, or in anything else. My mom works in a dry cleaner's. The Rendells thought Lauren should be going out with a man in uniform, but not a Burger King uniform like I wear. They didn't tell me this, they're too polite for that, but I know. I'm going to do something better, see about trade school, but for now, I see." "How do you and Lauren get on?" "Great. She doesn't think I'm not good enough for her." "I understand. So what happened on the day you're telling us about?" "Okay, so I passed out in Lauren's bed, and she got up and left for work next morning. And I wasn't supposed to be, staying with her. The parents were home, so I decided to wait till they left and then sneak out of the house. Her brother Curtis has his own place, so it was only them. So I was there listening till I'd hear them leave, and I heard them having a fight, or arguing, I mean." The detective stayed silent, waiting. "The reason I'm telling you this now is that Lauren told me last night that you guys were asking about a letter that her mum got from Germany. And she doesn't know I called you. I'll be in shit if she finds out. A letter? Or no, just a postcard. It came from Germany, which I know because I heard him going on about it. Lauren's dad. He wasn't hollering or anything, but you could tell he was pissed off. I remember him saying if this was from some stranger over there, he would have signed his name. He just used his initial, which tells me you know perfectly well who it is. So who in the hell sent you a postcard from Berlin, Micah? And why was it tucked away under your summer clothes? And she said back to him, what were you doing looking through my clothes? And he was like, never mind that, there's a bigger issue here. Something like that anyway. And then it was, where in the hell did you go when you were over there? Did you see this guy? Is that why you took off and flew to Europe on a sudden whim? And then I heard some banging around, but I don't think it was anything violent. Not like he was hitting her or anything, just drawers being slammed. And then I heard her stalking out of the room, and she said, I will not be interrogated, Hubert. And she was gone. And he did some more banging around, looking for things, maybe, and then he left for work. And I hightailed it out of there. Thank you for telling us, Darren. Yeah, well, I knew I should. I didn't even tell Lauren. Didn't want her to, remember her mom and dad fighting. And our mom dead now. Had you ever heard them arguing before? He shook his head. This was the only time. And it may not be important. I mean, I don't think Rendell killed her. I'm not saying that. It's just, well, I don't know. That postcard got him royally pissed off. As they headed to the car, Pete and Ailsa exchanged glances. So, Ailsa said, what do we have here? An innocent man who didn't want to be remembered for quarrelling with his dearly beloved? An innocent man who knew the argument about the card could distract us from concentrating on the real killer? Or something else? Probably the first. He didn't kill her, but he knows it would look bad for him if we learned that he was harsh with her about that message from the old country. But still, do you know something that bothers me about this, Ailsa? What? That a Canadian soldier committed this murder. I was born less than 10 years after the end of the war. My family has always revered the Canadian Army. You may think I'm being too sentimental here, but the Canadian Army's role in the liberation of the Netherlands has never been forgotten. And it's painful for me to have Lieutenant Colonel Alban McNair charged with this. You're not being sentimental at all, Pete. I have an uncle who served in the war, and he was there for the liberation of Holland. He's been over there for some of the commemorations, and he's been overwhelmed by the way he and his fellow veterans are treated by the Dutch. I don't like it either, the colonel being charged. But you and I have been around long enough to have seen fine, upstanding citizens convicted of very serious crimes. Pete knew this all too well. Still, was it possible that McNair was not the killer after all? Not much better, though, if it was the commander of Canada's Navy. There was, of course, no evidence to connect Commodore Hubert Rendell to the death of his wife. But this did not look good for him, being caught in bad humour with his wife, being royally pissed off over something he had told the police he had never seen. Pete had to let it drop for now. It would hardly look good for him, the lead investigator, if he was seen to be investigating the grieving husband of the murder victim after arresting another man for the killing. Chapter 26. Brennan. After the bishop departed, and Brennan had ended his phone call with Terry, he was just about to immerse himself in Renaissance music once again, when he heard a timid knock on his door. He opened it to find Normie Collins standing there, with a sheaf of papers tucked under her left arm. "Hello, Normie. How are things? Come on in." He smiled at her. "How did you get past security?" She looked alarmed then, and he hastened to reassure her. "Mrs. Kelly, I meant." "Oh, I knocked, but she didn't come to the door, so I just walked in. Is that okay?" "Of course it is." "I hope I'm not disturbing you too much, Father." "Not at all." I was just wondering if I could borrow the music for the Requiem, the beautiful one by Fauré. I, want to practice it at home."
"Certainly. Let me have a look. Have a seat there." She sat down, and he went over to the table where he had his music stacked and sifted through in search of the piece. "Ah, here it is." He handed it to her, and she said,
"I just want to look through the Pie Jesu and ask you something."
"Sure, take your time."
She peered at the pages and then said, "Right, it starts with a B flat and then goes up to E flat. I get it mixed up with the other one."
"The Lloyd Webber version?"
"Yeah, that one."
The Webber goes up a semitone, or half-tone. He sang the first 2 bars for her. "Now here's the Fauré." And he sang that one.
"Thank you. I have it now."
"Any time, Normie."
"Father, what is a flame-out?"
Brennan knew from long experience with children that sometimes their questions seem to come out of nowhere. He answered as if it was the most natural question in the world. "I think it originally meant the failure of an engine on a plane, but people use it to describe a complete and very obvious failure."
"Oh."
"Why are you asking, Normie?"
"No reason."
The child felt silent then. Brennan waited, but the conversation was steered in another direction.
"I wonder how Pebble Dash is. Do you remember the kiddie that me and Timmy rescued?"
"I do, Godivan."
"What's Godivan mean?"
"It means indeed, or for sure."
"I hope Timmy is taking good care of him. He loves the kiddie, but, well, you know Timmy."
Timmy was a boy she had met in Belfast, a member of a family connected with the events that had spun out of control during the ill-fated trip to Ireland. Timmy and Normie had rescued the kitten from the clutches of some lads over there who would never be taking the cup for kindness to small animals. Timmy Flanagan was a little ball of fire, full to the brim with personality. "Pebble Dash is in good hands. Have no doubt of it, Normie."
"Yeah, I know."
She paused, and then, as if it had just occurred to her,
"Spectacular means really good, right?"
"Sure. It means amazing, striking, brilliant."
"Right. And Irish is good, we know that."
"Ah, sure, it's not so bad." "So who's the spectacular Irish flame-out, Normie?" You didn't have to be psychic like little Normie here to know who had been written off with that particular label, and who had done the writing off. She looked distinctly uncomfortable, the poor little pet, and Brennan sent up a mea culpa for putting her on the spot. She made an effort to be convincing.
"I don't know who it was,"
she claimed, her big hazel eyes wide and unblinking, like those of a politician when he wants to look as if he's not lying about the brown envelope in his pocket stuffed with cash.
"But it was somebody he liked."
He, being Monty, liked could be up for debate these days. Someone who's not doing all that well, perhaps.
"Yeah, maybe. I don't know."
"What would you suggest for such a person, Normie?"
"To cut down on the booze."
It was all Brennan could do to keep a straight face.
"I mean, if that was the problem. But that may not be it at all, since I don't know who they were talking about."
"Well, you and I know somebody who might be said to be a little too fond of the drink, don't we?" This was met by an attempt at innocent surprise.
"You mean you, Brennan? I mean, Father?"
"I do mean myself. And Brennan is fine. I'm such a regular around your house I wouldn't dream of standing on formality. We'd better keep it at Father out there in the corridors, though. Wouldn't want Richard Robertson to start calling me, 'Hey, dude.'" She laughed at that. Then she got back to business.
"So, say you sometimes drink a little too much."
"Guilty."
"Ha! You should get Daddy to defend you in court."
"If only. Oh, I'd have to admit to the judge that, yes, I do take a drink."
She looked away from him then, and Brennan could see her struggling to come up with the appropriate response. Finally she gave him a little smile, the smile of an empathetic counsellor. "It's not just one drink, though, is it?" "You've got me there." "You're not the only one. I like to drink too. I love it."
"Oh, is that right, Normie?"
"Red wine especially. I had 3 glasses one time when Mum and Dad had people over for dinner. I snuck the last glass without them seeing."
"Did you now? How did you feel afterwards?"
"I threw up. So I know what you are going through."
"God bless you and keep you, Normie. May you never, ever have to experience some of the things I have gone through." He didn't say it aloud.
"And I have another addiction too," she said. "Chocolate. If I had my way, I would always have a chocolate bar on the go, morning, noon, and night, and I especially love to drink it. But I know it's bad for me if I have too much, and it will make me fat, and that will give people like mean people even more reasons to laugh at me."
Brennan had a vision of himself pounding the face of whoever might have the misfortune to laugh at Normie Collins.
"Now, about drinking too much, it says in the book, or where did I hear this? I can't remember. The CBC, maybe."
God love her. She had done some research on this, read a book on it, and didn't want him to know. He felt as if his heart would burst with love for this young girl, with her book and her determination to redeem him. He battened down his emotions and played along. Was there something on the radio about easing off the drink?
"It wasn't exactly easing off. It was more like quitting altogether. That's what it said, what somebody said, on the radio. And they said you do it one day at a time. You just worry about whatever day you're in. Don't drink at all that day, and not worry about the next day or the next year."
All the Alcoholics Anonymous meetings in the world, though he tended to veer away from the A word, all the meetings or the AA partners in the world would not be able to convince Brennan Burke to give the stuff up completely. It was a social thing, wasn't it? Enjoying a few scoops with pals in a convivial setting, having a few laughs, enjoying the crack, all that. True, in the wake of his arrest and the beatings he had suffered at the hands of a bigoted sectarian police force in Belfast, he had come to rely on the stuff far too regularly. Relied on it while he was in prison, and still relied on it now. What obsessed him in the wee hours of the night was not the physical pain he had endured, but the knowledge that another man, a fellow human being, could look him in the eye and then inflict that kind of savagery upon him. But he would put that behind him, and he hoped to God that in all the revelations about Micah Keller he would uncover something that would ease his conscience and banish his nighttime visions of her accusing face. Even with all this, though, there was no need to give up the drink altogether. No need to overreact by posing as a teetotaler. The little Bandrui, female druid, was reading his mind.
"They said it's important not to have any at all."
None at all. He knew fellas who didn't even start counting until after the 6th pint. Anything below that wasn't drinking. But that was hardly what his little therapist meant. Better just to go along. I should be able to do that, eh? For a period of time, with a few special prayers to help me along.
"Honest, are you going to do it?"
He could hardly bear to see the delight and the hope in her flushed little face. She looked as if she had been promised a pony for Christmas. "Sure," he claimed, with the poker face for which he was renowned. Then he said, "Normie, you are the kindest, most thoughtful person I have ever known."
"Really?"
"Really. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being so concerned about me. On Sunday I'll do the Missa d'Angelis."
"The Mass of the Angels?"
"I'll dedicate it to you."
"Oh, that would be great.
The phone rang, and Brennan excused himself to pick it up. "Hello? Brennan, connasa tautu." "Goma, Paddy, goma.
August to Fane. Fine altogether. I have young Miss Collins here with me. You remember Normie? I certainly do. How is she? Why don't you ask her yourself? And he handed the phone to Normie. It's my brother Patrick. Oh. Brennan knew she was fond of Pat, having met him on a couple of occasions before, and he knew the feeling was mutual. How are you? Oh, not too much new here. Now there was discretion for you. Nobody would ever be able to accuse Normie Collins of being a gossip. She chatted with Patrick for a bit and then said, You know what? I decided what I'm going to be when I grow up. You'll never guess. No, wait, you probably will. A psychiatrist. Do you really think so? Patrick most likely did think so, and Brennan did too. She would make a wonderfully caring, conscientious psychiatrist. I like helping people with their problems. The dear little thing looked guiltily at Brennan. I mean, I will like helping people. I've never helped anybody yet, at all, for anything. Well, yes, maybe. Some little thing sometime. I don't remember. I should go now so you can talk to your brother. It costs money to call long distance. Okay, good. Thank you. She gave the phone back to Brennan and signalled that she would be leaving him to have his conversation. He mouthed the words, Thank you, Angel, and she smiled and was gone. Brennan filled his brother in on the eventful few weeks since they had seen each other last. Then, So, Bren, you had a visit from little Normie. She's not in trouble with the principal, I hope. He was laughing as he said it. He knew the chance of Normie being in trouble was about equal to one of their family winning the Irish sweeps. In a rare moment of candour, rare indeed, Brennan decided to be candid. The little sweetheart came up here on a pretext of wanting to borrow the score of the Fauré Requiem. We are doing a couple of pieces from it. But that's not the real reason she came up here. Oh? She came up to, be my psychiatrist. Well, she's concerned about my fondness for the drink. Would you like to interject here, Doc? Not at all. Carry on. And the most endearing part of it all was that she'd obviously researched the subject. She'd found a book on, let's say, alcohol problems, and some information from AA. But she didn't want me to know it. Wanted me to think she'd just happened to hear something on CBC radio. I don't think I've ever felt... Brennan suddenly found himself unable to speak. Patrick didn't rush him. After a few moments of silence, Brennan came clean with his long-distance shrink. I don't think I've ever felt such a rush of love for anyone in my entire life. Chapter 27. Brennan. The following week, Brennan was treated to one of those infrequent opportunities that thrilled him to the core. After taking a flight to New York, he was soaring over the Atlantic in a plane flown by his younger brother. He thought of little Dominic Collins and how delighted he would be in this situation, and Brennan promised himself he would arrange a cockpit adventure for the little lad some day soon. And of course he thought of Normie Collins, and how he had not yet, acted upon his promise to her, to go off the drink. This wouldn't be a good time to try to wean himself off it, not with the trip to Germany with Terry, and the stress and anxiety over the Micah Keller situation. If he tried now and failed to stay off the stuff, that would only compound his feeling of failure, and might even lead to more drinking. So he would put it off for a bit. For now it was the Burke brothers on the 747 from New York to Zurich. Terry's voice came over the PA system. He introduced himself and welcomed everyone aboard. He said his brother Brennan was on the plane, and remarked that if anyone found the time a bit long on the transatlantic flight, they should ask Brennan about their family's first voyage across the Atlantic to New York. The ship was an old tub, the sea was stormy, and the trip took the better part of a week. This got a laugh from the passengers and from Brennan as well, though he remembered the long, sickening voyage to exile from their beloved home in Ireland. It was still the stuff of nightmares for him, and he put it out of his mind. He looked forward to the 8-hour flight to European shores. They caught a connecting flight to Leipzig and checked into a small hotel in the city centre. Captain Terry Burke was of course well accustomed to being wide awake all night and showed no sign of needing a rest in the morning. So Brennan was determined to put aside his jet lag and keep up with his brother. He called the number provided by their contact in Berlin and spoke to the man doing research in the government files, Manfred Peter Steiff. Steiff asked him to call again later in the day, and they would arrange a meeting. Brennan thanked him and headed down to the lobby with Terry. They obtained a map of the city and set out for a bit of sightseeing. Brennan's first destination was the church where one of his musical idols, Johann Sebastian Bach, had been cantor and choirmaster in the 1700s. It was a bright, cool day with a bit of a breeze. The walk through the centre of the city was to Brennan architectural Himmel. Leipzig was renowned for block after block of magnificent buildings spanning the centuries and architectural styles. There were elaborately decorated facades everywhere, and Brennan nearly brought on whiplash for himself, gazing up, down and around him. Then it was musical heaven. Bach's church, Thomaskirche, was built in the 12th century. Hundreds of years of renovations had culminated in a new Gothic-style building, with a stained-glass window dedicated to Bach and a statue of Mendelssohn outside. And the church boasted something that was particularly close to Brennan's heart. There had been a St. Thomas boy choir here for 800 years. Civilization was rich and deep-rooted in this country. Brennan wondered, as he and countless others so often did, how such a highly accomplished and cultured civilization had given way to two forms of murderous totalitarianism in the 20th century. He also knew that Germany had turned its back on its brutal past and was now one of the most progressive societies in the world. But it was the darker history of the city that Brennan had to contend with on this trip. Leipzig was the hometown of the woman he had failed so utterly, and Leipzig had been on the wrong side of the border when Germany was divided following World War II. This city had been in Soviet-controlled East Germany. They stopped for a beer across from the church at the Johann S. pub. Brennan pushed thoughts of Normie out of his mind as he sipped his pills and consulted his map. I'd rather not ask any of the locals where the Stasi headquarters was. Don't blame you. But I did some research, and I think this is where we'll find it. They call it der runde Ecke, the round corner. He pointed to the map. Are we meeting our contact at the headquarters? No, I'm to ring him later, but I want to see it. We're here to meet somebody about secret police files and, well, I want to see where that element of sordid history was centred. They drained their beer steins, paid up, and walked to the local headquarters of the infamous secret police. The building was constructed of light-coloured stone. The corner facing them was round, and it had a curved balustrade with carved figures upon it. It was topped by a terracotta-coloured roof and a modified turret above the corner. It was a far cry from the brutal, intimidating complex in Berlin, a complex befitting a sinister state apparatus. The Leipzig HQ would in fact have made a lovely postcard. But now that Brennan knew what he knew, he suspected that there was significance in the choice of the menacing Stasi building in Berlin, rather than a picturesque scene from Leipzig. When they returned to their hotel, Brennan made his call, and Manfred Peter Steiff said he would meet them at Auerbach's Keller that evening. He could not give them a time, but he would be there eventually. We'll go early, Terry suggested. Treat ourselves to a meal and some more of that magnificent German beer. I thought you were trying to be a good influence on me, Terence. I am. I'll show you, by example, the pitfalls of excessive drinking. I'll demonstrate what a lowly, babbling wretch a man becomes when he lets beer and liquor rule his life, and you'll never touch a drop of anything but communion wine again. God help me if communion wine is to be my only libation. All he said was, "May God and Patrick and all the saints bless you for your sacrifice." Now, where is this place? It's in an arcade called the Mädler Passage, off Strasse, Brennan said, peering at his map. "You're a better man than I, Brother Bren," Terry said. "I can read a map, but I'd never be able to get my tongue around all those clashing S's and S's." "That dooms you from ever learning Irish, my lad." They left the hotel and attracted disapproving looks from their fellow pedestrians when, with no traffic in sight, they crossed against the red light. Nobody joined them in this flagrant flouting of the rules. They reached the cobblestoned market square, and Brennan was enthralled yet again with the great and varied architecture all around them. Soon enough they arrived at the Mädler Passage. "Here we are, Auerbach's Keller. Maybe your one took her name from this place." "Doubt it. Keller just means cellar, a common name and a common word. But there's nothing ordinary about this spot. It was opened as a wine bar in the 1500s. I've read about it. Well, I'm sure you have too, Terry, when you studied Goethe's Faust. He set some of the play in this very building. I'm boycotting Faust." "Are you now? And why would that be?" "Because Goethe set it here instead of O'Malley's bar in New York." "I understand you, but many wouldn't." Brennan was reminded of a performance in New York, not at O'Malley's, but at the Metropolitan Opera. It was Faust, the Gounod opera, and it was brilliant. He wondered whether Friedhabler had ever sung the lead, had ever been Faust. But it was more entertaining to picture the exuberant German as Mephistopheles, agent of the devil. That was bass baritone, though, so probably wouldn't happen. All this brought to mind Habler's claim that he had been home asleep the night Micah Keller died, so deeply asleep that he had not heard the phone ring when Hubert Rendell called looking for his wife. Brennan knew Monty had spoken to Habler, and thinking about it now, Brennan wondered whether Monty had ever had the opera singer in his sights as a possible suspect. The story that he had slept through the phone call had never been credible, and of course it wasn't true. Habler had later admitted to Brennan that he hadn't answered the phone because he was afraid it was his wife calling. There was an unholy racket going on in his house when the call had come through. He had been spending a raucous evening, an evening of opera buffa, with a group of sailors and ladies of the night, and the cover-up had been motivated by nothing more sinister than Habler's fear of his wife finding out. What would Brennan say to Habler the next time they met? The singer, Micah's old friend from their school days here in Leipzig, would be anxious to know what Brennan had discovered on his visits to Germany. Some of it, of course, could never be revealed, secrets of the confessional. Would he want to disillusion Habler about his friend by revealing what he had learned from Willi Horst Lehmann? And what other revelations would be in store when Brennan and his brother sat down with the contact tonight? He and Terry went inside and toured the various rooms. "Look at this place," Brennan exclaimed. "Vaulted ceilings, painted columns, food and wine. The devil be damned, I'm here for the night." They had a fine meal and lingered over a bottle of Riesling. They started a bit of a party with a man and woman at the table beside them. The couple appeared to be in their 50s, and Brennan heard them speaking English to the young waitress, who was studying the language on her own while attending college part-time. During his brief spells here in Germany, he had been struck by how many Germans spoke English, and spoke it well. Linguistic imperialism by the English-speaking countries, one might say. And as an Irishman, he understood why one might say it. But for Brennan it was more a case of the European countries being proficient in teaching several languages to their students, unlike in the USA, where he had spent most of his life, and where there seemed to be little effort and little enthusiasm for teaching anything but English. The couple in Auerbach's had 2 bottles of wine on their table, and Terry got the conversation going by saying he was a mere tourist and hadn't realized that wine was to be paired with itself. The people weren't in the least offended, and they gave Terry a bit of a lesson on German wines and where the vineyards were. They introduced themselves as Heinz and Margaret. It wasn't long before comments were made about the difference between the atmosphere in Leipzig now and before the wall came down and Germany was unified. "We all heard stories," Terry said, "about how bad it was here, and I know that fundamentally it was true. But there was an overlay of propaganda, as you might expect, particularly in the United States. Those nasty commies and all that." The man laughed and said, "Yeah, there was a lot of that. But the truth is that things were terrible here." He looked around him. "We like to believe that the walls no longer have ears to listen and record every word we say. It is hard for us to break away from the old habits when we were afraid that someone at the table beside us was spying and reporting back to the Stasi everything we said. The Staatssicherheit, state security, secret police. Well, you have heard of the Stasi." "Oh, yeah," Terry acknowledged. "Speaking to you here, or speaking to this young lady, would have made us suspects in the eyes of the authorities. Any person who had friends or contacts in the West was under suspicion. Anyone suspected of wanting to leave for the West could be imprisoned. It was a crime to try to leave the country. But if this was the best system in history, the workers' paradise, why would anyone want to leave? They never gave us the answer to that question." His wife piped up. "Nobody was brave enough to ask such a question." "I know I did not have that courage," her husband admitted. "There were listening devices on our telephones. Our letters were opened. There was even a system of— well, this will sound comical to you." "Don't tell them, Heinz," the wife urged. "Yes, I will tell them." Again he looked around the place, then appeared sheepish about doing so. "Not used to the new regime yet, even though more than 5 years have gone by now. Anyway, the Stasi had a procedure for capturing the personal scent of people." "My mind refuses to go in that direction," Brennan said. His brother laughed. "There is no personal scent permissible to my brother other than soap, and maybe the faint smell of whiskey in the mouth." "If it was soap or anything else," Heinz said, "the Stasi tried to capture it. When people were brought to headquarters for an interview or interrogation, a piece of cloth was on the chair underneath the person's rear end." Heinz must have seen something in Brennan's expression because he said, "It is unbelievable, I agree with you, but it is true. Then these cloths were saved in jars. If the Stasi intercepted a letter or found other incriminating documents or items, sniffer dogs were brought in to see if the paper smelled like the cloth from under the person's body." Jesus the Christ! Who could come up with an idea like that? Heinz merely raised his hands and looked around him. These people, this culture, came up with the idea all on their own. "And," he continued, "that was not even the worst thing. The worst was the informers, those who were Stasi themselves and those who were not, but operated as civilian informers. My sister was sent to prison for 3 years. All she did was make inquiries about emigrating. An informer, of course, someone my sister thought was her friend, told the authorities about her inquiries. In order to subdue the population, the Stasi used blackmail, imprisonment, torture, and murder. Some say there were 10,000 informers here in Leipzig alone. You were afraid to trust anyone, and I mean anyone at all." "Like those at the other end of this room," Margaret said. Her eyes went to a table of men at the far wall. Exactly, Brennan thought. All around you today were people who had, only a few short years before, been betraying their friends and family to the monstrous state of East Germany. If you lived here, you would be suspicious of everyone you met. "After everything we went through during the World War," Margaret said, "after everything our country did under the fascists, we were then under the boot of a regime that declared itself to be anti-fascist. The wall, which you know as the Berlin Wall, was formerly called the Anti-Fascist Protective Wall. So the West was fascist, and we here in East Germany were free, happy citizens of the true democracy. I still cannot believe I am free to say that. Margaret and Heinz finished their meal and wine and paid their bill. Brennan and Terry stood and shook their hands, wishing them well. A few minutes later, Brennan saw a tall, thin, balding man in wire-rimmed spectacles come into the restaurant. He looked around and seemed to register every one of the patrons in turn. His eyes lingered on the group of men Margaret had pointed out against the far wall. Then he walked towards Brennan and Terry and said, "Are you the Burkes who have just arrived from New York?" "Yes, I'm Terry, and this is my brother Brennan, more formally known as Father Burke." "I am pleased to meet you. I am Manfred Peter Steiff. Shall I join you?" "Please do." "What can we get for you, Herr Steiff?" "I shall have a pils, if you will be having some yourselves." So they ordered 3 pills, and Terry thanked him for agreeing to see them. Brennan here is a priest working now in Canada, in the city of Halifax, and Edelgard Vogt Becker was a member of his parish. Her name in Canada was Michael Keller. "Yes, I have found her in the files." "Anything you can tell us will be appreciated," Brennan told him. "Vogt Becker showed great promise in the sport of volleyball." Brennan's surprise must have been evident in his face, because Steiff said, "You did not know this?" "No, Herr Steiff, this is news to me. But then everything we've been hearing about her is news to us." "I see." "I know she was a highly regarded professor of physics. An intelligent girl. She did very well in her studies. And I know from meeting her in Halifax that she had a great interest in music. That is correct. That is in her files as well. But it was her talent for sport that marked her for future success in the DDR. And that was what enabled her to go to West Berlin in 1974. Permission was rarely given, as I'm sure you have heard. But the state was putting resources into volleyball for women. There was an East German team in the Olympics in Canada in 1976. They did not do all that well. Better in 1980. But I am getting ahead of things. There was a volleyball tournament in West Berlin in 1974, and Vogt Becker was an assistant coach. So she was to go with the team. Here is a photograph taken of her before she left. Steiff reached into his pocket and took out an envelope. He extracted a small black-and-white photo of Edelgard, head only, stamped June 23, 1973. Her fair hair was pulled back to reveal a pretty, strong-featured face. There could not have been more of a contrast between the face of this young, vital woman and the death mask that haunted Brennan's nights. Not surprisingly, she had not smiled for the official state photographer. She had a scar over her left eyebrow. The scar she claimed had resulted from her fall at the checkpoint as she dodged the bullets from the border guard. But she had another job to do as well, Steiff said. Someone from the West, one of the Western democracies I mean, had offered to provide sensitive information to the East German Ministry of Defense. Because Vogt Becker was such a loyal citizen and such a helper to the authorities from time to time, she was given the assignment of receiving the information and bringing it back to the East, where it would be passed on to the headquarters of the ministry in Strausberg, outside Berlin. Another confirmation that the woman he had known and admired in Halifax had been a loyal citizen and helper to the authorities in the totalitarian East German state. I have the impression that this information is disconcerting to you, Father Burke. There's no denying it, Herr Steiff. I hardly know where to begin with my questions. Well, first of all, one name has come up. Do the records show anything about a man named Rolf Antonio Baumann? Of course. He was her husband. Ah. Perhaps a great romantic love, or perhaps something more practical. Married couples were eligible to get apartments, loans of money. The Day Heir promoted marriage and children with almost the same zeal as did the Roman Catholic Church. Brennan laughed and said, I had no idea we were on the same side. Here is a photograph. Steiff produced a picture of a young man with a long, narrow face, thick, dark hair and dark eyes. He stared straight at the camera, unsmiling. The photo had the appearance of a mugshot. So, yes, this was the husband, and in the end, the hostage. Oh God, what now? I see you are a man with a conscience, Father Burke. These revelations disturb you. I don't like what I'm hearing, but I've come a long way to hear it. Right. Of course, when she defected, when she did not return to the East, her husband was held in custody as a hostage, as an incentive for her to come home. But she never did. How long was he held hostage? Steiff raised his eyebrows and took a sip of his beer, then said, How long did she stay away? Jesus, Terry muttered. Brennan said with trepidation, Where was he held? In prison? God help him. Please don't tell me they kept him in prison from 1974 to the collapse of the East German state in 1990. No, but only because he did not survive that long. Conditions were harsh. He died in 1982. And she had entered his name in the Book of the Names of the Dead in... When was it? In 1993. Had she just learned of his death then, or was it her first opportunity to write in his name, because she had only recently joined the church? And was she the one who had crossed out his name? Almost certainly, given the relationship between the two. But why? Brennan didn't know, but he did come to one conclusion. If she had died by suicide, it was highly unlikely that she did it because of Rolf's death. She had known since 1993, or maybe much longer. However she dealt with that in the privacy of her own conscience, it was almost certainly something more recent that accounted for her death. Baumann and Vogt Becker relocated to Berlin after their marriage, but the Baumann family lived at this address here in Leipzig. It is one of the Plattenbauten, concrete slab buildings, constructed during the Day Heir era. Steiff took a small notebook out of his jacket pocket, wrote on a page, tore it out, and gave it to Brennan. The address was Strasse des 18. Oktober, but I do not have up-to-date information about how many of them, if any, are still in that place. His sister, perhaps. She never married. Steiff looked at his papers again and said, I have her daughter's address as well. Baumann's sister's daughter? No, I apologize for my lack of precision. I meant the daughter of Edelgard Vogt Becker. Edelgard's daughter? There was another one? Something else Brennan was hearing for the first time. He said, So she had another child. What do you mean, another child? There was only one child of the marriage. There must be some mistake, then. Her daughter Helga died before Edelgard could get her out of Germany. Why do you say that, Father Burke? Well, what we know is that she brought the little girl with her across the border into West Berlin, the plan being to emigrate from there to... At the time, I think the plan was to go to the United States, and there is some suggestion that she handed the child over to someone she met in West Berlin, but the child was ill, and then... Steiff was looking at Brennan with something akin to pity. You say you know this. How do you know it? Brennan didn't bother to reply, didn't admit that this was another part of the legend around Micah Keller that had just been blasted to smithereens. You're telling us Helga is alive, Brennan muttered. That's what I'm telling you, yes. Do you have any information about her? Why don't you go and see for yourself? I can give you her address in Berlin. Oh. Brennan was still reeling from the news that she was alive. Now he might actually meet her? He could not begin to imagine the conversation. She is in the northeastern part of the city, Marzahn. Steiff wrote the address down and handed the page to Brennan. It's another of the Plattenbauten, socialist slab housing. Brennan sat across the table from Steiff in the richly decorated Auerbach's Keller, holding the addresses of the dead woman's in-laws and of the daughter who had not died after escaping East Berlin with her mother in 1974. He pondered the events surrounding Edelgard's escape, or more accurately, her defection. Willi Horst Lehmann said that Edelgard had met with the man who had the secrets Brennan now knew about the nukes kept in the province of New Brunswick, and that she then went into a post office, came out without the papers, and that was the last Willi had seen of her. Brennan said to Steiff now, Erich Jäger may have told you that we contacted a man named Willi in Berlin. Yes. We were not entirely convinced by his description of what happened, or his role in it. Permit me to guess. He claimed to be a hero of the resistance, ostensibly working for the Stasi, but really risking his life to usher people into freedom in the West. Am I correct? You are. That's the story he peddles about himself. He is not the only one who now denies being a tool of the secret police. According to the file, he had some explaining to do after she got away from him. This was very important, sensitive information she was to bring back across the border. Information about the capabilities of certain segments of the NATO forces. She had been instructed to bring the material back and hand it personally to a particular individual in East Berlin. Instead, she took it to a post office in West Berlin and left it with some contact she had arranged on her own. Very insecure. She put important information and important persons at risk. Terry chimed in then. Not very good tradecraft for a pack of spies. Spies? Nobody was Kim Philby here. They were low-level persons. She a girl who provided the occasional bit of information to the Stasi about her friends and acquaintances in order to stay on the right side of the authorities. A courier from the post office, who knows? And the man from the West, again we don't know. A low-level cipher clerk? A little man with a grudge to settle? Not someone from MI6 or the CIA. So, Steiff continued, the envelope eventually arrived. Who knows how many eyes may have looked at it on its way to the DDR Ministry of Defense. As for Vogt Becker, she somehow managed to disappear. Lehmann claims he saw her come out of the post office without the envelope, and he says he merely walked away after that, let her go. So ein Misthaufen. Brennan had to laugh. It meant what a pile of crap. Lehmann lost sight of her, Steiff said. He failed in his duties. She was clever enough to get away. Our information now is that the person who gave the secret documents also helped her to defect to the West, which does not seem to make sense. Whose side was this man on? Giving important information about his country's armed forces to the Eastern Bloc, but also assisting an East Bloc defector to get to the West. Whatever the case, it seems she was able to obtain papers that got her into the United States or Canada. There must have been a couple of name changes, because the record ends when she leaves this country. Steiff rose from his seat and said, I have no way of knowing, of course, whether the NATO countries ever became aware of this breach of security. That becomes more likely with time, now that Germany is united and the entire country is an ally of the West. I would not want to be that man, the man who passed the information over, never knowing whether or when the authorities in his country might be tipped off about what he did. Images of the park bench confession came to Brennan's mind, the guilt and fear of the man who had made his painful admissions. I suspect, Steiff said now, that the file is never closed on treason. Brennan and Terry expressed their gratitude to Manfred Peter Steiff, paid the bill, and walked out into the Mädler Passage. Jesus, Terry said, your man Steiff certainly gave us enough to stew about. That whole story about the daughter Helga dying. Imagine a mother making that up about her own little kid. Between him and Willi Lehmann, They've cut the heart out of everything I thought I had known about Micah Keller. I wonder whether the mystery figure who passed the secrets and smuggled her out of Germany was ever unmasked as a traitor, or whether he is still alive." Terry eyed Brennan as they walked along, wondering, no doubt, whether what they had just heard had any relation to what Father Burke had heard in that park in Berlin. You don't have to be an old Air Force veteran like me to know that an offence like that would never be forgiven or forgotten. This must be a dirty cloud hanging over his head every time he walks out his front door in the morning. And for 22 years, the man, whoever he is, has known that Micah Keller knew about it. That may be how she managed to get to the West, pressured him into procuring a false passport or something, helping her emigrate. I wonder if he thought of her as a shadow that still followed him everywhere he went. Blackmailing him, maybe, Brennan. Maybe not. But the threat of blackmail would always have been there. Until now. Until now. And he had something on her as well. He knew she did not make a hero's escape from East Berlin. She was in fact a Stasi snitch, very much in favour with the regime for the services she had rendered unto it. True enough, Terry. Conversations on this subject always made Brennan uneasy. How do we know we wouldn't have done the same things if we had lived here during those times? After all, hundreds of thousands of people ended up being unofficial informers, not employed by the state, but passing over information about their fellow citizens. We would all like to think that we wouldn't have gone along with that. We wouldn't have collaborated with the Stasi, or with the Gestapo. But think of the terror people lived with. Would any one of us be so terrified that we would weaken and go along to keep ourselves or our families safe? I hear you. It's easy for us to look back and say we'd be above it all. We wouldn't tattle on our friends. We wouldn't sneak the last crust of bread into our own mouths instead of giving it to our children. But for those who had to live with those horrors day after day, you never know, I suppose, until you live it. Brennan stopped to light up a smoke. He looked around him and marvelled at how beautiful the city was at night, the great city that had once been home to Edelgard folk Becker. Maybe that's how things stood for 22 years, each of them, she and her contact, having dangerous or shameful information about the other, each of them petrified that the other would talk. Exactly. We're still no further ahead about that postcard, though, are we, Bren? Who sent her a deceptively mild message on the back of a card that depicted the headquarters of the Stasi? Maybe somebody she turned into the secret police, someone she informed on. But why did she then dash over here with a cover story about going to the opera in Austria? It doesn't make sense, Terry. And she met her death in Canada, not here. Right. Was it Canada she arrived in directly from Germany, Bren? Do you know? Or did she make her way through some other countries first? As far as I know, she came to Canada. Toronto, I think it was, and then on to Halifax. And there's a member of the Canadian Army charged with her murder. Now, what are you going to do? Call the Halifax police tip line? Brennan shuddered. It was bred into the Burkes down through centuries of conflict with colonial powers that a Burke did not inform on anyone, ever, to the police. But the police hadn't a clue about the history of what had really happened here, that a veteran of the Second World War had handed over highly sensitive military information to the East German regime, and that Micah Keller was the go-between. Brennan had to tread carefully. He could not disclose anything to his brother, let alone the police, that might reflect back on the airman's confession. One thing is indisputable, he said. Alban McNair had a row with Micah hours before she died. Did that have something to do with all this, with the trip we're assuming she took here to Germany? Not likely, given what he had heard in Berlin. And of course McNair was not of World War II vintage. Brennan was leaning towards the idea that there was something personal behind the quarrel Micah had with the army officer. Nothing I've heard suggests that McNair left the province of Nova Scotia in the weeks before Micah Keller's death. Maybe, he said lightly, it was a lover's tiff between the two of them. Terry was eyeing him with the skepticism Brennan might have expected. "You know more about this than you can tell me. I can appreciate that, Father. But are you being a bit fanciful now? What I can tell you in all honesty, my son, is that I am no further ahead about what or who caused the woman's death than I was before I left Halifax. I can also reiterate to you that I am virtually certain that the man we encountered in Berlin is not the killer." Terry searched his brother's face for any sign that Brennan was dissembling. He appeared satisfied that he was not. "Bear with me now, Terry. I keep coming back to this question. What if the postcard wasn't something menacing at all, but a note from somebody who had shared some experience with Micah? And the Stasi had a particular significance for the two of them, something they both survived. Well, the secret police had significance, of course, for every man, woman and child in East Germany. And every sniffer dog. Don't remind me. But, Bren, I'd find that card menacing, no two ways about it. The headquarters, torture chambers, no doubt, of the secret police. And Fried Habler told you that people can now go in and see the files the Stasi had on them. That would frighten the hell out of me if I had something to hide. Yet when this person reconnected with Micah, she flew over to see him. Or her. Let's go with him for now. But what about the reference to talent? I wish I had your talent. Perhaps the words meant exactly what they said. Or perhaps they meant something else. Perhaps something understood by the sender of the card and by Micah herself. A lot of maybes and perhapses there. And I hate to leave it like that. Guess it was a little optimistic, hoping it would all be wrapped up before I take off. Terry would be flying back to New York the next morning. I'd say I hope you come up with more information, but every new door you open leads you into some place even darker than the last. Chapter 28. Pete. Pete was in the station on Wednesday, taking a call from a news reporter he knew. The reporter was trying to get a comment from Pete about the upcoming merger of the Halifax police with the departments in Dartmouth and Bedford. As of April 1996, Pete would be a member of a regional police force, not just a Halifax force. This was part and parcel of the amalgamation of the city with the surrounding municipalities. He was not about to get himself in hot water by going on the record with a journalist about the changes. Before he could end the call, Constable Fraser came by and placed a slip of paper on his desk. When Pete hung up the phone, he read the message. "Phone RCMP Corporal Broussard, re Lieutenant Colonel McNair." What has McNair done now? Pete wondered. Killed somebody else? Fled the jurisdiction? What's he done now? He called out to Fraser. Got himself killed, sir. Who the Himmel? He got up and walked over to Elsie Young. McNair's dead. Just heard it from the RCMP. What the? Her eyes were wide with astonishment. Don't know yet. Have to track down Gilles Broussard. Pete knew Corporal Gilles Broussard and was anxious to hear what he had to say. It took a few calls to track him down, but he finally got through. Broussard was out at the cottage owned by the McNair family on the south shore of the province. Just wanted to put you in the loop, Pete, given your involvement with McNair in the Keller case. We're out at McNair's cottage, and a neighbour has positively identified McNair as our victim here. The ident investigators have just arrived, and they've cordoned the place off, so no point in coming out here yet. I'll let you know when we've released the scene, and you can come out and have a look. Pete had a great many questions, but he didn't want to keep Corporal Broussard on the phone while the investigation was getting underway, so he thanked him and let him get back to work. Pete buried himself in other cases, but his mind kept wandering to the startling news he had heard from the RCMP. Finally, late that afternoon, he got a call from Broussard, telling him that the crime scene work had been completed, and the Mountie would wait for Pete at the cottage. He provided directions, and Pete thanked him, gave the eye to Ailsa, and the two detectives headed out. They drove along the south shore of the province on the St. Margaret's Bay Road, with the land to the right of them and the Atlantic Ocean to their left. It felt as if winter had returned. The wind was strong and chilling, the sea was rough, and the waves splashed up onto the shore. They eventually pulled into a dirt driveway, oceanside, where several RCMP vehicles were parked in front of a wood-shingled cottage, white with green shutters. There wasn't room for Pete and Ailsa's car, so they availed themselves of the property next door, where there was no sign of life. McNair's cottage was situated on a lawn that sloped down to a rocky beach. Occasionally the surf smashed against the rocks and sent spray up as far as the vehicles parked in front of the building. There were 5 brightly painted Adirondack chairs on the lawn facing the water. The sides of the cottage were bordered by evergreen trees, offering a degree of privacy from the few other buildings along the road. The detectives got out of their car and walked up to the door, where they were met by Corporal Broussard. The Mountie was of medium height, slight of build. His hair and eyes were of the same dark brown. He put his hand out to Pete and his partner, and they all shook hands. "Thanks for letting us know, Gilles. What's the story?" "Head injury. Definitely Alban McNair. He was knocked off his feet and smashed the back of his head onto a storage trunk on the floor. Somebody tried to choke him before he went down, or at least that's how it looks from the marks on his throat. Couple of punches to the face as well. Come have a look. Body's been moved, but you can see the location." Pete and Ailsa walked into the living room, where there was a large blue metal storage trunk, or locker, and blood on the pine boards of the floor. "Back of his head smashed against that," the Mountie said, pointing to the sharp metal corner of the trunk. Then he turned and pointed to a back room. "Quart of rye in the kitchen, less than an inch left in it, and 2 glasses. The glasses? One of them wiped clean of prints. The other has prints, probably McNair's, but we'll let you know as soon as that can be confirmed." Pete nodded and stated the obvious. "Somebody he knew, drinking together." "A neighbour down the road, Bob Donaldson, came by this morning to see if McNair wanted to do some fishing. Walked in. Door's never locked, he said, whenever McNair is here. Said McNair used to come out by himself for some peace and quiet, and a bit of fishing. So the neighbour knocks and walks in this morning at around 8 o'clock and finds the body. Calls it in right away." "Did he have any idea when McNair came out here?" "Said he drove by late yesterday afternoon, and there was no sign of McNair. No lights, no car. So that might mean he didn't arrive till evening. We'll check to see what time he left work." "How about vehicles?" "The Volvo out front is McNair's. Well, you'd be familiar with the car. The ident investigators, of course, photographed the area all around here. We didn't notice any other tire tracks, but the ground is frozen hard, so they might not have shown up. Even our own tracks aren't obvious out here." "All right, Gilles. Thanks again for filling us in." "No problem. We'll let you know whatever we find out." When they were back in their car and on the road to Halifax, Pete turned to his partner and said, "So, where do we go with this?" "My first reaction would be Emscote Drive, but it's not our investigation. Let's cruise by anyway, see if there's any action." So they drove to the south end of the city and along Emscote Drive. The lights were on in the house, but there was no sign of Hubert Rental's Toyota Camry. They knew he was usually home by this time in the early evening, and when he was there, his car was in the driveway. "That looks like him," Ailsa said. "I can see in through the window. He just walked into the living room." "Well, let's hope he gets to sit and relax for a bit, because I suspect he'll be getting some uninvited guests before too long." "Right. So let's clear off before they arrive. Don't want to be seen encroaching on the Mountie's investigation." "No, indeed. Though I imagine Gilles Broussard will consult with us from time to time." And 2 days later, the RCMP officer did just that. Corporal Broussard called Pete, and they arranged to meet at the Tim Hortons at Yonge and Roby Streets. They greeted each other, and then Broussard gave Pete an account of the interview with Commodore Rendell. We pulled up to the house, and Rendell opened the door, and he appeared startled to see us, or he put on a good show of being startled. Of course, even if he had nothing to do with McNair's death, he'd react seeing us at the door, after what happened to his wife. He'd be wondering, what now? But anyway, he invited us in, and we all sat in the living room, looking out over the water. The Northwest Arm there. Rendell stayed quiet, waiting for us to explain ourselves. We had several options. We decided on the least courteous, but maybe the most effective. Commodore Rendell, there has been a new development in the case, and so we have to ask you, and we'll be asking others as well, where you were yesterday and last night. He was wary when we arrived. He was alarmed now. What on earth do you mean? What is going on? Just give us the information, please, sir. He told us he was at work that day as always. He had dinner at the wardroom and then came home. He was home all night. Questioned why he had to give an account of himself, but I just asked him, "Where is your car, sir?" And he had an instant of hesitation. Then, "My daughter has it." When we asked if anyone was at home with him that night, he said, "No, I didn't have any minders." His daughter lives with him, but she was out. Didn't know what time she came home because he was asleep. So an alibi that can't be corroborated. Like his alibi for the time of his wife's death, for that matter. "That takes care of me," Rendell said. "Now why don't you explain yourselves? Why are you here treating me like a criminal?" So I broke the news, if it was news. Lieutenant Colonel McNair was killed last night. What? The shock sure looked genuine to me. Of course, you've seen it over and over yourselves. A person guilty of something like this pretending surprise, even practicing pretending surprise for the moment we'd show up at the door. I told him McNair was found dead in his cottage. "Good heavens," he said. "Well, I won't pretend to be in mourning." And he made a remark, something about divine retribution. "And of course you think I did it." We told him we hadn't come to any conclusions this early in the investigation, but we have to follow up any and all leads. And you can understand why we had to speak to you. He said he understood that, but he hadn't done it, hadn't killed McNair. "Almost wish I had," he told us then. "Somebody else did the job for me." So I said, "Are you suggesting—" He interrupted me, saying, "Did I hire a hitman? No." We said we'd leave it at that for now, and he asked us how McNair had died. Maybe the bastard killed himself? Committed suicide out of remorse for the suicide he staged in order to murder my wife? And I told him McNair's death was not a suicide. How did we know that? I assured him that we knew. "So, Gilles," Pete asked, "what was your impression when you talked to him?" His shock and his denial did seem real, but then again they would. If he did it, he'd been planning it ever since McNair was charged with Micah Keller's death, or at least ever since McNair was released on bail. We know McNair's family is away in Boston for a wake and a funeral, because he applied for an exemption through his bail conditions and was turned down flat. So, family away, and he apparently goes out to the cottage in the spring to fix things up and do a bit of fishing. And Rendell, of course, had time to plan the face he'd present to us when we inevitably turned up on his doorstep. When we left him, we drove up the street a ways and sat out there, watching the house, to see if he made any panicked moves. He didn't leave the place, but a Chevy Blazer pulled up near the house, not right in front of it, and a young girl got out, went up to Rendell's house and went inside. "A Blazer? That's what we saw at the daughter's boyfriend's place, down in Fullerton, Herring Cove Road. He goes out with Lauren, and apparently the Rendells weren't all that happy with their choice of a mate. So there goes the story that the daughter had Rendell's Toyota." Chapter 29. Brennan. Brennan pulled his Leipzig city map from his pocket, consulted it, and then faced into the wind. Yes, he was going in the right direction for Strasse des 18. Oktober and the big slab of concrete containing the flat where the Baumann family lived. He walked up to the tower block and pressed the buzzer for apartment 609. No answer. He pressed it again. Finally a voice croaked out, "Was wollen Sie?" "What do you want?" The tone suggested that whatever he wanted, he wasn't going to get it. Brennan replied in German, "Are you Mrs. Baumann?" Again silence. He repeated his question. "This is not Mrs. Baumann." "May I come up and speak to you for a minute?" "Who are you?" Brennan identified himself and said he was looking for a member, any member, of the family of the late Rolf Baumann. The woman did not answer, but he heard a click at the interior door, and he seized upon the chance to open it. He headed to the elevator, pressed the button, and waited. And waited. He was not one of those who believed that pressing a lift button over and over again increased the likelihood of the thing arriving. He gave it about 2 minutes, and then went for the stairs. He smelled smoke and stale beer and overcooked food on the climb to the 6th floor, and then came out in an unlighted corridor. When he reached number 609, he placed himself within view of the little hole that was placed in apartment doors so residents could look out. What was it called? All the words he could come up with sounded creepy. Peephole, spyhole. He returned his attention to the task at hand and rapped on the door. He heard the shuffling of feet, and the woman's voice called out, "Who's there?" He identified himself again, and she opened the door a crack. Her face bore the ravages of a hard life, and he suspected that although she looked to be in her 70s, she may well have been younger. "Please forgive the interruption. As I explained, I am looking for the Baumann family. I won't take up much of your time." "Indeed you will not, because there are no Baumanns here. They lost this apartment through their own actions, and it was given to me and my own family." "Oh, what do you mean when you say they lost it, if you don't mind my asking?" She clearly didn't mind at all. Her face virtually lit up as she started in on the Baumanns. "Criminals they are, not good citizens. They have spent time in institutions, every last one of them. They do not need an apartment, they need a jail." Brennan heard a door open behind him to his left, but nobody came out. The woman in 609 terminated their brief meeting with, "You have wasted your time coming all this way looking for those people. Goodbye." She shut the door in his face, and that was that. But a ray of light behind him widened as the door to number 612 opened, and a man emerged. "Excuse me, sir, I heard you. Easy enough to do when she left you standing out in the hallway. I heard you asking about the Baumann family. Would you like to come inside?" "Sure, thank you." The man was tall and reedy, with greying blonde hair brushed to the side. He held the door open, and Brennan preceded him into a modestly furnished flat, with a sitting room to the right and a galley kitchen to the left. The man introduced himself as Reiner, and he called out, "Clara, we have a visitor." A heavy-set woman with tightly curled brown hair came out of one of the rooms and nodded to Brennan. "We have tea made. Would you like a cup?" Reiner asked, and Brennan said he would, "Thank you very much." Reiner turned and went into the kitchen, reached up to a cupboard, brought out a cup and saucer and filled it with tea. "Milk or lemon?" "Milk for me, please." The three of them went into the sitting room and made themselves comfortable. "I heard you asking that old crow about the Baumanns, and I heard her slandering them. That is typical behaviour of that woman, boasting to you that she was given the apartment and the Baumanns were put out of it." "That's not the case, I take it." "Well, it is. But what she left out was the date when she and her husband were given the rights to the place. It was in 1983. Reiner gave Brennan a significant look. In the time of the old regime. Brennan said, "Yes, the Baumans were not in favor with the authorities then. That pair were." He jerked his head in the direction of the apartment across the hall. "So, you are looking for these people for—" "Sorry, I should have explained." And he did, but without all the details. "A woman I believe was related to the Bauman family died recently in Canada, where I am living now. As far as I know, she was married to Rolf Bauman." "Ah, the one—" He switched to English. "The one that got away." Reverting to German, he said, "I never met her. That was before I moved in here. And from what I know, she and Rolf Bauman moved to Berlin not long after their marriage. So I know nothing about them, except that she went over to the West and Rolf was left behind to bear the consequences. There was a sister. She lived here for a number of years, but of course she had to go when the apartment was given over to the current occupant. I don't know where the sister would be now." "Are there other members of the family still here in Leipzig?" "The parents are long dead. They were not strong people, and life was very hard here. Well, you probably know that. The only one who is known to be thriving is the brother, Ernst Alfred Baumann. Now, old Gerda there, she calls the Baumans criminals. While it is true that Ernst Alfred has some rackets going, that he lives on the other side of the law, we might say, one can understand that a man is sometimes forced by circumstances to do things that are a little, shall we say, shady." Clara gave her husband what Brennan interpreted as a warning look, but he either missed it or chose to ignore it. "There has been, as you might imagine, a period of adjustment here. The ground has shifted beneath our feet, you might say. Going from a state-run economy to a capitalist one provides great opportunities for some, for those who are risk-takers, who take naturally to the role of traders, business people, entrepreneurs. And you could say Ernst Alfred Baumann is an entrepreneur, one of the new class of businessmen, risk-takers, men who understand and take advantage of the system of the free market." Reiner took a sip of his tea and continued, "There are some who say he is in league with similar elements in Russia. Some of the things they do cross the line of legality." "Was he close to his brother Rolf, do you know?" "I'm sorry, I did not know them when Rolf was still living, if one can call it living in the prisons we had here. And it would be difficult to get that information. Ernst would be a hard man to find because he frequently crosses borders for his business interests, and frequently changes residence, so I doubt I can help you there." "No, I don't suppose I'll be able to track him down, and if I do, I'd better hold on to my wallet." "Oh, no. You would have nothing to fear from E.A. Baumann. He would not steal from you, and he would not cause you harm. He might try to talk you into making an investment, but he really is not a bad man. Just someone who sees plenty of opportunities in the new Germany and knows how to work the system. I say good for him." His wife gave him a look again and said to Brennan, "My husband has not shut his mouth since the Stasi went away." She raised her arms and wiggled her fingers, as if to illustrate something dispersing into the air. "She is correct. After all those decades of fear, yes, I talk all the time. Your mouth never stops. But now isn't it time for us both to go to work in the free market out there?" "We both work at a hotel in the city centre," she explained. "We start in half an hour from now, and he yaps so much to the guests when they arrive at the desk that they should be given a discount, because they spend so little time in their rooms." Brennan thanked them for their hospitality and wished them well. He could see no point in trying to track down Micah Keller's late husband's entrepreneurial, piratical brother. That left him with one person to try to see. He was not looking forward to an encounter with the dead woman's daughter. Brennan was in bed in his hotel room, just about asleep, when the phone rang, and he picked it up. "Brennan, I don't like to ring you this late your time, but I thought you should know this." It was Monsignor O'Flaherty. "What is it, Michael?" Brennan braced himself for whatever it was. "Lieutenant Colonel McNair is dead." "What?" He heard a voice in the background, and he thought he heard "killed himself." "What's that, Michael? Who was there?" It's Mrs. Kelly here in the kitchen with me, Brennan. She's saying she thinks McNair killed himself because—" "What's that, Mrs. Kelly?" "Sorry, Brennan, just a minute." "Her idea is that he killed himself because—" "No, Mrs. Kelly." "Christ, wouldn't you know she'd get in on this?" Likely she materialized out of the mist just as Michael spoke his first words into the phone. Brennan well knew that in Mrs. Kelly's expert opinion the evidence pointed at one man, and it wasn't Lieutenant Colonel McNair. The errant Father Burke was the culprit after failing to meet with Micah Keller the night of, or before, her death in the water. Good thing Kelly didn't know that McNair had asked to meet with Brennan how long ago? More than 3 weeks ago. Imagine the theory she'd put together then. Michael said, "No, Mrs. Kelly. The police charged the Lieutenant Colonel with murder. They must have had evidence against him. And now the Mounties say this death, too, is a homicide. They're not saying why they think so. You know how they are, keeping details to themselves. It's the Mounties investigating. The killing took place outside of Halifax, out at McNair's family cottage. You know who they're going to suspect now?" The housekeeper's voice came through loud and clear along the transatlantic line. She obviously had her beak right up against the telephone. "Who, Mrs. Kelly?" asked the ever-patient Monsignor O'Flaherty. "The Commodore, because he probably thinks the Lieutenant Colonel really killed his wife. But I know the Commodore would never do anything like this." How she knew the mind of a man in charge of the Canadian fleet so well was not explained. "Is that the doorbell?" Michael O'Flaherty asked, out of the blue. Then, in a hushed voice, "I'm sorry, Brennan, to be passing along this disturbing news, and to have made the mistake of calling from the kitchen rather than in the privacy of my own room. She shuffled in as soon as she heard me say your name. Here she is now. Nobody at the door, as you might have guessed. The blessings of God on you, Brennan." Brennan tried to process the stunning news he had just heard. Somebody killed McNair, and Mrs. Kelly was not far off the mark in thinking suspicion would fall on the grieving husband of Micah Keller. But Brennan's investigations in Germany had uncovered things about Micah Keller, Edelgard Vogt Becker, that were not known in Halifax. At least Brennan was not aware if these facts were known there. From everything he had heard, it was an accepted fact that Micah had made a hero's escape from East Berlin, mother and daughter running away from the checkpoint with bullets whizzing past them. That legend had not survived Brennan's visits to Berlin and Leipzig, and Brennan had met a man who had passed secrets to the East German regime, passed secrets to Micah to send along to the apparatchik of that regime. So what now accounted for the murder of Alban McNair? Revenge by Commodore Hubert Rendell for the death of his wife? Revenge by someone else aggrieved by McNair's actions, personal or political? Or was it something else altogether? A spectre risen out of McNair's own past? Chapter 30. Pete Vandenbrink was far from satisfied with what he had heard from the Mounties about their interview with Commodore Rendell. But it wasn't his place to be satisfied. It wasn't Pete's investigation. And his dissatisfaction was not with the investigators in any way. It was with the answers Rendell had given when questioned. As far as Pete knew, there was no evidence as yet that Rendell had been at McNair's cottage, let alone that he had battered him or smashed his head against the corner of a metal trunk. But if anyone had a motive for a violent encounter with McNair, it was the husband of the woman McNair had killed. So when Pete got a call from RCMP Corporal Gilles Broussard inviting him to meet again at Tim's at Young and Roby, Pete dropped everything else he was doing and made a beeline for the coffee shop. The two cops got their double-doubles and found a table. After a bit of small talk, they got to the subject at hand. Pete, we spoke to Commodore Rendell again. Went to his house yesterday evening. This time his car, silver Toyota Camry, was in the driveway. We decided to have a look before knocking on his door. First thing we noticed was dried salt spray on the body of the car. You don't get that when you're parked in the driveway of a house on the northwest arm in the city of Halifax. No crashing surf in the arm that would splash up to Emscote Drive. So he had been out to the shore. We went up to the house, knocked, and he was there. "Still at it, Corporal?" he asked. I said, "Yes, sir, we are." "And could we have a word with him?" He stood aside and let us in, and we all sat in the living room. He perched himself on the edge of his chair and waited for us to begin. "I have a copy of the transcript of the interview. Easier for you to just read it than have me act it out for you. Here it is. Take your time." Pete put down his coffee cup and took the papers in his hands. The transcript showed that Rendell had been questioned by Corporals Broussard and McKenna. A few notes had been penciled in on the margins. Pete began to read. "Have you been out driving in the country, sir?" "The country?" "Yes, outside the city." "Is that a crime now?" "If you'd just answer the question, sir, this will go a lot easier. For you, maybe. Sir, where were you in your car in the last couple of days outside the city?" "I wasn't anywhere committing murder, I can assure you." "Where did you get the salt spray on your car?" R hesitates, looks disturbed. "I was out at Lawrencetown Beach, visiting a friend." "When was that, sir?" "The night of Tuesday, March 26th. Pete looked up at Broussard. "Contradicting the story he gave you the first time, that he had not left home that night." "Right." Pete returned to the transcript. "What time were you out there?" "I don't know. Left here at 9 or so." "And you returned when?" "Late. I don't know what time it was." "How did you get there?" "Well, I drove, for Christ's sake. Didn't you say I had salt spray on the car? The waves were huge along the road there." "Your car was not here when we spoke to you last time, Wednesday evening." R. No reply. "Sir, when we spoke to you that night, we were present here on Emscote for some time after we talked. We saw a young woman get out of an old Chevy Blazer and let herself into this house. Was that—" "I left it out there." "Sorry, what was that?" "My car. I left it out at my friend's place." "Why was that, sir?" "Guess, you're the investigators." "Why don't you just tell us?" "I was drinking." Pete looked up again and said to Broussard, "Why was he so hesitant to admit he'd been drinking and not driving? Being a good citizen." "Finish reading, and then I'll fill you in." Pete resumed reading. "When did you start drinking?" "Oh, when I was 15 or so." "And on Tuesday night?" "I had a drink before I went out there." "We're not here to charge you with an impaired driving offence." "No, you're here to charge me with murder." "You can easily clear yourself of suspicion if you can account for your movements, Commodore Rendell. What is the name of the person you went to visit?" "Petty Officer J.C. Lesage." "And what happened? Did he drive you home?" "Yes, in the wee hours, 2 o'clock or something." "And how did you get your car back?" "My son drove me out there to retrieve it." "All right. What's the petty officer's address?" R writes out address, gives it to Corporal B. "Out in Lawrencetown, I see." Corporal McKenna. "If you'll excuse me for a minute, sir." The transcript ended there. Pete said, "McKenna went out to check the alibi, I assume?" "That's right. Got the number, made the call, and the lieutenant denied that Randall had been there." "Shit." "Yeah." The petty officer is a she, by the way. So what's happening now? We've taken Rendell in for questioning. Right. So I just wanted to get your impression of the Commodore from your time with him. Honestly, Gilles, up to this moment I would have given him a pass. I really felt he had nothing to do with his wife's death. I have to tell you, though, that there was some hinky aspects to all this. Pete told the Mountie about the scene described by the daughter's boyfriend, Rendell flipping out over the postcard and asking where his wife had really gone during her trip to Europe. And maybe he had good reason to be suspicious. She had tickets to the opera in Vienna, and the Crown lawyer told me she never showed up. Yet she claimed she had enjoyed the opera. Or at least Rendell told us she did. Whoa! That certainly puts a new spin on things. Yeah, but I still didn't figure him for her death. We had McNair for that. And why would Rendell take it out on McNair in a fit of rage if Rendell had killed her himself? Maybe you've hit on it right there, Gilles. Rendell knew his wife and McNair were getting it on, and he finally snapped and killed him. Same old motive, as old as time. Chapter 31. Monty. You never know, when you hang out a shingle advertising yourself as a criminal defence lawyer, who might appear on your doorstep. But the events of Monday, April the 1st, were extraordinary, even after a quarter of a century in the business, even after all the surprises in the Callum McNair case. Monty was sitting in his office in the morning, reading the news stories about the amalgamation of his city with the city of Dartmouth, the town of Bedford, and the county of Halifax. The police were now one regional force. As usual, with a plan like this, some people were gratified and some were outraged. He was reading some of the comments from both ends of the spectrum when his secretary popped in to say that someone was here to see him. Lieutenant General John Joseph Patrickin. Sure, send him in. The retired Air Force officer and hero of the Sinai Desert had been ready and willing to provide glowing testimony about Monty's lately deceased client, Alban McNair. What did Patrickin want to see Monty about now? He rose from his seat to welcome the old flyer when he walked into the office. The man seemed to have aged 20 years since Monty had last seen him. Despite his stocky build, he looked weak now, stooped over. He had lost the confident air he'd had when they'd met before. "Good morning, sir. Have a seat. Would you like a coffee?" "No. Yes, sure. Coffee. Cream? Sugar?" "No, thanks. Black is fine." Monty picked up the phone and asked the receptionist to bring 2 cups of black. "So what can I do for you today, John?" Patrickin turned and looked behind him, then back at Monty, and was about to speak when Darlene came in with the coffee. She smiled at both men, gave them each a cup, and left the room. Patrickin got up and closed the door behind her. "They're looking at Rendell for the murder of McNair. They took him in for questioning." "Yes, I know." Patrickin started to speak, stopped, and cleared his throat and began again. Rendell is innocent. Didn't kill McNair." "What? How do you know this, John?" "How in the hell could I know it?" "You were with Rendell that night? Is that it? You're his alibi?" Monty didn't give voice to the other possibility. "No, that's not it." Monty was getting uneasy with the conversation. "Please explain what you mean, sir." "Anything McNair told you is protected by your oath of confidentiality. Am I correct?" "Solicitor-client privilege, yes." "And now that he's dead?" Jesus, what was Monty to infer from this? "Yes," he replied. "And the same privilege would cover me if I was your client, true?" "True, but we don't have a solicitor-client relationship. At least not yet, unless—" I want you to represent me. Represent you for... I killed McNair. Monty tried to hide his astonishment. He'd had long years of practice in court, maintaining a deadpan expression, obscuring his reaction to the unexpected and the unwelcome. So, I want you to represent me. Monty made an effort to stay on track, though his mind was reeling. I wouldn't feel right about it, John. How would it look to McNair's family if I represented him and then the man who killed him? And whatever happened between you and McNair before his death would undoubtedly be traumatic for the family to hear. But I'll get you someone who will do a stellar job for you, give you the best defense possible. No need, Mr. Collins. I intend to plead guilty. No sensitive information has to come out. All we're talking about here is some effective plea bargaining. Well, I'll have to think about this. I don't know what McNair told you to explain that shouting match between him and Micah the night before she died. He put his hand up to ward off Monty's objections. I know you're not going to tell me. But he probably came up with some boy and girl story, forbidden love or some nonsense like that. Monty made no reply. He remembered McNair's claim that Micah Keller had been chasing him, putting pressure on him for a commitment. If he told you something like that, it was bullshit. If there was anything like that between them, it was long ago, when he met her in Germany. And even then I doubt it. But back to the matter at hand. I would claim self-defense, except that I don't want a trial. Why not, if it was self-defense? Because I can't take the chance that my history with McNair will come out. And if I was fortunate enough to be acquitted at trial, suspicion would fall again on Rendell. I ask you again, is our conversation covered by lawyer-client confidentiality? Monty made his decision. For now, at least, Patrickin was his client. The privilege would attach and remain in place. Yes, it is. I went out to McNair's house in Armdale, but he wasn't there. Family was away. I figured he'd gone out to his cottage, as he often does. He was plastered, been drinking for hours. I knew he'd given up the stuff, hadn't been drinking in years. He sometimes got crazy when he was drunk, and that's the way he was Tuesday night. I took a drink too. We got into an argument, and it escalated. Got to the stage where we were standing chest to chest, shouting at one another. We threw a couple of punches. He gave me a shove. I got my balance and put my hands around his throat. He wrenched my hands off, and I backed away. Then I came at him and knocked him on his back. He hit his head on the corner of a metal trunk there on the living room floor. I thought, Jesus Christ, he was dying before my very eyes. I thought I could get away with it. I wiped any place that would have had my prints. Left no traces in that cottage. Nobody saw my car parked 100 yards away. I did worry that the police would look to Hubert Rendell, and sure enough, that's what they've done. I told myself that they wouldn't be able to charge him because there is no evidence against him. Because he didn't do it. He wasn't there. I can't have an innocent man, a grieving husband, charged with the killing I did myself. So here I am, trying to figure out what I might say to get my own conviction down to manslaughter or second-degree murder. It isn't first degree. I didn't go out there with the intention of doing him in. But as for now, I don't know what my strategy would be, because I sure as hell cannot reveal the real reason. Patrickin was pale, trembling. John, should we be calling a doctor? Patrickin shook his head, then said, Did McNair tell you anything about me? I know you can't tell me specifics. That's right. Was this why Patrickin had come to Monty? To find out whatever McNair might have told him? But if you want me to represent you, you'll have to explain what was behind all this, so I don't end up misleading the court, however unintentionally, or getting sandbagged by the Crown. In fact, though, Monty would almost certainly have to bow out and procure another lawyer to handle the plea. Patrickin gripped his coffee cup in both hands, took a long sip, and looked down at the desk. McNair and I were acquainted here in Halifax, him a much younger serviceman, of course. In 1974 we were both here on leave from our postings in West Germany, and we ended up having a few drinks together at R.A. Park. And he started going on about how much he hated the fact that the government had stripped us of our separate identities as Air Force, Navy, and Army. He hated unification, and so did I. And sitting there, I had a flash of inspiration. Alban McNair would be my courier. Monty stared at him. I owe my life to someone over there. Over where? Patrickin cleared his throat and said, Germany. Monty waited him out. It's a long story, and a long ago story, from the war, the Second War. A man saved my life. I'm not going to get into that part of it, but I always felt I owed him. And I was pissed off at our leaders here, the politicians, the military. And I came up with a way to provide something for the man in Germany and to embarrass our Department of National Defense, if it should ever come out that the other side had the information. The other side being the East Germans, the Soviets. The East Germans, yes. I had already done my research on how to locate the man who saved me, by that time serving in the bureaucracy in Berlin. So I began working on McNair. He was pissed off enough that he'd be more than happy to stick it to the brass in Ottawa. There was something missing in this tale, Monty knew. Why, John, would the East Germans care about the unification of our forces, or any ill-conceived decisions along these lines made by the politicians in Ottawa? I gave them a bit of other information. Oh? Just stuff they could find out for themselves. Hell, they probably knew anyway, given their espionage capabilities. What sort of information are we talking about here? We're not, Mr. Collins. We're not talking about it. Trust me that I didn't give them anything that would put any of our own spies in danger. Our people behind the Iron Curtain. Nothing like that. Monty knew there was a wealth of information that a high-ranking officer in the Air Force could pass over to the other side, which would have nothing to do with spies on the ground. What was it? Details of Canada's military personnel, equipment, weapons? But, he began, I'm not saying anything more about it, Mr. Collins. Haven't I just admitted killing a man? Isn't that enough for now? That's why I'm here. So, 1974. I told McNair I had put together a package in such a way that it would look as if it was compiled by someone at the top in Ottawa, and it would be profoundly embarrassing to the government and the Chief of the Defence Staff if it ever got out. It would look as if the leak had come from the very top. I put a little something in that my contact over there would recognize as coming from me, but nobody else would catch that. What made you think that your contact or anyone else working in the East Bloc would ever let slip what they had learned? I don't recall anything about our government being humiliated in that way. Patrickin shrugged. We handed it over. What they did with it was out of our hands. Monty knew he wasn't getting the whole story, or even the real story, and he likely never would. His concern should be the fight out at McNair's cottage, which resulted in the lieutenant colonel dying on the floor of his living room. All right, he said. So you put together this information. What role did McNair play in this? We returned to our bases in West Germany, me at Baden-Sullingen and him at Lahr. McNair would travel from Lahr to West Berlin, and somebody would cross over from the east and pick up the envelope. And, Monty asked, knowing the answer in advance. Who was the person who crossed over to pick up the envelope? You know perfectly well who it was. Monty remembered McNair's reaction to Monty's question about how he first met Micah Keller. Had he known her in Germany? And how McNair had laughed off the suggestion, had told Monty to look at a map and see how far Canadian Forces Base Lahr was from Berlin. He answered his own question. Micah Keller. Right. And she wanted to get out of Germany. The two of us helped her defect and then get resettled in this country. Long story there, but we got her out. And from that day on, we were all vulnerable to blackmail. We all lived in a state of fear, each of us terrified one of the others would tell. We lived in a situation of mutually assured destruction, you might say. Christ. Yeah. Oh, it eased off for a while there. When nothing happened over the years, we all relaxed a bit. But when McNair found out she'd received some kind of message from Berlin and then bolted for Europe, he must have experienced a terrifying wave of fear, same as I did. That's what the two of them would have been arguing about that night by the arm. And, Monty figured, that explained the 9 panicked phone calls. He remembered, too, the story McNair had told him when Monty questioned him about the postcard. McNair said she had been composing an opera, and the postcard must have been connected with that. Monty now saw that as a fiction, made up perhaps on the spot, to deflect speculation about the card. But what we'd all heard about Micah Keller escaping to West Berlin, getting past the checkpoint. Ha! That was a legend she built up around herself. She was so completely trusted by the regime over there that they let her go over and get the papers. It was timed with a volleyball tournament in West Berlin. She was a talented athlete. She fooled them, though, and defected to the West. And it has to be said, became a model citizen of this country. Loving wife and stepmother, esteemed professor of physics, tireless worker for charity. Driven by guilt? Or was it her good side permitted to come out at last? I'd say the latter, wouldn't you? He paused for a few seconds and then said, She had a discreditable past, but mightn't we all have acted as she did in those circumstances? And once she had the freedom to do whatever she pleased, she chose to lead an exemplary life. Patrickin's expression hardened. But then she flies off to Europe, I think we can assume to Germany, and comes back. And next thing we know she's dead, and Alban McNair gets arrested for the murder. Monty wondered whether Patrickin assumed McNair had killed her. He kept that to himself. And I was spooked. Aside from the fact that the woman had died and McNair was facing life in prison, I was worried about my own ass. Would McNair get so rattled that he might let something slip? That he'd met her in Germany and handed over secrets that I had procured? I was afraid McNair might try to make himself a hero, claiming he got her out of East Berlin and that he'd never hurt her after taking such a risk for her. Would this lead to the other information coming out? And if convicted, would he even offer to trade information, deflecting the attention onto me for a more lenient sentence for the murder? I nearly went out of my mind worrying about it all. I'd wake up at 3 a.m, bathed in sweat, with visions of being paraded in front of the officers and men with a noose around my neck, or being put up against a wall to be shot by a firing squad. Noose? Firing squad? John, there's been nobody executed in this country since 2 men were hanged for murder in 1962, and the death penalty was abolished for criminal offences 20 years ago. But it's still there in the National Defence Act, isn't it, for military crimes, spying, or passing intelligence to an enemy. When was the last execution of a member of the forces, though, John? There weren't any during the Second World War, as far as I know. There was one in 1945, July, so the European War was over. The army always tried to keep it under wraps. There were no other executions during the war, and none since. But look what happened in more recent times. That young fellow a few years ago in Newfoundland caught trying to sell information to the Soviets. Info about our or the Americans' underwater surveillance capabilities, how Soviet submarines could be tracked. Sensitive stuff. He was a civilian, not a member of the forces, so he wasn't tried under the National Defense Act but some other law. I can't remember now. But the young guy had had a tragic background, family trauma and all that, and he still got sentenced to 9 years in prison. What would a court do with me? I know the criminal code, John, but I'm not familiar with the limitation periods, if indeed there are any, under the National Defense Act, or any other act that might come into play here. But let's assume I'm in the category of they can come for me any time. But prosecution or not, I'd still be unmasked as a traitor. But, John, if you plan to admit to the killing of McNair, my desperate hope is that we can get it down to manslaughter. A drunken argument, without admitting what the argument was about. After all, the 2 other people involved in the scheme are dead now, and the only other people who've been told are bound by the secrecy. When I learned that somebody well known to you flew over to Germany, to try to put things together, You what? Patrickin was flustered and said, Never mind. Water under the bridge now. Once again, he held up a hand to discourage any questions. Even without considering the length of the sentence I might get, I'd rather go down for an unintended death than for betraying my service, betraying my country. Monty didn't know where to begin to react to all of this. And then there was more. There was something else, something I'd dismissed when I heard it years ago. As I say, McNair was a big drinker, and sometimes he'd absolutely lose it, go out of control. He quit drinking some years ago, and now I think I know why. I have friends in Moncton, former Air Force guys, and others who like to fly. They hang out at the Moncton Flight Center. Years ago I got a call from one of them, and he told me something so effing incredible that I thought he must have been making it up. Except maybe he wasn't. Back in the 1980s there was a big do in Moncton, brass coming down from headquarters to rally the troops. I was up there for it, and so was McNair. There was a reception for some of the defense guys out at the flight center. No liquor, just some bakery stuff, tea, coffee, soft drinks. I was planning to take out one of the pipers right after the reception, but they grounded all the planes. Didn't tell us why. What I heard from a buddy of mine up there was that one of the mugs of tea had some kind of sleeping pills or nighttime cold medicine in it. Something that makes you drowsy, puts you to sleep. One of the staff at the flight center found this, passed the word up the line, and they wouldn't let anybody take a plane out. They weren't sure who had been drinking the tea. Or, Patrickin paused and looked intently at Monty, or whether the tea was doctored by somebody, to be consumed by somebody else. Once again, Monty was left reeling. Could have been disastrous. Somebody up there at the controls, and the guy falls asleep. My buddy called me a couple of weeks ago, told me 2 Halifax cops went up there asking about it. Why? Because they'd received information that Alban McNair had been stopped for the breathalyzer up there in New Brunswick late that night. Monty opened his mouth to speak, but had no idea what to say. Yeah, I know it's a stretch, and it all sounds too wacky to be believed, but that was the first time I'd heard any possible connection between Alban and the tea. I don't think I drank very much of it, if it was my mug, because I was anxious to get up in the air. But I do remember that Alban was drunk at the event in Moncton, and sometimes when he got like that he was a freaking hothead. The pressure, the guilt about his past, I don't know. Did he slip a drug into my tea before I was scheduled to go up in one of the planes? Had he been plagued with the same visions late at night? Visions of a firing squad, and this drove him to do something that crazy? When I went out to his cottage on Tuesday, I brought this up, and I asked him why he quit drinking so soon after that trip to Moncton, and why he was back on the sauce now. I accused him of trying to kill me. He laughed, hysterically, I'd say. There was something about the look on his face. I think he actually did plan it, on the spur of the moment when he was blitzed, and he sobered up and swore off the booze, till all the new pressures built up inside him. We started arguing, and I got wild at him, and he got wild at me. I ended up killing him. I did not intend to, but would he have killed me? I think he would have. We both had information that could put the other away for life, or worse. Monty was, to borrow a word from Brennan Burke, gobsmacked. Whatever had built up between McNair and Patrickin over the years had ended in the two men raging at each other, and one of them dead, and the other disgraced, headed to prison for murder or manslaughter for what could be the rest of his life. Monty didn't know what information had been given over to the East Germans, but it was almost certainly something more serious than embarrassing information about military policy in Ottawa. Whatever it was something that amounted to disloyalty to the Canadian Armed Forces, to Canada itself, and perhaps to its role with the NATO mission in Europe. As the lawyer who had represented Lieutenant Colonel McNair, and who had won the trust of McNair's family, he could not possibly go on record as a solicitor for Lieutenant General John Joseph Patrickin. He explained this to Patrickin, assured him that he would never reveal to anyone what had been revealed in his office that day, and said he would arrange other counsel for him before the day was out. It was impossible to see the dashing airman, the hero of the Sinai, in the diminished figure who shuffled out of Monty's office to go home, a home that might soon be forsaken for a prison cell. When Monty was once again alone, he sat back in his chair and chastised himself for underestimating Brennan Burke, something he had learned early on never to do. Burke hadn't been crazy after all. There was indeed a German angle to this case. Chapter 32. Brennan. Terry had left for New York, and Brennan had only 2 days left himself before he would take a flight from Berlin to London, and from there to Halifax. He took a last look at Leipzig, taking in the splendour of the architecture, the steeply pitched, front-facing gables, the ornately carved exteriors of the buildings, and then boarded a train for Berlin. The trip took an hour and a quarter, and then he was in a taxi, not a Freundlich taxi, but not an unfreundlich at all, on his way to Marzahn in the northeast part of the city. He had no idea what he would say to Micah Keller's daughter, but he could not bring himself to leave the country without having a word, a consoling word, he hoped, with the daughter of the woman whose death had set all these events in motion. When he got to Marzahn, he found himself surrounded by massive grey high-rise buildings, constructed of concrete slabs, like so many other brutalist apartment blocks slapped up in so many cities in the middle of the century. Helga Bauman's place was in one of them, in Märkische Allee. He found the right apartment, and after a bit of understandable reluctance on her part, she opened the door to apartment 306. Facing him in the doorway was a short, thin woman with lank brown hair to her shoulders and expressionless dark eyes. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, but that could not be right. If Brennan remembered correctly, Micah said her daughter was only 5 years old at the time Micah left East Germany. If at least that much of the story was true, Helga would be 27 now. What he could see of the apartment reflected the worn look of the tenant herself. Maroon-coloured curtains sagged over the windows, a white fake leather sofa was soiled and split, and dirty dishes were stacked on the kitchen counter. Brennan addressed her in German. "Fräulein Baumann, I am Father Brennan Burke. I am here from Canada, and I wondered if I might— What do you want?" "I knew your mother in Canada." What little expression the young woman had mustered died away. She was perfectly still. "Would it be all right if I come inside?" Brennan continued to speak German. "Only for a few minutes. I have someone coming here in a little while." But she stepped aside, and Brennan went in. She pointed to the soiled white sofa, but he chose a cleaner-looking hardback wooden chair. She took the other wooden chair and sat facing him. "Well?" "I am a priest in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and your mother—" "Oh, I hope you gave her a lovely icon of the Madonna and Child, the very emblem of her life." "I'm sorry to have to say this, Helga." "My name is Laney now. I never liked Helga. It was my grandmother's name. As a child, I liked the name Lenny, so that is who I am now." "Yes, Laney. I am sorry to tell you that your mother died. She drowned." The news hit Laney like a blow to the heart. She didn't speak. Brennan decided that this was not the time to unload more of the bad news on her, so he just sat quietly in the chair. Then her demeanor changed. The tears came, followed by loud, uncontrollable sobs. After a couple of minutes, she put her hands to her face and tried furiously to scrub away the tears. "I am pathetic." "Laney, what is pathetic about crying over the death of your mother?" "My mother, who abandoned me, left me here to my fate while she went off to a successful and happy life in America, in Canada." "Please tell me," he said, "so I'll understand." "You don't have time to hear such a long story." "I have time." Her eyes searched his face, as if wondering whether she could hope to find understanding there. Finally she began. "I had just turned 5 years old. I remember with the clarity of a motion picture the day she left. The three of us were in our apartment, her, my father, and me. She sat me down across from her at the kitchen table and reached over and took my hand. 'Little one, I am going away for a while.' I asked her why she was going. She just said, 'To play.' So of course I said I wanted to go too. I wanted to go with her and we would play together. I didn't know whether she meant play a game, like volleyball, or play music. I have no idea why she did not give me the details. Maybe she reasoned that the more I knew about it, the more I would want to go with her. I remember her hand trembling. I, as children do, caught the mood, and I got up and ran around the table and held my arms up. She stood and picked me up and clasped me to her. I said, 'Mutti, why can't I go with you?' And she was crying too. And then she put me down and turned away. She went into the sitting room, and my father went in after her. And do you know what she whispered to him, thinking I couldn't hear?" Brennan shook his head no. "She said, 'Helga cannot make the journey with me because she does not have the talent.'" Her eyes blazed across at Brennan. "She could not take me with her, and we now know she was leaving me forever because I had no talent." Laney was trembling with rage and grief. Brennan could not imagine what to say in the face of such pain. Then she came back in, picked me up, kissed me, and put me down again. She turned to my father, and I could not see whatever look she gave him. But I saw his face. He was staring at her as if he had been struck by lightning. She had her travel bag by the door. She picked it up and walked out. "Laney, I had no idea. I am so sorry." "Oh, I believe you that you had no idea. I think she never even mentioned to you, or maybe to anyone else in her new life, that she had a daughter left behind in the German Democratic Republic." Brennan did not reveal to Laney the story her mother had told, that she had got her daughter out in that daring escape, and that the child died of illness before they could leave Europe. "That was the defining moment of my life. I was a no-talent child, abandoned by my mother for that very reason." "That is terrible, Laney. I wish there was something I could do for you." He realized how inane that sounded. He just did not know what to say. "Are you a time traveller, Father Burke? They say that 1,000 ages in God's sight are but an evening gone. You're a man of God. You want to do something for me? Take me back to 1974 and make my mother stay with me. And wipe out those hateful words she said, that curse she left on me. Because it was not long before that judgment came to haunt me. When my mother did not come back, and did not come back still, my father saw the writing on the wall. She had fled, and he would be the one to pay the price. The state would take him as hostage and hold him in prison until she returned. So he worked fast, trying to get me into a good school, a school that concentrated on the arts and music, because he knew I loved music, even though I had no talent. But I refused to cooperate for that very reason. I wanted to go to that school. I used to see the other girls coming home with their flutes and violins in their cases. I had always wanted to go there, but now that I knew I could not possibly make the grade, that I would make a fool of myself at that school and be laughed at, I threw a tantrum and refused to go in and talk to the head of the school. I made such a fuss that he never even got me in the door before the Stasi came for him. So I became a ward of the state, and the state had a place for me. A children's home, one of many in this country. There was nothing special about me or my suffering during my long years there. Thousands of us were humiliated, beaten, and abused. It was an education system, a re-education system, designed to achieve one of the most important goals of a totalitarian state, the destruction of the individual. Brennan sat there helpless, outraged at what had been done to a little girl left alone, left to the mercy of a merciless state. Any feelings we children might have had of self-worth, any little spark of personality, or any attempts to assert ourselves as free individuals were destroyed. We were to become automatons, merely products of and supporters of the socialist state. First we had a fascist state, then we had the anti-fascist state. Hard for their victims to tell the difference. Lenny, it's unbearable, hearing what you went through. Me and thousands of others. And those of us who were considered antisocial got the worst treatment of all. I gained a reputation as a troublemaker. One of my fellow inmates, someone I thought of as my friend, informed the director of the home that I had been writing and singing protest songs, satires about the home and the state. All dissent was to be crushed. So they doubled their efforts to re-educate, reform, brainwash me from thinking for myself. One of the caretakers, though, was friendly to me, paid special attention to me, even invited me to his home on a weekend. Brennan's reply was a cautious, "Oh?" The look she gave him was enough. He knew the kind of thing that had probably happened to her on her weekend with the friendly caretaker. "I tried to kill myself," she said, as if saying she had tried to learn Greek. "I twisted up one of my shirts and used it to hang myself. But, as you can see, I failed. No talent, even for suicide." Brennan found the words for suicide interesting in German. Selbstmord, self-murder, was virtually identical to the Latin origin of suicide. What Leni said was Freitod, free death. "You must think I am very selfish, Father Burke." "What? Of course not. Why would you say that, Leni?" "Talking on and on about me. Poor little Leni with all her pains and sorrows." "You suffered immense pain and sorrow. Why wouldn't you recount what you endured?" "Ha! I must have ingested some of that anti-individualist group thinking after all, apologizing for talking about myself, thinking that my little life is of no importance." "Your life is of infinite importance, Leni." She looked away from him, and her body began shaking again. He did not know what to do. He wanted to embrace and comfort her, but the intimacy might be unwelcome, might bring back even more of the horrific memories of how she was treated. Brennan stayed where he was, irresolute. Finally, he said, "You sent her a postcard." "Yes, I did." "You used the word talent when writing to your mother." "Of course I did. I wrote that at least I had the talent to read, and in case that word had not stayed in her mind the way it had been burned into mine, I put in another word she would recognize. Schlingel." Brennan knew it meant a scallywag, a rascal, a scoundrel. "She always called me that, in an affectionate way." "Ah, the good old days, father." Anyway, when she arrived here, I explained how I had tracked her down. I had been told that there was a story in the newspaper about her living with a new name in Canada, and I read it and found her that way. I had already searched and found references to her in the records, the Stasi files, which are now available for people to examine. "And that's why you sent her a card with a photo of the Stasi complex?" "Exactly. So she came to me here after I sent the card. She must have done some research too, perhaps with her old contacts in the Stasi." "Your mother was a committed communist, then, a true believer, supporter of the East German regime?" "No," she said, in a voice he could barely hear. "It was worse than that." "What do you mean?" "I mean that from everything I learned about her, learned from family members, people who knew her, she wasn't a supporter of the regime. She despised it." "But if she informed on people and was allowed to cross over—" "She wasn't a supporter. She did not have that excuse. But she did it anyway. She went along with something evil that she didn't support, didn't believe in. To me, that is worse." Yes. Brennan understood. It was one thing to act according to a deeply held conviction, however misguided. It was another thing altogether to willingly cooperate with a regime or with an individual that one despised. "So," he said to Laney, "she came to see you." "She arrived at my door. I opened it, and it took a second for me to recognize her. And then there was no doubt. I knew it was her. She said, 'I know you must hate me.' And I said, 'Oh, did you spend years studying psychology along with physics? Then come into my home. See how the no-talent daughter lives.' And it was clear to me that she knew exactly what I meant. She started in right away, explaining what she had meant by the no-talent remark. What she had said to my father was that she could not take me with her because she would have to tell a good many lies to convince the authorities that she was coming back. She did not know what kind of stories she might have to invent if she ran into any trouble with the authorities here, if someone questioned her permission to leave, or with East German spies operating on the other side of the wall. She was afraid of what I might say to blow her cover, so to speak. Though what she said to my father was that she could not take me because I had no talent to deceive. And I had heard only the first part of that, and had to live with it for the rest of my life. And she began to weep, my mother did. She told me, 'I don't know how I'll be able to live with myself, knowing you have lived very well all these years, knowing you deserted your only child so you could have a good life for yourself. And you knew how things were here and how they would be for me. A young girl left on her own to survive, confined and abused in a state institution.' She was shaking by this time and pleading with me to understand. She said her plan had always been to send for me, have me taken to the West. And I think my father was to come separately afterwards, I'm not sure. But I laughed in her face How did you expect to do this? A defector asking the state to bundle up her little girl and bring her across the wall, please? A state that imprisoned people for merely talking about going to the West? And she said she had a friend here, a Lutheran church minister. He was a liberal, an opponent of the regime, and he had contacts on the other side of the wall. She said he had succeeded in getting a couple of people out. So somehow she contacted him, and he said he would try to help her. But of course my father was shut up in prison, so in order to find out where I was, the minister had to ask questions. And I don't know how it went, whether his questions raised suspicions about him, or whether the Stasi were listening to his conversations, or there was an informer. I don't know, and I don't think she knew either. But word came back to the minister. They told him I was dead. My mother repeated that to me. They said you had died. And you believed them, I said to her. And she looked even more miserable then, but I did not back off. I said to her, did you not suspect that maybe they lied to the minister, made up that story to punish you? How dreadful for all of them, Brennan said to himself. He remembered then what Commodore Rendell had said. Rendell had heard that during her first couple of years in Canada, Micah had never mentioned her daughter. Then by the time Rendell had met her, she had begun telling the story of the harrowing escape from the checkpoint, mother and child hand in hand, and how the child had not survived long enough to make the journey to North America. Micah would have been devastated when she had heard that her daughter had died after being left in the East. And then, in case word got out that there had been a daughter, she came up with the alternative version of reality, in which she portrayed herself as a heroic mother trying to get her child to safety, rather than a mother who had left her husband and child behind when she got herself out of East Germany. Brennan sat there looking at Leni, but could not for the life of him come up with an appropriate response. And then, said Leni, I told her, now I have to pick up my own daughter at her kindergarten. You will be interested to know, Father Burke, that it is run by a church here, Lutheran church, not the same one my mother's friend was at. I think that minister was arrested and imprisoned for antisocial conduct. Yet another person punished for having a conscience. Anyway, this other church operates the kindergarten, and my little girl loves attending it. My mother said she would love to meet her granddaughter, but I said no. I know I wounded her when I said that, because she knew there was no reason she could not have come with me to collect Imka. I was being cruel. We both knew it. Revenge, I suppose it was. So I told her to leave. And my parting words were, I hope you will have a long, long life, Mutti, and that you will think of me every day of it. They sat without speaking for several minutes. Then Brennan heard footsteps outside in the corridor. I told you when you first arrived that someone is coming here soon, and she is here now, my daughter from kindergarten. I take turns with another of the parents here collecting our children at the end of the morning. Leni got up and opened the door. Mutti, look what I made today. Hello, my little love. Brennan watched as Leni lifted a little girl into her arms and kissed her cheek. Leni was transformed. She looked like a different person altogether, her face animated and almost joyful. She thanked the person who had brought Imka home and drew the child inside and closed the door. Imka was around 3 or 4 years old, petite, with bright blue eyes and blonde hair in elaborate braids. When she caught sight of Brennan, her eyes grew wide and she moved closer to her mother. We have a visitor, Imka. Imka looked up at Leni and whispered, Who is that? This is Father Burke. He is here from way across the Atlantic Ocean, in Canada. Hello, Imka, Brennan said in his softest voice, and pointed to a paper in her hand. He stayed seated so as not to tower over her. What do you have there? It's a castle, she said shyly. "I made it in kindergarten today. And see the letters I printed on it? That's my name." She thrust the crayon picture of a castle up so he could admire it. "That's a beautiful castle. My first name is Brennan." "You are burning." He knew his name sounded like the German for the verb to burn. "You'll have to ask my mother why she gave me such a name. You have a lovely name yourself, though." "Thank you. I like it." As she began to fill her mother in on all the activities she had enjoyed that day, her shyness eased. She recounted how one of the boys had to be spoken to because he had used a bad word, and another child had climbed up to the cabinet where the snacks were kept, and he wasn't allowed to have one until tomorrow. Watching the young mother with her daughter, one would never suspect that Lainey had endured such a horrendous past. "I'm going into my room to do something. Don't come in." "All right, we won't." Lainey laughed as her child skipped into her room and shut the door behind her. "You can see that she is happy. I am planning to take Imke and leave this country. I know things are better here now, but for me there are too many reminders of my past. Wherever I walk here in Berlin, I wonder about every person I meet on the streets. Did he inform on someone? Get the person imprisoned or tortured? Was he one of the guards at the prison where my father was kept until the end of his life? I want a new start for myself, and the sooner we go, the less of a painful break it will be for her. I am learning English, but I am not good enough yet to try to speak it with you. Imke is learning it too. She knows it quite well. We may go to England or America." His reaction was immediate. "Have you ever thought of Canada?" She laughed. "No, I never thought of it because we hear so much about the United States and England." "I could help you come to Canada." She looked at him without her usual cynicism. What he saw in her face was hope. But then, "I do not want to go where my mother was, where people knew her." "You wouldn't have to see them. Halifax is not a huge city, but there are enough places to live and work that you wouldn't have to worry about crossing their path if you didn't want to. And there are lovely small towns nearby with a strong German heritage, one of them being Mahone Bay, another being Lunenburg." "That would be, I don't know, comforting, I suppose. There is a university in your city, as I know from the news I heard about her." "There are several, along with community colleges, trade schools, art school, all kinds of opportunities." "I did well in maths and science, and I always wished to train as an engineer." "There you go. Dalhousie University has an excellent engineering program." "But that's where she worked." "No, actually, she taught at another university, St. Mary's." Imke emerged from her room then and gave her mother a questioning look. "Are we going away?" "The walls have ears," Lainey said, "but they always have had here in Berlin." To Imke she said, "I was telling Father Burke that you are very good at speaking English." "I know a song, and it's in English. Mutti doesn't know it. It's about raindrops and kittens and strudel." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Would you like to sing it for me?" She retreated to her mother's side again. Had Brennan's reputation as a tough audience for music accompanied him to Germany? "I want someone to sing it with me." Brennan didn't think that should be him, but he had an idea. Surely My Favourite Things was known to someone known to him in Halifax. What time was it? 1:20 in Germany, so 8:20 in Halifax. She would be getting ready for school. Well, if she was late one day out of the year, Brennan would see to it that the infraction was not entered in her permanent record. "I know a girl who would love to sing with you." "You do?" "Yes. I have a music school in Canada." "A school for music?" She looked as if she had just won the lead role in The Sound of Music. He dialed the Collins home number and waited. The McNeil answered. "Hello?" Morning, sunshine. Hope I didn't wake you.
Did I blast a string of obscenities into the phone, or did I merely say hello?
Grand, I didn't wake you. I shall be able to return to Halifax without fear of reprisal.
I make no promises. Where are you?
Just another day in Berlin for me.
Is everything all right?
Well, that would depend on...
Don't launch into a philosophical treatise, Brendan. Just reassure me that you are safe and sound, a body if not a mind.
I am.
Now, I have a young girl here.
A girl? Should I even ask?
Just ask Normie, if you would, to come to the phone and sing a song with Imke. Of course. Why ever didn't you say so?
So he greeted a puzzled Normie, gave her a short explanation, and passed the phone to Imke. She spoke hesitantly into the phone in English, and then launched into the song. The animation in her face told him that Normie was playing her part. He took out a few Deutschmarks and placed them on a nearby table.
For the phone call, he whispered to Lainey.
He waved off her protests. When the singing wound down, he gently took the phone, thanked Normie, and said he would see her soon. Imke danced off into her room, singing Edelweiss. Brennan turned his attention to Lainey and the nascent idea of emigration from Germany. It's a hell of a lot for you to consider, but if, after giving it some serious thought, you'd like to go for it, I'll do everything I can to smooth the way. He reached into his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. He smiled at her and said, "This is all I have for your first immigration papers." He wrote out his address and phone number on the top of the package, tore it off, and handed it to her.
"Thank you. You are being very good to us."
"You are more than welcome, Lainey." Now there was another question he had to ask. Would it be the two of you, or... Lainey laughed.
"Is there a man, you're asking?" "Well, there was, obviously. But he found a better location on the other side of the city, and a better class of person to share it with."
"I'm sorry."
"We are better off without him."
Brennan was forced to examine his conscience. Am I doing this for her or for me? Both, he knew. But if Lainey and her little girl could make a fresh start in a new city, they would benefit greatly from it. As Brennan was standing at the door about to take his leave, he saw that there were tears in Lainey's eyes.
"Tell me something, Father. Maybe something from the Bible or from the poets. Something that will help me look past all that has happened to me, that will reassure me that I'll be the kind of mother I should be. For Imke."
It wasn't scripture that came to mind. It was a loose translation of Aeschylus. Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, and in our own despite, against our will, comes wisdom to us by the awful grace of God. She stared at him, and then spoke softly.
"I hope I'll have that wisdom some day. I hope my greatest fear never comes true."
"Do you know what that is?"
"I have known fear, but this is the worst. I am afraid that somehow I will cause pain to my daughter, harm her in some way. If I hurt my daughter the way my mother hurt me, I could not live with myself."
Brennan's reply was quiet, sorrowful. Neither could she. Chapter 33. Monty. 3 days after Lieutenant General Patrickin's astonishing admissions, and after Monty had set him up with Saul Green as his new counsel, Monty got a call from Bill McEwen in the Crown's office. "Couple of things, Monty." "Okay, Bill, let's hear them." "You may have heard that the Mounties had Commodore Rendell in for questioning." "Oh, yeah, I heard." "Well, Rendell is off the hook. He had a couple of drinks and then drove out to Lawrencetown Beach to visit a friend, someone in the Navy, a woman named Lesage. That was the night McNair was killed, but it wasn't the only night. Rendell had been out to Lawrencetown recently. Anyway, after first denying he'd left his own house, he changed his story and said he'd been out to this Lesage's place. But he'd been worried before this that if anybody knew he'd been visiting this woman, people might think he had a mistress, and he might have had a hand in his wife's death. So he told Petty Officer Lesage to deny he'd been there if anyone ever asked. When the RCMP got in touch with her, she was a good soldier, well, a good sailor, and lied and said Rendell hadn't been there. It all got straightened out, comedy of errors kind of thing. Apparently he and Lesage are, after all, just friends. Her romantic interests lie elsewhere. So his alibi stands up. Monty was well aware that Rendell's alibi would stand up, given that he had heard in person from the man who really was responsible for McNair's death. When it came time for the plea bargaining, the Crown lawyer would know the identity of the man who had killed McNair, but he would never know why. But this was Bill McEwen's day, and he had not quite finished. "Monty, have you ever gone wreck driving in the harbour here?" "Can't say as I have, Bill." "Well, as I'm sure you know, there are thousands of wrecked ships and boats along the coastline of this province, scads of them in and around Halifax harbour. Some date back to the 1800s and even earlier. Oh yes, I know about the wrecks, but I've never gone down to see them close up. Pretty spooky, I imagine, and cold, especially at this time of year. But there is many a hardy soul who goes down there in scuba gear, even in the early weeks of spring. Quite the tourist attraction for the dive community." "The dive community. That'd be a good name for a bar. Good place for you to have savoured a celebratory drink, if it wasn't too late, which sadly it is." "What are you getting at, Bill?" "If Alban McNair hadn't been whacked, we would have been dropping the charges against him." "What?" "Couple of cold-water divers, Americans, were down there in the water out beyond Point Pleasant. They'd been there in the summer looking at a wreck and wanted to go down again and take some more pictures. This time they saw something that hadn't been there before. Old wooden rowboat with the oars fastened in, some rocks in it for ballast, and a couple of holes in the hull and a couple of boards wrenched loose, enough to let water in. In other words, deliberately sunk." "Jesus!" "Little metal plaque on the stern with the name Lumberyard Leviathan. Bit of humour there. A little homemade rowboat, old and not in the best of shape, and the police have traced it to a couple by the name of Pemberton. They live in the South End, right on the shore on Chainrock Drive, on the western edge of Point Pleasant Park, close to the home of Micah Keller and Hubert Rendell. The Pembertons are away for an extended vacation in Cuba, but the police got in touch with their son here, and he went over to the parents' place and looked in the shed. Saw that the boat was gone. Also missing were a crowbar and a hand-powered drill and bits, taken along to make sure the hull of the boat could be pierced or wrenched open. All this leaves Alban McClare out of the picture. We would not have been able to make a case that he got into her tiny boat, rowed her out to the depths, pushed her off, then sank the boat and swam back to shore in water that is barely 1 degree centigrade. Nor can we picture him taking another boat out and following her. She was an athletic woman. She could have rowed away from him back to shore. And if he had a gun, why not just shoot her? That would have been quicker and would not have left him possibly on view with a boat to deal with in the winter. We don't see any of that happening. She did it herself. We don't know why, but we know this much. We could no longer have made a case against Lieutenant Colonel McNair. Jesus, Bill, this gets more bizarre by the day." Monty couldn't let on to the Crown Attorney what he had learned about Micah Keller, or the conspiracy she had entered into with Alban McNair and John Joseph Patrickin. Did a guilty conscience finally catch up with her? Why now, after 22 years? Was there something about that postcard that had pushed her over the edge? "So," Bill said, "poor McNair was innocent after all. But somebody out there is guilty of beating McNair and pushing him to his death." Bill would know soon enough who was guilty, Monty reflected, as soon as Saul Green and Lieutenant General Patrickin worked out their strategy for a plea bargain. So there you have it, Monty. Stay tuned. I will. Thanks for letting me know, Bill. Monty remembered Brennan Burke's little jest. Maybe she took his ship out and scuttled her. That's exactly what she did, according to the prosecutor. A boat, not a Navy ship. For whatever reason, guilt, fear of exposure, Micah Kelly took her neighbour's rowboat out of the shed, loaded some tools into it, dragged it down to the shore, added some ballast in the form of heavy rocks, and rowed it around to the southern tip of the peninsula and out into the Atlantic, and scuttled the boat. Why do all that work? Why not just tip it over? So she wouldn't be tempted in her panic to climb back onto the hull if it was still afloat. Once the boat went under, she was on her own in the frigid waters of the ocean. Death was a virtual certainty, and it was obviously well planned. She did not come up with this scheme spontaneously after her midnight altercation with McNair. Late that afternoon, she had approached Father Burke and asked to speak to him at 10 that night. Whatever drove her to this desperate act, she knew all about it before trying to see her priest. If and when Brennan Burke learned of this, Monty could not imagine how heavily the knowledge would weigh on him. Chapter 34. Monty was sitting in St. Bernadette's Church the evening of Holy Thursday. There were a few choral pieces before the Mass would begin. The men's and boys' choir was up in the loft with the children's choir from the school. The men and boys were doing Ubi Caritas, and their magnificent singing earned Monty a malevolent look from his wife beside him in the pew. Yes, he should be up there. And he would be. He had to get past all the awkwardness with Burke and take his place in the tenor section where he belonged. Then the children's choir sang a piece he didn't recognize, but it was something from the Renaissance, possibly Palestrina. As always, the children's voices blended beautifully, and their intonation was perfect. After that, Monty and Maura were in for a surprise. They heard the voices of two young girls, an alto and a soprano, singing in German. It was Maria Wiegenlied, Mary's lullaby. The voices were heartbreakingly beautiful, and it was time for another look passing between husband and wife, father and mother. The alto voice was Normie's, the soprano Kim Kennedy's. That's when Monty remembered something he had overheard the day before. He had come home early from the office and heard Normie and Kim chatting, their voices coming up from the den. Monty had cracked up when he heard Kim say in a wonderfully accurate imitation of the Irish voice of their choirmaster, "Burke will be pissed. Can't you hear him? Sure, do you think it's feckin' Christmas?" His daughter laughed, but said, "Yeah, but I really want to sing it for her, and nobody in the church will catch on it's about Christmas, 'cause it'll all be in German." The rest of the conversation went something like this. "What was her name again?" "Imke. That's a cute name. Yeah, I really like it. I only talked to her for a few minutes on the phone, but I know she is so sweet. I helped her with her English for a song, and I told her I'd sing one in German for her. And she said, Maria Wiegenlied. It's a lullaby. She loves it, but her mum is too shy to sing it for her. Her mum says she's no good. The mum is no good at singing. So me and you will sing it. And if Father Burke says we're good, we'll phone Imke in Germany and sing it to her." That was the conversation as far as Monty could recall. Then the girls must have heard his footsteps above them because they fell silent. He, of course, wondered who Imke was, a relative of one of the visiting scholars at the Schola Cantorum, but he didn't hear anything more and hadn't thought about it again until now. Apparently Burke hadn't been pissed after all, if he'd permitted the song on Holy Thursday. Speaking of Burke, here he was now in the procession, walking up the aisle to begin the Mass. Maura shook her head and whispered to Monty, "He looks like one of the Irish Republican prisoners on hunger strike. Either that or one of those God-haunted saints who starved themselves in the desert." He did indeed look haunted, thin and exhausted, but he said a beautiful mass, as Monty's aunts would say, and at the end, when he sang the Gregorian chant Pange Lingua, his baritone voice was as rich and inspiring as ever. And that brought it all back to Monty. The brilliant talent that came blazing through despite everything Brennan Burke had endured. Monty felt like a knife in his gut, the painful memory of dismissing Brennan as a spectacular Irish flameout. Now here he was, walking down the aisle in his vestments after the beautiful ceremony. How did Brennan manage to keep it together? There was the pain of his all-too-human failure to meet Micah Keller the night when she was planning to end her life. And that wasn't by any means the only thing weighing on Brennan's mind, Monty was sure. He'd come home to Halifax after his harrowing experience in Belfast to find his choir school in the hands of an occupying force, a crowd of bean counters more interested in the ringing of cash registers than the ringing tones of a heavenly choir. At least there was some good news on that front. W. Langston Soames, who had installed himself as the school's chairman of the board, had resigned in a huff, taking his bags of gold with him. Good riddance. But there was no getting away from the events that had precipitated Brennan's woes and his excessive, even by Burkean standards, drinking. And there was no getting away from the role Monty himself had played and tried to downplay in what had befallen Burke in Ireland. Monty had laughed off the warning he had been given late at night on a Belfast street, just as he had more recently laughed off Burke's insistence that the motive for Micah Keller's death lay in her German past. The warning in Ireland was to tell Monty that certain legal work he was doing could hurt certain people he knew in Belfast, including his friend Father Burke. The reason Monty had laughed was that, as far as he knew, the only risky endeavour Brennan had taken part in was his undeniably droll impersonation of an American tourist in order to disguise himself and get close to and identify a man in an East Belfast bar, a man suspected of committing an atrocity decades before. But there had in fact been more going on than Monty realised, and to say Burke had been hurt as a consequence was a gross understatement. It all came back to Monty now in a wave of pain and guilt. He remembered how horrified he'd been when he read the news out of Belfast, the stories of the fallout from his own legal case over there. Monty had felt as if he himself were one of the Belfast gunmen, that he had fired a bullet into the heart of his friend. So now, with Father Burke greeting his congregation at the back of the church, what could Monty possibly say? Feel like a beer and a night of down and dirty blues at the Shag? An elderly woman standing next to Monty gaped at him in horror. No way to speak to a priest of God on Holy Thursday. Monty could see her point. The priest of God leaned towards Monty and said, sotto voce, "All I want in this world is to fall into my bed, sink into a dreamless sleep, and not regain consciousness until 3 o'clock tomorrow. Tomorrow being Good Friday. Sitting in a smoky bar guzzling beer and hearing fellas sing about being all alone and out of work and riding a boxcar to the next parole violation is the last thing I need. So the appeal is irresistible. See you there." Brennan walked into the Flying Stag, popularly known as the Flying Shag, after exchanging his priestly vestments for a pair of jeans and a faded T-shirt that bore the immortal words of St. Augustine. "Da mihi castitatem, sed noli modo." Give me chastity, but not yet. The Flying Shag was located in a down-at-heel strip mall in a suburb of Halifax. The other establishments were a laundromat, a check-cashing service, and a pawn shop. Monty and his blues band Functus were launching into one of their signature pieces, the Muddy Waters classic "You Can't Lose What You Ain't Never Had," when Brennan arrived. He saw some people he knew, regulars at blues night, and they invited him to join them. He lit up a smoke, caught the eye of the waiter, and ordered a round for the table. Brennan had received a jolt that morning when he read the news. A decorated Air Force veteran by the name of Lieutenant General John J. Patrickin had turned himself in connection with the death of Alban McNair. If there had been any doubt in Brennan's mind, there was enough in the newspaper article about Patrickin's wartime exploits to identify him as the man who had followed Brennan and Terry to Germany and made his startling confession on a park bench in Berlin. Where McNair fit into the picture, Brennan didn't know, but coming so soon after the Berlin episode, it would be a safe bet that McNair had a role somewhere in the Keller-Patrickin drama. Brennan said a quick prayer, the latest of many, for Lainey Bowman and her little daughter Imke. Then he returned to the present, to the Flying Shag bar, where Monty and the other members of Functus were wailing on about busted motors and busted lives, loneliness, failure and heartbreak, the trials and tribulations of the bummed out and the jilted, the boozers and the junkies. Brennan could sympathize with all of them. He lifted his glass of draught and poured a good few ounces down his throat. And then, looking at Monty, he thought inevitably of Normie, and he felt the remorse all over again. Guilt over his failure to keep his word to his little AA counsellor, who had staged such an endearing intervention to save him from himself. Guilt over his failure to meet Micah Keller and possibly save her from taking her own life. He put his glass on the table, pushed it away. The band took a break after a searing rendition of St. James's Infirmary Blues, and Monty came over to Brennan's table. They all made small talk for a few minutes. Then the other people at the table got into a discussion about the impending bankruptcy of a dejected-looking man across the room. Brennan said to Monty, "You're in fine voice tonight. Appropriate, I suppose. We're in the penitential season liturgically, and I'm listening to the blues. Fits the mood, no question." "True enough." Monty said no more for a few seconds. Then, "I take it that if you went back for a second trip to Germany, you learned some history there. I could have learned it, some of it, here in Halifax the night of February 6th, if only I'd honoured my commitment to meet with her. But, Brennan, it was a minor transgression, a mere instance of forgetting, something we all do every day. Who could have foreseen the consequences? It's not as if—" Monty looked down at the table. "You had any warning? The fact that she wanted to talk to me at 10 o'clock at night should have been warning enough. Still nothing that would have had bells tolling in your mind, giving an intimation of what she was about to do." Monty looked up then. "You know that it's been ruled a suicide." "Oh, I had that sussed already." "You found out in Germany?" Brennan nodded. "I tracked down her daughter." "Her daughter?" Monty looked poleaxed. "But—" Brennan waved it off. "Later," he said. "Then, if only I'd met with Micah that night. You couldn't have known." Then Monty looked Brennan directly in the eye and said, "I have no such excuse. I received a warning. One night in Belfast, an IRA man. He warned me that the case I was working on could cause harm to people I knew in Belfast. The people I knew in Belfast, of course, were members of your family." The words came out in a torrent, as if Monty was afraid that if he stopped he'd never be able to get started again. "And the guy mentioned you, and I laughed it off. I made a joke. Because, Brennan, the only thing I knew you had done was go into a bar posing as an American tourist, and that's the image that came to me. So I laughed." Brennan had heard that the warning had been dismissed with a laugh. That had eaten away at him while he sat in his cell in prison. Here, now, was the simple and understandable reason. Monty continued, "I had no idea that there was another, well, exploit, escapade, ill-advised venture, action you had taken to protect your family. I only found out when it was obviously too late." Too late by the time Brennan was behind bars. "My case was a righteous one," Monty said. It was, I know that. But if I had heeded the warning and waited till you had left the country... Christ, when I read about the fallout from all that, I just... Monty took a deep breath and said, Brennan, I'm sorry for my part in all that, for what I did. More sorrow than you will ever know. But, at last, Brennan did know. He could see it etched in his friend's face. Deep regret, true remorse. He said to Monty, You were only a bit player in all that, Monty. Somewhere off stage without a script. I was the victim of my own misguided attempt to save a member of my family. And then I fell into the hands of a brutal police force and an unjust system of justice. Brennan fell silent for a moment, then said, Do you remember the words? Averte faciem tuum a peccatis meis, et omnes iniquitatis meas daily. Is that my penance? No, it's the miserere mei. The words meant, Turn thy face from my sins and put out all my misdeeds. But it wasn't Monty's penance. You'll be singing it tomorrow afternoon, if you are still a member of my choir. I am indeed. I've missed it, and it has missed you. He reached for his glass, and then withdrew his hand. He summoned the waiter and said, A Keith's for Monty here, and a ginger ale for me. Monty raised his eyebrows, and Brennan gave him the official line. It's nearly 12, and you know what I turn into at midnight, a priest boozing it up on Good Friday. But that wasn't the reason. The reason was Normie, and her love and concern for the weak, flawed man, the flame-out, who was her priest. He didn't know how long he'd last without the stuff, months, weeks, days. But he would do his best for her, for as long as he was able. The beer and the ginger ale arrived, and he said to Monty, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Brennan raised his glass to Monty, and Monty raised his. They clinked their glasses and drank together. The End. This book was read for you by Gerard Doyle, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Postmark Berlin by Anne Emery. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a recorded books reader.